Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for today's games. And our first one looking like a bit of a barn burner if the first round robin has anything to say about it.
Let's see if KT can recover from a week of struggles. They had some pretty poor drafting. I think everyone universally agrees that was the issue for KT last week. Lost some of that karma priority in draft, lost some of those Jax picks that Keen has found so much success on, and then kind of didn't really know what to do when those picks were removed. Against Gen G tonight, we'll see if they've got an additional plan in mind, because I think Gen G can keep the focus the same, take away that Jax, take away those karma bottom side lanes.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at the standings here, because a lot can change based on the outcome of this one. Gen G, if they manage to win, then they do get a berth into the playoffs confirmed. And KT can wipe out any hope for Kwangdong Freaks, DRX, and Nongshim with a victory here. So it is certainly a lot on the line, and honestly, things are going to be so incredibly close if KT manage to pull out a victory yet again over Gen G, but I think it's going to be a tall order, given the fact that Gen G has continued to do good things, and KT, like you mentioned, has been slipping, and the Jax nerfs also hurting Keen here just a little bit. That's another champion that doesn't necessarily need to be banned away, and something that we're going to be honing in on is whether or not KT have found something else to rely on here moving towards 13.4.
Yeah, that's the real question, and you know, KT having a tough week, losing both of their matches last week in a very tough schedule. You know, mind you, they do face Live Sandbox after this too, so it has been KT having 4 of the toughest opponents in the LCK back-to-back, as Gen G is looking for revenge here. And you mentioned the playoff eliminations. They will not be able to reach that magic number anymore if KT hits that 8 wins. So Kwangdong Freaks, DRX, and Nongshim. So 3 teams eliminated very early on in the season here in week 7.
Yeah. Actually crazy that we're talking about being eliminated from playoffs already. It's not something that we often talk about outside of like the bottom couple of teams, but not 3 being eliminated in one match. Battle of the iconic mid laners. Total head-to-head from between BDD and Chovy is 16-35 in favor of Chovy, which is pretty crazy. And these stats, man, it's not singing a good song here for BDD.
It has been.
Yeah, Chovy has been pretty good statistically, and BDD, with these stats, not looking great.
It has been a bit of a rough last few series for him, and I think that's part of why these stats have dropped down super hard. The good news is it's BD's 7th anniversary. It is his birthday. It was yesterday, his most recent game, of course, towards the birthday, and he's close to 3,000 assists here in the LCK. Cuz is also going to hit his 400th game here. He'll be the 5th jungler to do so. So, you know, exciting milestones to be reached. It would be amazing if they could do it with a win tonight and celebrate even further.
Yeah, exactly. Cuz, of course, right behind Canyon as far as that 400-game milestone. We saw Canyon hit that just a few weeks ago. And BDD needs 10 assists. We'll see whether he can get there, as it's going to be Chovy's birthday too, tomorrow. So it's just mid laner birthday territory.
Yeah, they're both in the middle of each other's birthdays. BDD yesterday, Chovy's tomorrow. Mids with a middle game day here between birthdays. Here are the team stats, and this is really important to show because it does showcase that as the game goes on, KT Rolster has been stronger in the mid game, but in round 2 specifically, as we did, tick over, they have had a much rougher time, whereas Gen G has looked a lot more consistent here. But you could see that the gold difference actually goes up for KT despite being negatives the longer the game goes. They farm extremely well, and they survive in these longer games where sometimes, you lost first 2 Heralds, but aiming comes online. He gets his 3rd item on his Zeri. He's the scaling AD carry god, and KT can win those games, so never give up on this team when they are behind if they have a draft that has late game win conditions, because that is the key.
Yeah. If they're able to get themselves into a position where it is going to be possible as they make their way out onto the stage, of course, some revenge against some former organizations, BDD of the past, Lehens of the more recent past. And I think that this is going to give them a few angles. I think Lehens has definitely got a few inside tips in order to take down his former teammates. Of course, going back a very long way with Chovy and Doran on Griffin. So, I don't know. Eat donut again is what people have been saying.
Say today's a good day to eat a donut.
Or a bagel, depending on what you have on hand, I guess.
This is, of course, referring to Doran and Peanut. of the donut churros we had last year.
Yeah.
Is Gen G looking for some revenge here? They had that series pretty much in the bag. It was a game 3 that went very late game. Everyone remembers that moment where Chovy overextends on Silas. KT quick to punish. Cuz catches him there. And they collapse and win the 5v4 fight, and the game ends. KT, without that clutch moment, without surviving as long as they did in that series, it would have been Gen G's game to lose, and they did, right? So now you have the opportunity to right the wrongs here in the second round robin, as you definitely are the favorites as Gen G tonight. Going this, you were last time too. With KT slumping recently and with Pays really finding his footing here in the LCK, a 2-0 score is what you're hoping to achieve tonight. I think it's a realistic goal.
I agree. That's a Yone. It looks absolutely incredible. Pretty sure it is.
I think it is, yeah.
And of course, Yone actually a big pick for BDD as well. Might be something worth looking into. As of course, in this particular matchup in the mid lane, it was Chovy's Yone game that BDD fans don't like to talk about. We're going to have a look at the top side of the map here, though, as Keen versus Doran. Keen with the highest KDA as far as top laners are concerned, but KDA not all that important. And the rest of the stats here for Doran, definitely very strong. Damage per gold is where my eyes are being drawn.
Yeah, notice the damage percent here for Keen at #1. Now this is insane when you consider the AD carry player on this roster is aiming. His damage percent is higher than aiming's on average here. And in some ways that's somewhat indicative of aiming's weaker AD carries, like his Lucian, for example, where he's not finding success. But in a lot of ways, it's just how hard Keen will carry on Jax. And Jax specifically, where he's doing so much damage in team fights. He will split push, he will team fight incredibly well, his flanks are good. And unfortunately, I don't think Gen G is going to let him play it.
Or they don't need to care because it's been a bit nerfed and maybe Keen just doesn't want to play it anyway. We'll have to see exactly where these drafts are going to go because it's a different story now in 13.4. Not as different as we maybe want. However, it is still a bit of a change-up. We'll just have to see what the reads are for both of these teams. We're pretty early on in the new patch. Last time around, it was an interesting series, and you've already spoken about Game 3, the fact that it was a very long one, very back and forth, but it's Game 2 that I'm kind of drawn to, because that was where Gen G basically picked the same champions that KT lost on in the first game and wanted to style on them, and it didn't work. KT punished, were able to utilize that momentum to get themselves emotionally back in the series. I don't think that Gen G is going to make that mistake again. KT are going to have to really come out with a good plan to topple them early in this series.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was also the series where Delight played the nerfed Yuumi. It was a lot of things going wrong for Gen G. I think they'll show a little bit more respect this time around. And the drafting here that we had big issues with, they're super reliant on Sejuani, right? It's Cuz's best pick. They're very reliant on aiming, getting a late game, scaling AD carry. His Ezreal, he is 6-0 on. They're playing that with Karma. They're prioritizing the Karma. If they get blue side going into the series, if they select it, I think they will definitely try to get that first pick Karma. And for Gen G, you're trying to consider these options. You want to force a game where aiming might want to play Lucian. Like if you could take the Zeri early and try to force him on that Lucian, you feel very comfortable there. And you're also just trying to make sure that Keen doesn't have any ability to carry the game, whether it's in side laning, whether it's winning a 1v1 in lane, or Cuz playing around top side, which he has been known to do. Just don't allow Doran to be a weak point for your team here against what is one of the strongest top laners we have right now in the LCK.
Yep, and Doran has been very good at neutralizing top lane matchups as well, so it does sort of play into Gen G's hands where KT gets a lot of their power from. Here we are into the draft, though. Eyes are going to be on that Karma, like you say, going to be glued to the screen, as I think KT benefits from the classic trio of AD carry bans, or I guess with like Ashe included there as well, but with the Caitlyn getting rid of the Varus as well, I think that's where KT can really start to thrive. But we'll see what Gen G's plan is going to be, because that's the Lucian ban. They're just not going to take the risk.
Yeah, I actually really like this. And you know what I would love, just from a caster of this league, I would love to see. I would love to see both Pays and aiming play scaling AD carries. I love the Zeri Sivir handshake, something like that, or something like a Zeri versus a Felios in this lane, because both these players are so incredibly good at late game team fights. But we'll wait and see before we draw any conclusions about what the AD carry matchup might look like. We just know it's not going to be Varus, it's not going to be Lucian here, and the Jace also taken away, does feel like we could be fishing for that first pick Karma, and potentially a first pick Zeri, even here for KT Rolster.
I mean, there's so many things up. Like, Elise is still very strong. The Ashe is still pretty strong. Like, you've got a lot of options. Gen.G going to take away what they think the worst of those is. But the Annie is going to slip through. That is going to go to BDD or Lehens. Or, I guess, Keen, if he wants to go back to 2016 Marin days. Thought it was a counter pick into Nah.
The one winning lane for aiming where he's found a lot of success has actually been Draven lanes. They will take the Karma away now and the Elise, it looks like here on the side of Gen.G. So you gain a lot of power with this Annie pick, but it's much weaker on blue side here as a flex pick. And Gen.G get 2 picks, so Peanut's just trolling by going literally every jungle pick that exists. And I wouldn't mind the Nidalee, honestly, when you have that Karma control bottom side, but he is going to go to the Wukong here over the Elise. By the way, feeling very comfortable about his ability to team fight here with Wukong into a potential Elise. And it's got to be Zeri.
The Annie, Zeri, Lulu rotation, we've seen actually picking up a bit of steam here in the LCK. Aiming and Lehens have been pretty good on these two champions as well. It was how they managed to win Game 3 against Gen.G last time around. Of course, things changing a little bit, and if you're running headlong into the Karma Ezreal, I don't like it quite as much, because I feel like Karma Ezreal can take control of that lane a little bit earlier and then scale alongside you. But it looks like the Vi is going to be prioritized, so no support lock-in for Lehens. I wonder what he's been cooking.
Well, the thing is, when you know that it's a Wukong here, I think you're much less interested in picking the Annie support, because the dives are not as early, they're not as hard, even with something like a pushing Karma Ezreal lane. So yeah, Vi will have to put some attention bottom side here, but I think this Annie is very much going to be going mid, based on the draft we see so far. So I feel like if KT's trying to play some tricks with this one, I don't think it is going to be believed by Gen.G. I think they will target the Lulu now. You will not get to play it. And this does force a very awkward and lopsided bottom lane, where if you end up having to play a melee support here as Lehens, your agency in the early game is so low, and you're already opting into Annie mid. So KT really having a lot of prio problems here, I think, in the early game of this game 1.
It's a little bit interesting. I kind of like the idea of holding a flex, right? Like, holding a flex is generally a good thing, guys. When we're looking at drafts, it gives you a lot more flexibility. It makes the ban phase much more difficult for your opposition, things like that. But when Zeri and Lulu, like, just want to be together all the time, it makes it kind of like you're shooting yourself in the foot. It's just what it feels like.
It's just way weaker to have this Annie pick on blue side, because now you either have to lose jungle or support. You know, if you're going to draft like this, and with the Sejuani already removed, they lock in the Vi. Well, now the Jax is gone, unsurprisingly here. Gen.G not interested in picking it in their R4 spot, and they're just going to say, sorry, Keen, you're not going to have it nerfed or no. And could even see Doran on the Fiora in this game. Let's see what gets banned.
Yeah.
This next spot here for KT.
Does KT respect the Crocodile? They do. They are going to ban that one away. So, Doran going to be free to pick something like a Nah with Jace banned on the other side. You're going to kind of feel all right about that. Doran, of course, likes to default to Nah just in general.
Camille is still available, so a little bit scary to play this, and we've seen Keen make some mistakes in the Camille-Gnar matchup recently, but I think he's probably learned from that mistime hook shot, right, that we really criticized for KT last week. And you know, that's one of the angles you're looking at here, as if you flex this Annie to mid, or rather to support, excuse me, you're going to have a really hard time in this game, I think. Gangplank I like a lot more than the cannon.
Love it. And this is what you were talking about, Wolf. This is what you were asking for. Late game win conditions, just give the ability to win late.
And this is a less risky win condition than trying to play the Camille.
If he does it.
I mean, I don't like it.
No, I don't really understand.
I think it's not great. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. So flexing the Annie into support here, really going to be about engage and setup for this Gangplank, but it's not a lot of follow-up damage here.
Just do it, BDD. Don't be scared.
I mean, this is a scaling game where you want to go late, and with the nerfs to Azir's early game, quote-unquote, you're going to have a lot more comfortable time here as the Aurelion Soul.
We got baited. And of course, like, Chovy has been playing a bit of Aurelion Soul in solo queue, but hasn't been super successful from the accounts that I can see. So not going to be picking it up. If it was BDD that was hovering it, I'd be like, oh yeah, because he used to be a bit of an Aurelion Sol aficionado, but Aurelion Sol is completely different now. So I guess like none of that skill is going to transfer anyway, really.
Yeah. If anyone was ever wondering if that was maybe going to be an Azir support, I'm just going to have to shatter your dreams right now. It would have been an abysmal pick into the Ezreal Karma that had no power, no agency, and would have just been flat, sitting flat on its face. Now, the Annie is going to deter a lot of the plays that what Chovy and Peanut are going to try to do with the early Taliyah roams with Weaver's Wall, where you come down bottom side and try to set up for those dives. And Wukong pre-6 can, with some agency there given by Chovy, actually try to dive there. So I think that's part of why they decided, all right, we need some more scaling power in this Azir, some more mid-game team fighting. Annie can defend against this. And, you know, of course, at the time, they didn't know it was Taliyah, but it's actually kind of an added bonus that they're going to have that defensively down there on the bottom side. But Prio is a big question mark here for KT Rolster. The Gangplank into the Gnar, going to be one of those matchups you can earn it, but it takes resources. You won't be able to necessarily do that alone. The Azir into Taliyah can go fairly even, and especially with those nerfs, obviously, to Azir's early game.
Yep.
Then on the bottom side, you're definitely not going to have it at any point. So I like how much control of the map Peanut is going to have here to be the smart jungler that he is with great pathing. He's going to have agency in all 3 lanes. Overall, even though I like the scaling options here, and this is a very KT-centric draft, it plays to their playstyle, I have to lean Gen G in this first game.
I lean Gen G if I'm looking at the bottom 4 picks. I'm like, oh man, this team, they've got so much control, all that. I look towards the top side and I can't help but believe in Captain Jack Sparrow. Let's see whether it's going to work out for either of these teams. We hop onto the Rift for game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1, KT versus Gen G. Allow us to cast your minds back for one moment as we catch you up to how this one went. The first time around, it was a very narrow KT victory. In game number 1, KT lost, and then Gen G basically picked their composition, but worse in game 2, and then they lost. And then it was a very, very long game with relatively boring drafts that KT were able to come out ahead in game number 3. And now we're going to see whether history can repeat itself, whether KT can get back on the horse.
And, you know, it was a Silas game for Chovy, and he got caught, and that was the one catalyst for KT's winning team fight that won them the game. And, you know, I try not to blame Chovy for this too much, but he tunneled a little bit on Cuz. And,
oh dear.
Okay.
Speaking of Chovy, he is going to walk in and have to flash. Lehens is just throwing things at him, and that's first blood going over to aiming.
Yeah, that's Zeri getting a moment a little bit early in this one. Wolf, I'm not going to certify that yet.
No, I'm talking about, like, we were talking about Chovy making a mistake, and then it happened. Like, you've got a lot of power here, man. You're wielding it dangerously.
Well, that was a very different situation. That was a very late game mistake. Now, this is oppositely a big problem here, as Chovy is trying to gain early information and just walks into a level 1 Annie stun. Just showing a lack of respect here, because oftentimes, you know, in a lot of 2v2s on the bottom side, you want to fight for control of that rush, especially into something like a Karma Ezreal, but Aiming and Lands are not trying to play that game. They're just trying to farm. You know, they're not trying to actually get control down here necessarily. Now, that can change very quickly with Aiming having 400 gold. He's not supposed to.
Yeah.
But I think you probably should have expected that Lehens might be actually hanging out in the jungle there, because you're not actually fighting for that brush in this draft.
Not quite. Doesn't mean too much for Chovy, although he does lose his teleport, so this early back is going to be difficult to deal with for Taliyah. Not necessarily as much, because she can sort of surf her way in and doesn't miss out on too much with that extra movement speed, but still, this is a great start for KT. And we were talking about their late game win conditions, things like this. You accelerate a Zeri even a little bit, they become mid-game win conditions, right? Like,
exactly.
This is scary for Gen G.
It really is. And, you know, Chovy losing his flash in that exchange too also kind of hurts, but, you know, we'll see if the timing here works out for BDD to try to do something with Emperor's Divide. It's pretty thin, as we watch this matchup a lot.
This is obscene!
Yeah, a lot of this in 2021 as well, where we saw this matchup, it feels like at least twice a day.
94 times in the LCK. That is so, that's like more than Victor Oriana, which I think is the one that had the most. At least last I checked.
That one's sitting, I think, at like the high 70s.
Yeah, that's a big one. Oh man, that is a lot of GP now.
It really is.
GP out in front by 6. There we go. Huge lead, huge advantage for the Gangplank. It's basically a counter matchup.
And, you know, we have seen this matchup go both ways, but it often, for the Gangplank, is based around timings where junglers come up and gank early and try to punish, you know, these aggressive Gnar moves. Like Doran is sitting on this Gnar bar right now trying to maybe make something happen. And Cuz, if he comes up here and finds a gank early, I mean, this is how GP gets super ahead. And actually, Doran holding this Gnar bar for so long, Keen's just going to cue him in the face. And, yeah, this is Keen getting a nice little edge here.
Yeah. Looking pretty good. Looks like Cuz is going to sneak his way in as well. This is sort of counter gank positioning as well as Heal comes out here towards the bottom side. Aiming still very healthy, but Lehens is struggling. Taking a few too many Qs, I think, as I think KT now have vision of Peanut as well.
Yeah, they see him on the Raptors.
Yeah, okay. Ignite going to come down here from Delight as in goes Pays, and that is... Well, I was going to say first blood, but it's not, because that already went down at the first kill for Gen.G.
Really strange the way this shapes out here on the bottom side here for Lehens, because that heal earlier, while he was trying to prep his stun, made it look like maybe they were trying to get Delight's flash, and they used that early and then just stepped too far forward here, and that's a lot of damage in this duo. Peanut is now up here.
Yeah, Keen is going to eat some cookies, wants to get these barrels, and it kind of works out. He's going to flash. As Doran's just going to look to clear out this wave and get a teleport back.
So it looked like maybe Cuz was going to do something there, some sneaky pathing. He just takes Gromp and backs away. Keen loses flash here, which is pretty huge, and has to teleport back to lane. But the real story here is the Ezreal picking up a kill bottom side, so really shoring up a lot of those disadvantages we saw just moments ago. As I'll watch this again, Lehens has stun prepped, and he healed to try to get this pushed in and get an advantage, and just gets caught here by Delight on the route, and Pays gets the easy empowered Q. That's the end of that. Free kill, basically. Flash also expended here for Lehens, so you feel really bad about what was a great lead to start,
yeah.
Now back in Ezreal's control.
And the thing is, like, it wasn't even much of a lane advantage, right? Because Aiming didn't get to spend any of that gold, and having a thick wallet doesn't exactly help you in that laning phase. So maybe just false sense of security. They did have an experience advantage. There's at least that, but not quite as much as they would have liked, as Doran's going to throw an ult to Narnia and going to go back and clear things out. You may as well go for it, you know? It'll be back up. Yeah, relatively soon.
Doran likes to go for these, and sometimes he comes up empty, but the times he comes up big, especially when Keen has no flash, it ends up being pretty huge for him. So no harm, no foul. Didn't flash forward or anything like that, as KT will be able to grab this Drake here with a lot of mid-prio right now. Chovy's now got his flash back up, but this is when BDD has level 6.
Oh man, and we were talking about the fact that Azir has been nerfed a little bit on this patch, but with Chovy dying early, needing to play without flash and things like that, like...
It just matters less.
Yeah, and also now, like, Azir is just better from this point on. Like, at level 7, you basically just are a better version of Azir prior, and so BDD has skipped all of the negatives. And it's BDD, remember? Like, this guy has played, like, more games of Azir than almost anyone else. So... This is a big deal. Here towards the bottom side, now Aiming has finally been able to spend his gold, has his Berserker's Greaves as well as a Vampiric Scepter, so he's going to be feeling a little bit better about things. And he's actually 1v2ing quite comfortably. As I say that, takes a Mystic Shot that he didn't really want to take, and Delight is going to put him on a leash. There is Pays just looking for that first blood, but lands, comes on over, it's not enough! The Ignite ticks down, and I've cursed him as well!
Oh,
what is this?
Look at that heal timing. He doesn't have it back up. It's so close, and if he has that there, maybe it's just enough to keep his AD carry alive. And now 2 kills here, going to the bottom lane of Gen.G. Delight picks this one up with the Ignite, but Pays in full control. And Delight has just found so many of these impressive routes. As here comes Cuz with level 6 and flash.
Yeah, Barrel going to come through. Keen uses it for the movement speed. Cease and desist comes down. There's the Cannon Barrage, and Keen just pops him. Oh dear. Cuz is going to go down though. So Doran able to get one back, and that is actually big for putting some money into the pocket of this Gnar.
Yeah, still though, he has no teleport, and actually this is going to be when the lanes are swapped here. They're sending Pays and Delight to the top side of the map here to try to secure this Herald and then deal with this pressure here. Same thing on the bottom side though, and Aiming will delete plates very quickly as Ari does that. So We'll see if he actually stays down here and tries to garner these. As we'll watch this one more time. It's just Delight
애니 계속 안 보이고.
setting up for this.
들어가는 중.
And there you go.
들어갔고.
Yeah.
Colin Annie's not there. No heal.
Cool
Very
guys
well
don't
played.
look at explosions as well, you know, like just walks away, trusts the ignite. I like it a lot.
This is just really clean from Keen and Cuz. Cuz could have flashed this. Did not. Just thought he had enough health.
Yeah, I actually kind of did too. I thought that maybe he'd have a sliver at the end there, but the turret ramp just a little bit more than I think all of us anticipated. Does mean Rift Herald goes uncontested over to Gen.G because Peanut in position was on the map, you know. As Keen is going to go for a walk and is pretty happy to do so. Doran here towards his bottom side. His Gnar bar is starting to get higher and he does manage to get the Gnar into the wall onto both of them. Aiming's going to be flashing to try and get away from this as Lahens is running for the hills. Don't think he has a stun. There it is with the Incinerate, so he'll be able to escape as well.
Very
Trophy
bizarre.
to the rest. Yeah.
What a bizarre fight, because, like, you know, Doran is essentially losing out here 1v2 before Chovy can get over here, but he has Weaver's Wall, and Doran has his Narbar prepped, so it felt like a trap was actually sprung there from Gen.G trying to say, all right, you guys think you're going to get more plates out of this with the lane swap. The top side, by the way, Keen is holding his own 1v2, pushing Pays into Light back out of the lane, so we're going to see these swap back over. So KT getting a lot out of this. Could have been better if the commitment wasn't there from Chovy, but now he's kind of awkwardly had to take this weird back timing, so a lot of power here for BDD, who's 20 CS up right now. And we'll see what Chovy ends up building this time around. As I speak his name, you just show up here in the top lane, but no one's with him.
Yep.
Because we'll see how much damage he can actually do with this Taliyah, because in terms of scaling across the board here, the damage is so high across KT, you know, with the Azir, the Zeri, and the Gangplank. Whereas the Engage is a little bit cleaner here for Gen.G. They have a better setup for team fights with Cyclone and Gnar, etc. Okay, Vi's here.
Here comes Vi, as BDD is going to be able to sidestep the Seismic Shove, but Chovy is able to flash the Emperor's Divide. Just the classic play from the Azir, as Aiming's just doing his very best down here. Rift Herald comes down, though. Gen.G, they know where their bread's buttered.
They're going to hard
commit to get more onto Pays.
They're going to hard commit to defend this. Look at the rotation down of BDD. They want to maybe try to punish this. They actually can't quite get down here. Pays picks up a lot of money.
Yeah. Pays feeling pretty good at this point in time. We've got 40 seconds on the Drake. Trying to get some vision in this area. Gen.G able to get that control ward in the brush to control things. Looking pretty good so far as Aiming. It's just, yeah, taking the Crocs for a walk, but they're going to go back home. It'll be fine.
Peanut decides to back here. Okay, hold on.
That's a Gnar that's going to hit. Keen doesn't look like he's too bothered by it, as he's just collecting grasp stacks.
If KT could grab this second Drake, it feels amazing for them. They'll have a 2 Drake lead with this Zeri Gangplank composition. Chovy doesn't have teleport backup just yet, does not have Weaver's Wall. And they're not going to group for this. And BDD has had so much control over mid this entire game. You know, it feels like a really good opportunity to come over here and force. You have your Annie stun prepped, you have Flash Tibbers available. This is a fight you can take even though Zeri's not online yet.
Yeah. Oh, that's a flash from Delight, not wanting to take any risks into the Vi of Cuz. Peanut going to be rotating down. They're all sweeping everything, but not getting too much information as Lahens is going to flash. There's the bear as well as Peanut is going to be ceased and desisted. BDD is going to sweep the floor with him, and that is going to be another kill for KT. That should equal a Drake as well, unless Aiming takes too much damage down here, but it looks like he'll be fine. And the bear is just wandering around, having a great time. Chovy going to be missed by the Vault Breaker. Can't throw enough rocks. Gen.G looking a little bit in disarray.
Yeah, but at the same time, KT, you know, they had their Flash Tibbers engaged here, but they're not able to get enough control of this lane to save the turret nor take the Drake, and this is kind of awkward. I feel like KT could have played that a little bit cleaner, could have grouped up faster and taken a straight-up, you know, 4v4 fight without the top laners here and won the fight and taken Drake. Instead, they kind of back away here. Turret goes down, so much money on this Ezreal right now, despite, you know, these fights going the way of KT, these skirmishes, and Gen.G will in fact get this Drake, so
yeah.
Small win for KT, but I think a bigger win for Gen.G.
And teleport advantage is with Doran here. Doesn't have a lot of health, as King can sort of indicate that. Barrel chain not going to quite come through, and there it is. The Drake secured. We're going to have a Cloud Soul. Feeling pretty good about it. Earth, Wind, and Fire as well. Very happy about that, as Lahen's going to move on over, and they can move a little bit quickly throughout this jungle.
One of the best champions in the game for a Cloud Soul is the Zeri, of course. And it's going to feel good for KT here. As Keen forces the TP, wants to maybe all in this with Lehens here.
Yep. Doran's just going to clear out the wave to avoid being dove. Kind of like that. A little bit of a creative way of utilizing it, sort of to delay the dive timing, is now Pays is just going to get Emperor's Divided. No, it's actually Delight that's going to pick that one up as the Arcane Shift was there, but KT will take it. They just wanted a kill. And True Shot Barrage just barely not going to be able to find the Pigeon's back feathers.
Keen is having a ball up here, man. He is just looking to demolish this turret, zoning Doran away. And this is the problem with this Gnar pick. Could have been Camille, but it's the Gangplank in this case.
Oh, Cuz gonna have to flash. That was an odd use of the Vault Breaker, as Peanut going to get hit by one of these barrels. And Keen, oh dear, he's just having a great time on this Gangplank. Another Trinity Force variant.
Yeah.
Not exactly the most popular build at the moment in solo queue, but we've seen it the most here in the LCK.
All baited.
Yeah, there's another one as Pays doesn't have his flash and now doesn't have his life. And Cuz this time will survive the turret.
So KT, they push topside super hard, force a rotation over, and all the while aiming is pushing mid into this Ezreal. He's down on items, but he actually has the ability to push through, and then they set up the dive here because there's no control in Genji's own jungle here whatsoever. And this is, unfortunately, one of the weaknesses of Pays. This guy is caught in mid so often. He's living up to Ruler in some of his earlier days quite well in that regard.
No.
But like,
position.
You know, that happens where Delight gets caught. He's still out here farming. He has a turret to farm under, but you're not safe. You know the buy was just topside, and he has no resources. He has no defensive setup here. He's picked now. His first death of the game, but his support lost his life because of his position moments ago, and they're going to get the whole turret here in mid. And now KT's Snowball is well and truly rolling down the hill here with all the control they have over the map. A 30 CS lead here for this Gangplank that is scaling incredibly well.
Oh yeah, Vault Breaker onto Peanut here, who misses the Cyclone, has to flash for it, does have another activation as Chovy's moving in. Can he manage to get it? And he doesn't even need to because the Vault Breaker puts Cuz right into the wall, and that is going to be Talia picking up a kill. So a bit of respite here for Gen.G, but I don't think it answers the questions that KT have asked of them, right? Because KT just have so much power in this composition as the game goes on. We need to see more from Gen.G. They're going to utilize the Herald to try and get exactly that. That's going to be the outer turret in mid secured.
Now Peanut has a lot of agency on this Wukong for flanks, and with the mid turret down and all the vision they try to set up here around topside, it gets really difficult to side lane aggressively here as this Gangplank, so a lot of that power you had earlier is lost.
Oh, there's the Emperor's Divide! BDD is on a mission! Whoa, he needs to have more birthdays, Wolf. He's looking real good
today.
today.
Is on form tonight, and I mean, Chovy losing his flash early really hurt his ability to deal with BDD in this game, but he is just running with the lead he has.
Oh, Chovy gonna spot Keen out here. He's throwing rocks into the brush. Seismic Shove's going to connect as well. That was blind. And they're trying to keep him at arm's length. Keen is just huge though, and he goes 1-for-1 in the trade.
He's just so huge, it doesn't matter. But this is what I was talking about, getting that mid turret. You have that top side vision. It's really hard for Gangplank to push those same advantages that he was getting against the Gnar when you have this long lane out there and you don't know where Peanut is, but he trades it back. So ultimately it doesn't matter here, as Peanut is just non-stop trying to put the pressure on this Gangplank. This time set up, of course, with the Weaver's Wall, keeps Keen out here. There's nobody who can come over and save Cuz. Even Delight is here. And the Zeri had just backed, so this is just a free kill for Gen.G. Then Keen turns this one around, has his barrels prepped.
탑쪽 본다.
Seismic Shove was very good from Chovy.
Yeah. Ults here, so much damage.
나 잡긴 했어.
Trial by Fire does so much damage, man.
And over here, yeah, this is just... Doran gets caught in the hop. Unfortunately, really nice timing there from BDD. Not much Doran could do there.
Yeah, you get caught in that that ability with the Emperor's Divide, and you are dead. But BDD catching the timing beautifully, positions very well, and we know that this guy is notorious for his Azir, always has been, and has had mixed performances, right? Like this year, even last year, certainly having some off ones on Nongshim. But today, this is vintage BDD Azir, and it is great to see.
With the build that Chovy has opted into here with the Ludens into Seraphs, just hold that thought, Enoch.
Right, yeah, Cuz gonna dive on forward. There is the Seismic Shove, it's gonna miss. onto Cuz. Now, Peanut's able to get out of there, but it should be first Cloud Drake going over to KT.
BDD has Emperor's Divide and Leandries. You can't get through that choke with barrels. Good luck, Chovy.
Yeah, well, Chovy's kind of by himself here. He's missed by these barrels and doesn't actually have to commit too much, but they still lose the Drake.
And if Gen.G is not starting team fights, their team fights are so incredibly weak now. And this was one of the aspects of their composition we kind of discussed and touched on earlier. When you're looking for burst damage on this Taliyah, you have the Wukong and the Gnar. You have such good engage and setup. But when you're trying to walk through chokes, Doran might be in danger.
Yeah, a bit of an orange buff angle here as the wallop comes through. Keen's going to eat oranges. Not going to find the barrel, but there's the Vault Breaker. And Keen just continues shooting him. See what they're going to be able to find here as Doran's able to at least eliminate that barrel as well. Cannon Barrage coming down as it takes the entire length of the lane, but KT will be able to take him down. Pretty good defensive play, all things considered, from Doran, but not enough.
Yeah, Peanut wants to make something of this.
All right, let's see what he can do as the Empowered Q misses from Delight, but the Cyclones are pretty good. Keen is going to flash, gets out of the way of the W, but there's the flash forward, and Delight says, not on my watch.
Not a big fan of this play here from KT. You know, it's going to cost you your top lane. It's going to cost you a lot of control over the map. If there's an objective up here, Gen.G love this exchange as this is pushing so hard here while also aiming is back, right? You don't have a lot of control over the top side of the map either, so you can't cross-map with this. And, you know, this basically is saying, like, if Doran buys enough time, we are going to have a problem because there's a Wukong rushing over. We don't have deep vision in the jungle at all whatsoever. And then Peanut buys enough time for this extremely mobile Karma Ezreal to catch up. You know, they could speed boost their way over here with Empowered E from Delight. And Keen does get caught here. And flashing here also a little bit questionable. Losing your flash before some of these critical objectives coming up here does feel really bad.
And also, if you're going to flash, like, flash the wall after your jungler, right? Like, follow Cuz there, but thought that maybe there weren't quite as many bad guys on their way over. Hindsight 2020 and all that sort of stuff. So, a little bit unfortunate.
I mean, Keen has still had an incredible game. Like,
yeah.
we'll allow this hiccup. We'll allow, you know, seeing a little bit of blood in the water here and chasing down that Gnar.
And I want to get to the bottom of this Trinity Force Collector build that so many of these Gangplanks have been going for. So, like, it's not very common.
I like it when your opponent doesn't really have a traditional tank in their composition at all, because the Trinity Force, you know, aspect of this not that different. Okay, hold up.
Doran, I think he knows that he's probably dead. The bear comes down, cease and desist, and True Shot Barrage is there to sort of try and lend a hand, but it's not exactly going to do too much.
That was pretty odd, especially because Gen.G are not pushing top or anything like this. Chovy was coming down, and perhaps they thought that Chovy's going to Weaver's Wall in and turn this fight.
Oh, Lens taking so much damage here from Chovy. There's the big old rock. That gets him. Angry Tibbers is angry, but not able to walk fast enough and will perish. All right, Chovy getting one back.
So for all the wrong reasons, yeah, Chovy was there, and they do get one back. Not entirely sure if we could defend that as Peanut.
All right, BDD going to look for that Emperor's Divide. He holds onto it here. Knew that Warrior Trickster was coming down and might be able to get the kill over to aiming. There's the ulti, is now Pays trying to fight this one out. Oh my goodness, so close to being able to get that one back. A True Shot Barrage. Can it collect it? Oh, the flash comes through and aiming, able to survive.
So clean. He only really had that ward's worth of information about when that one was coming through. So difficult to dodge that. He's actually going to come over here now and try to do this Baron as they're all grouped top. Chovy's TPing in.
Yeah, Peanut is dead. Aiming does have double lifesteal as Weaver's Wall is going to come down. Cannon Barrage now on cooldown as well. KT, they needed that, so they're going to back away from the Baron, go for a bit of a reset. Peanut's going to be up in 1 second time, so Gen.G defend the Baron.
Yeah, no TP here for Keen either, so I don't think they're going to come over here for a recontest. If they back here, Gen.G could just say thank you very much. There is vision here for KT, so they know that Gen.G are doing this, but Keen, he's going to have to rush over as fast as he can.
Yeah, Lehens has Flash Tibbers available. Gets a ward into the back of the pit, and Peanut sees him. All right, that is just going to be a dead Annie, I think. He's going to have to flash defensively. True Shot Barrage is going to hit him as well. The bear comes down. Emperor's Divide is big, but it's only onto Doran. But they're able to wipe out Chovy in amongst it. This is such a weird fight, as Lehens is sort of trying to defend himself, and now Doran is in no man's land. It's a disaster. Doran's like sort of all over the place this game, Wolf.
Yeah, he really is, and he's 1-5 this game, and he seems a little bit zoned out with some of the real win conditions here, whether it's an aside or how this team fight is going to have to go. But without Cannon Barrage there, and with KT backing, if they didn't have vision, I think this would be a masterclass play from Gen G, but they're just not able to clear the vision out. So KT are able to identify super early, as this is just a great snipe here from Chovy.
Oh, half of it was blind.
Yeah.
It's really well played.
As Peanut gets picked here right before the initial setup on the Baron, as we're going to be in replay purgatory here for a minute. And
a little.
You know, it's really important to actually take a look at what's going on in live here, because Gen G, once again, starting this off.
Yeah, everyone moving down towards the Drake on the KT side. They get vision of what's going on here, and Gen G are just going to back away. Utilize it. They do take a fair bit of damage from it. So a 5v5 going to be difficult here for the squad as Cuz finds his way in. There's cease and desist, and aiming is just going to eliminate the Karma.
Now this game has just been like a weird tug-of-war around the Baron.
Yeah.
A win condition that both of these teams would love to have here. It's going to give you control of these upcoming Drakes and some deep vision here, which is so bad for Gen G if they allow those waves to come through the Baron-empowered minions. That suddenly Chovy can't really play the game anymore. You know, as Peanut, you can't actually set up for flanks, but continue to contest this and actually losing out in these exchanges. And this is going to be the Drake going over while KT hold this choke point. And this is the problem with Gen G's comp, especially when Doran is this far behind, sitting on 1.5 items. You can't win fights unless you are dictating the pace of those fights. So KT can just hold a choke point with control wards and sit back and take the Drake and stop any Baron exchange here. Nothing Doran could do on his own in the side. And KT are just slowly winning this game here off of some really nice skirmishes. And we haven't even really talked about the scaling aspects of this draft that are going to come online. The 3 items for the Gangplank, the 3 items for the Zeri that are almost complete.
Yeah, Quick Blades is so huge for both of them as well. Like, that's the 3-item spike that KT have been waiting for. And they're already terrifying without them even being completed. Oh man, it's really scary. And it does feel like Gen G have been a bit off kilter from the start, right? Like, you suffer that that loss of Chovy very early on. It really does affect how the game goes, but still, Paze was able to get that kill back, right? Like, felt like they were back in some semblance of an even game state, but there's the first of the Quick Blades done here for Keen. Look at the damage done for this Gangplank.
And I mean, we're not even to the like. This is a lot of this been just kind of on neutral exchanges, not a real like traditional team fight. And some side lane damage right into Doran, and we've seen some barrages there, but that number could, if this game goes on for like 7 more minutes, double in this game, believe it or not, as Quick Blades are now ready. And KT have so much control over this Baron, there is just no approaching it.
All right, well, Cuz is just going to get flung back. Cease and desist comes down, Cannon Barrage is in, and the Vibe survives. That is massive for this Baron potential. As Emperor's Divide is going to hit 3 and immediately Delight is going to evaporate. Now aiming is trying to dive in for more, but the Cyclone is going to catch him out. True Shot Barrage does nothing though, and Gen G just have to turn tail.
Now, this has just been the taunt of the Baron all game long, and Gen G just do not want to give it up, but eventually you use all your resources on a Vi, she survives, and there's a stun prepped.
Yep, Peanut is going to have to be well heroic if you want to be able to lock this one down, and he's just going to bail. That is going to mean the KT lock down the Baron. Now Chovy going 1v3, the flash forward from Keen, he's going to light him on fire. The barrel comes through, he doesn't even use it, he just shoots the Talia. That's one way to make that one work, as Doran going to be slowed down by the keg as well, and they're going to have to back away.
I mean, credit where it's due. Chovy, he died early at level 1, but he has been trying to make impactful plays this entire game. And this time they find this angle here onto the Vi, and Cuz just barely escapes. He's got a Molten Shield on top of him, he can get over this wall, and you've now forced yourself into awkward fight territory. Again, if you can't dictate the fight, if you're looking for a pick in this draft, you are not going to win it. Because look at the slow here. On the Cannon Barrage, BDD goes for the shuffle, grabs 3, and that's the end of the fight.
Beautiful done, man. Isn't it good seeing BDD happy, calling team fights, making things happen? It's great to see. Not great if you're a Gen G fan, but just great in general. And if you're an old Gen G fan, then yeah, it's also great, right?
True.
There we go. Cannon Barrage is going to be put on the ground right there because we don't like that particular piece of ground. Of course, the replay probably prevented us from knowing exactly why the mysterious Cannon Barrage is there.
You are level 14. You cannot be in front of turrets anymore in this game. He has a Randuin's at least, so he could take some abuse, but cannot be out like that as Narbar is expiring now.
Yeah, well, they're going to look for it. There's a flash, Gnar. Okay, the Annie's going to be taken down. Aiming's dead as well.
There you go.
And Doran's going to find the team fight. Okay, can they get more is the question. Is Keen, he's going to eat oranges. Not sure whether he's completely K, though, as the flick not quite going to land. Cuz still thinking that he can get something done as Emperor's Divide is going to be used defensively. And KT, they should be able to get out, but the Inspire with the Mantra is going to speed everyone up, and they're still chasing. Another Weaver's Wall comes in. The barrels are dangerous on the disengage, but Pays has so much room to move, and Keen, not so much. BDD able to take down Delight, though. The Gangplank is still dead. Genji's health bar's extremely low.
Leandri's value, man. BDD and Keen are 2v5ing this team right now. They're just kiting back, and there's nothing Genji could do to come in here and capitalize. That is going to really weaken this Baron buff. It's going to make sure that none of these inhibitor turrets are under threat. So heroic play from Doran to start this all off. He has the ability to use the last part of that Gnar for an engage. And that's what's been so cool about Genji's draft here so far. Even from behind, and even when they can't dictate team fights 5v5 on these objectives, they are finding picks. They are being proactive. They are not just going to sit back and lose to this Baron buff. They're going to find angles. They're going to find ways. Now, it's still not enough yet, but a few mistakes here from KT, and maybe it could be, as Genji are going to have the fast track on this Cloud Soul here, and this is how you dictate the pace. Doran has TP on the top side of the map, so he could be here in an instant.
Yep, does have Mega Gnar right now, though. So it's an awkward time for them to try and fight this, but it looks like they are still going to be able to take it away. Doran's still going to teleport in, even without Mega Gnar availability. But KT, can they get the push onto this mid lane to make it kind of worth it? Because, of course, Cloud Soul, not exactly the be-all and end-all, takes you away from any sort of Elder Flip scenario, which, if you watched KT versus Live Sandbox in round 1, you'd understand that that's not something that they really want to be going for. They're just going to push this one through.
Aiming with Quick Blades, the Immortal Shield Bow, and BT plus the Overheal. His shield is massive non-stop. You saw that True Shot Barrage didn't even break it. He could just walk up and tank turrets, and he quite literally is going to do that, and makes it very difficult to defend. And every time Doran is trying to side lane on the opposite side of the map as well. Let's give Doran credit for this play for a second, as this was actually so well played with him and Chovy.
Yeah, and now we've got a bit of a fight happening here towards the bottom side. Lehens wandering by himself. There is a wall between him and his friends, but he's going to be all right. Speeds himself up, not going to get flicked. And so KT, they are going to defend whatever was happening while we were in that replay, as Aiming's diving towards Delight, who is just by himself. Cease and desist. That's a dead Karma. That's an out-of-position player, and KT should be able to get something, but there's not a whole lot on the map. So I guess they kill Karma. Cool.
It's wild how Delight played so extremely well in the laning phase, but has often just been kind of caught out here. And there's so much CC in this comp for KT that if you are a Karma just trying to clear some vision, just trying to get some additional information, maybe even push some waves out, you know, you don't normally doing that as support Karma, but sometimes you have to deal with that. He's getting caught, man. He's 5 deaths this game after what was a great laning phase.
Yeah.
This game was so crazy.
Well, True Shot Barrage going to come through. There's a Cannon Barrage as well, just to get them away from this turret. Because getting a few knockbacks there, as Peanut's just going to use his decoy in order to eat some damage. But everyone's just able to clear waves. So I guess that's what we're doing here. Baron going to be required, I think.
Well, I mean, with the wave clear here for Genji, it makes it very difficult for KT to push this unless they can force a big group up and then somebody else is on the side. You know, for example, if BDD is top while they're all trying to defend that bottom push, then maybe he actually gets some damage done to the inhibitor turret. But Baron spawns in 40. And even though this is quote-unquote early for KT to be grouping up on this, setting up some vision here and just fighting this on their terms with these choke points controlled is exactly what they want to do. Keen has teleport, so he actually doesn't have to be here with this setup. And if the Gangplank barrels are set, man, this is such a hard fight to win here for Genji, but they're going to try to maybe set a trap.
Yeah. 3 of them put in position, but you can see that BDD is just going to go home.
GA.
Is that Deathcap and GA at the same time?
Deathcap and GA here for this fight. And, I mean, Genji, this is going to be a miracle win if they could somehow pull this off in a 5v5 fight here. It's going to have to be Chovy who sets something up. He doesn't have TP, but he has Weaver's Wall. But he wants to use it to cut this team in half and then have the Doran engage to follow through. Doran's flash not available, so frustrating.
Oh, man. And we thought the 3-item spike was cool. How about the 4-item spike?
Yeah.
All 3 of the carries here for KT. Also an incredibly high damage build from BDD as well with the Leandri, Shadow Flame, and Deathcap. That's, yeah. This Azir is going to be doing a lot if he gets anyone in the scoop. As
they're baiting so hard here, KT.
They're being corralled as Cuz gets on over and looks to see where the vision is, clears it out pretty much immediately. And now with this Baron spawning, the vision being cleared, KT, I think, likely to just head over here and start this one up. It's going to go down so incredibly fast. Gen G, they cannot waste a moment.
Yeah, and Weaver's Wall is the only angle here that you have as Gen G. There's an Azir turret, a Sundisk in the mid lane. You can't push this out. You can't really threaten KT. Peanut has Flash Cyclone, but the positioning's so good so far here for KT.
Oh, blind Vault Breaker over the wall there. Hits Peanut, but they're not going to commit onto anything as he does manage to get himself out with that Warrior Trickster. Cuz possibly overextending as now Doran doesn't have the Naba quite at the position that he wanted it to. As Cuz is making me nervous, man.
Yeah, he really is. Doran also making me nervous here with these Gnar engages getting so close to being potentially set up. And he has Flash now. You know, you have the Flash engage from Peanut with this Gnar. I mean, that's how you wombo combo yourself to a win here that you should absolutely not get in a traditional 5v5. Peanut unseen here on the flank. I mean, Gen G might pull off a miracle. It is possible, absolutely, if they can get that engage. As you see Cuz coming back here. Lehen's also Flash Tibbers available. And Gen G know they have no right to start this objective. They have to just kind of wait and set up an engage. And KT have just not walked into the trap. They're just not going to walk in blind.
Well, Cuz is going to look for something else. The cease and desist is going to come down. He does get walloped and nod, but he's so tanky here, and Chovy can't get into the fight because the Cannon Barrage positioning. But where is the follow-up? Where is anything else from KT? It just doesn't exist, and it's Chovy that decides that he wants to get something done. Shifting Sands gets BDD out of there. And gentleman's agreement, I guess we just walk away. Is aiming on the flank. The flanking Zeri is the deadliest, apparently.
He does so much damage. If he runs into anybody, 1v1, he kills them. As, okay, this is where Gen G are getting that wraparound.
Yeah, it's Cloud Soul. That's what we want to fight over. Who cares about Baron? It's Cloud Soul. Everyone,
KT in position for this.
Yeah, Peanut actually taking a lot of damage as the bear falls down onto the Gnar. He should be taken out here, and there he goes. One last pellet to the back of the noggin, and he is going to be taken down as now Aiming's just skipping over these walls. Big flash from Chovy, but it doesn't matter. That's a huge explosion from Aiming, and he's going to be able to take down the Taliyah solo. And I think that might have been that nail in the coffin that we often talk about, because still chasing after them, looking for even more to lock this one down. BDD just raining hell onto Gen G, and Peanut, yeah, not going to be able to do too much. The bottom lane running for the hills, and I don't think they even need a Baron. They're just looking to end this game.
Aiming is basically doing it by himself right now, as Peanut is going to be corralled into this pit.
I've seen this one before.
Yeah, where's the Nidalee?
Yeah, exactly right. He's going to be taken out, and BDD is going to secure that kill. Aiming here in the mid lane, just living his best life, having the greatest time, and I told a lie. They are going to
Well, yeah, with how split up the death timers are here, it's really easy to overextend and mess this up as KT, so just push that bottom wave out, expose the bot inhibitor, and then take Baron here. You have Cloud Soul on top of all of this. As this fight is just unwinnable here for Gen G. Remember, like we've discussed this the entire time, like you have to somehow get an engage with your Taliyah or a Gnar here. Chovy doesn't have Weaver's Wall. Gnar is not able to get around on the flank because he's instantly set up for a stun by the Annie. There's so much burst in this comp, but there's also great long-term damage in Zeri and in this Azir. And this is just an argument of outscaling here, but also great defensive setups. And KT getting that vision control over the map early, making it so impossible for Peanut to set up flanks for Chovy to have any agency this game. And the Baron buff should just end it.
Yeah, I think it definitely should. KT are so strong. Their wallet's so heavy. It's 12,000 gold to lead, right? And they have a composition that just thrives at this stage of the game. Gen G on the ropes well and truly. Of course, miracles can happen. Just don't know whether they're going to happen here in game number one.
No flank angles here. Chovy could teleport behind this team and try to set up a Weaver's Wall. There are a few wards down towards the Drake pit, but you're really just trying to defend with your wave clear right now.
And I said that miracles can happen and things like this. I'm thinking to myself, is this game throwable? And the answer is yes. It's KT, right? Like, anything's throwable.
It's hard. It's going to be hard in this case. I mean, they have this so well set up. They're just playing so safe. Geensit with GA just chunking people down, and that's 2 inhibitors down now. And KT still have 85 seconds on this Baron. Look at the Extendo Beam.
Yeah, well, the Cyclone's going to come forward. There's a Gnar as well, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to lock down Aiming. He does get himself out of there. And now Peanut, he also has to try and escape. The Redemption's going to be there as well. As BDD just going to chase after them with an Emperor's Divide. There was an interesting use of it, but it doesn't really matter. Pay's going to be taken down. That's a double for the Azir. He wants the other one, but they're going to settle for the Nexus, and KT take game 1.
BDD 9-0-4 this game on the Azir. Sure, he's given that extra kill on a flashless Chovy in the early game, but non-stop applying pressure, always having mid-prio. Who cares about Azir nerfs? He gets to level 6, gets to level 7. He's like, now it's a buff. I got through that stage of the game. Emperor's Divide's fantastic, always doing damage with his Leandries in every single team fight. Then you've got Keen, who's just destroying door and insides over and over and over again. And we do get to a late game where aiming can pop off, but it wasn't about him this time. It just really wasn't. It was about his overheal, his BT, and all of that lifesteal that Zeri has, but it wasn't about his individual play. It was about the solo laners here for KT, and it feels like it always has been this season. It just really hasn't. Doran having a bit of an off game, trying to look for some really aggressive plays inside to getting punished. Delight, amazing laning phase, but caught out in the middle of the map a few times, and felt like Gen G just really desperate. And they should be, right? In a game like this where you actually cannot win 5v5s unless you get a pick, but they were caught trying many, many times.
Yeah, and I think it all stems from Chovy getting caught at the beginning. I think that they were never able to really get themselves back on track to find that game plan once again, playing from what felt like the back foot the entire time. Even if there were these avenues back in, they just never really got it together. And it felt like Gangplank was not only better in the late game, but it was also better in the early game and in the mid game and the whole game. Gangplank just looked really strong when wielded by Keen, and this might be the saving grace, right? No Jax, but there's GP, we're fine.
The one time he really overextended and Peanut caught him, he traded a kill. You know, like that was the one time where we're like, all right, Keen, you're way up there, man. He still trades a kill. How could you really say anything bad about that? As KT, strong start to the series here, Atlas.
Yeah, looking absolutely amazing, but game 2 is right around the corner. We're going to go to it for a short break, and then it's going to be the space, and then we'll see whether KT can do it again.
걸려도 돼. 네, 이겨줄게.
왔다.
공탄 됐다.
나르 노플.
쌈 보자.
나르 노플. 야, 탈려 노플.
살았고.
탈려 잡았어.
나 버프 좀 봐줄래, 형?
이제 노정아. 오케이, 봐줄게. 나 봐줄래? 나 봐줘.
이거 넥서스 깰래?
잘했어. 끝. 아우.
우리 너무 급하다. 천천히 해야 돼.
괜찮아, 우리 뭐
아이.
좀 서툴렀어도 우리 잘했다 그래도.
Hello and welcome to the space. After game number 1, KT was able to take down Genji from the blue side, and in pretty strong fashion. KT starting off with a nice little lead here. All starts with the draft chronicler. What did you think about this one?
I didn't mind the draft from either team. The KT took some risks because this is a draft which, outside of the NEVI, definitely needs a lot of time. You do need a substantial amount for your Zeri, your GP, and your Azir to kind of get online. But when you do, like, your late game is insane. Even into a lot of the safety that we see, Ezreal most notably. You have so much range with between the champions and then the all-in potential from Zeri. GP I loved. I think GP into Gnar is great. I personally love the greedier version more, where you go for the first strike and the bank flag, the Essence Reaver first. But the version that Keen went for is a little bit more consistent with Triforce and Grasp. And the Taliyah we made yellow because I quite liked the Taliyah. I thought it was fine. Veldis, not necessarily the biggest fan.
Yeah, I think that it can go really well as a response pick into other control mages if you have a comp that allows it to set up, you know, for a lot of different CC chains, which is a lot of what this game has kind of turned into nowadays, especially here in the LCK. You see the team get ahead, they layer their CC, they blow up one target, and all of a sudden it's 4v5, and then you take a Baron, you take a Dragon, and that happens quite often. I feel like Taliyah had some options, like with the Wukong, but it wasn't really, like, I think there are better choices in that situation.
Which I think is fair. I also think that the individual play from Genji was really lacking, because Doran, in theory, is another example where you're talking about when the Mega Gnar does well. But Mega Gnar nor Mini Gnar did well at all this game.
And they got that great GP counter pick, so that felt really nice. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, because we want to talk about, you know, this early game was great for the side of KT. Outside of the first 5 minutes, which they made a lot of mistakes, but they cleaned it up, and then we had this really chaotic fight around the Baron.
This is really just to show the chaos that we had. And up until what will be highlight 2, the game was actually quite close. The key thing, though, is that if you go even when you're KT, you're already winning. Because of Azir and GP, by default, you're going to outscale in terms of range, and in terms of GP, in terms of gold as well. So it makes it very easy for you to just try and make sure that Genji doesn't decisively win the game. And as we see here, Genji is all over the place. Like, this team, which at their best is looking like a very well-coordinated teamfight team, is just looking very chaotic. We had Doran getting caught. I think he ended up with 6 deaths, Delight with 5, and part of this is that with Azir and with Vi, you have great catch potential, and he's another example. But I also think that KT as a whole just played very, very clean and just knew, like, if we bide our time, if we had the quick blitz spikes that the casters were talking about, we can win any game. And then they got there with a lead and like 2 dragons up as well.
Yeah, it just feels very weird to see that last week KT were not playing like this at all. They were playing like this the week before that against much weaker teams, and now it feels like they're back on schedule, on, you know, the KT roller coaster's back going up, so that's nice to see. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, which was a much cleaner fight, but this one more heavily favored to KT.
And this was a big pivoting point, because if Cuz dies here, it might be Genji getting the win, nonetheless, but thanks to the power of Molten Shield, he actually stays alive here. And with Cuz surviving, this paves the way for KT to still go in for the fight. And this shuffle from BDD, to me, game-winning play. That gets 3 men. In the end, we do see that the rest of Genji, even though only a single person dies, have no health bars, have to completely peel off. That's what leads to the Baron, and with the compositional advantage that KT had from that point on, they could just play out the game very safely, which they did. There were a couple of fights, you know, they got the bot lane fight that was okay, but what we could have done, what we didn't, was Delight and Peanut and Doran just getting caught, like, single target, like 5-6 times across all of them.
Yep.
And it's also credit to KT for continuously looking for his place.
Credit
as
to
well.
BDD and to Keen as well in the side lanes. They did a great job of catching people out and just kind of extending that lead. I think BDD should absolutely pick up the POG in this game, although I'm sure we'll get some more boom damage-oriented votes as well. They're fine, but they're not the best choice, IMO. But guys, Genji did take the blue side here, which I think is... that kind of makes sense, right? Also, we have the POG ready, so let's see who did pick it up here for game number 1. BDD.
Yeah, I wanted to vote for Keen. I thought Keen's individual laning prowess was incredible, but then the topside shuffle happened, and both of them had great picks, had a great mid game, but BDD, yeah, with that team fight, he basically solidified the game for them. And we have already mentioned, remember when Annie was accidentally slotted into nerfs when she was buffed and was like 58% win rate? This Azir change isn't really a nerf, as we see more and more of the champion on the patch, the extra damage, really big. And do also note that the one point where you are weaker is in the early game, and Chovy had to flash level 1, TP and died, so... and it's also Talia, but like any angle that you might have had there was also unavailable.
Pretty much, and 9 out of 11, that's totally fine. Get a couple of votes for Keen. He also had a fantastic game. Also, fun little stat, 1,591 gold plundered by GP with this Q, so it's a pretty good champ, by the way. And you can get even more if you're a little bit greedier with your builds. Either way, guys, we are done here on the space for this first game. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown on the KT victory. Let's see whether things are going to turn around. Also, the BDD assist count, we need 6 more before he reaches 3,000. Congratulations to Cuz on his 400th game, 401, about to be underway. We'll see whether that's where they end the day, or whether 402 is going to be necessary with, you know, score standing behind them. Gen G looking to rally, getting into this one with blue side advantage now picked up.
I'm going to be honest with you, I really like red side for KT, and I've been saying this all season long, how they've used counter picks extremely well. And I still think blue side is stronger, and I don't fault Gen G for picking this, but it doesn't feel like as big of an advantage as it would be against a lot of other teams. So let's see what Gen G prioritizes in this draft, because the Jax is still an issue. Are you going to be able to ban the GP? Probably not. Now you've given Keen counter pick here with this, so the first pick and the bottom lane setup and Peanut's jungle pick, these better be bulletproof here, or you know, Gen G could fall into some pitfalls once again.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting that you bring up the side selection, because Gen G are another team that have benefited from red side in the past, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't the case in game number 1, but these are kind of our red side teams. They sort of like it. Solo lanes seem to be dictating the pace here for these guys. It seems like KT today have benefited the most. Is Annie going to be banned on red side? It's the first change up in the bans this time around, and the Karma also going to be taken away. So, few things going to get through. Not the Jace, but the Lucian might, the Varus might, and the Caitlyn might.
Yeah, the Varus and the Caitlyn, you know, I think are the big ones we're looking at here. I think the Caitlyn has to be banned, as KT don't want to give that one over to Pays, especially because Aiming likes to play the scaling AD carry, the kind of weak side, bigger damage later on. So they're going to look for a trade here potentially, and if Caitlyn gets locked in, we might see KT have a different Varus angle here.
Yeah, will it just be that Varus Heimerdinger that we have seen cope quite well with the Caitlyn lane? Varus pairs very well with something like Annie, but this time that one has been banned away. Valdez likes to talk about it, the CC1 target, blow them up type situation. KT with an opportunity to play a composition like that with the Varus involved.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. They can get the jungle advantage here too. See what they want to take with that, as Vi feels like a very strong option here for Cuz. Once again, he performed very well on it. Lee Sin also great with this if you think you can get a lot of prio bottom side.
Yeah.
And there's no way Gen G are going to deny that Heimerdinger pick.
He's been playing so much of this in solo.
Yeah, you showed that to me earlier. We were taking a look at some of his stats. He's also played a ton of Nidalee too recently, but we'll play the Lee Sin here. And I think for Gen G, you are happy to handshake the Vi.
Wukong's a little bit more dangerous just because you're kind of handshaking on reaching that level 6.
I like the Vi way more here.
Yeah.
And it looks like Peanut agrees. I think you just grab Lux now, and we'll see if KT have a different plan here, or if it's just going to be the Heimerdinger. If we see Varus Jhin, for example, that would be really creative, and certainly not my favorite. But the Heimerdinger also, even though it's done fairly well into Caitlyn Lux, I just trust Pays and Delight. Delight, again, in the laning phase of Game 1 was incredible. And I expect that to continue here with this Lux. Says, okay, we're doing something different entirely.
Well, that is a lot of pick CC if you do lock this in. I was thinking about something like a Morgana or something like that, you know? That'd be a bit of fun. But no, it's going to be Leona. Lahan's going for something a little bit more dangerous. This requires an all-in angle from KT's bottom lane to make this one work, because otherwise you kind of just get poked down and destroyed.
I also think that if you're going to draft this, you don't need to lock it in here.
Yeah.
You could keep them guessing quite a bit. You could be like, oh, it could be Heimerdinger, it could be Nollis, could be Leona. You guys have to ban Keen's Jax R4. Could have locked in something a lot safer here instead, and they don't want to show their solo lane picks. They don't want to lose that R4, R5 power on red side here. But at the same time, you know, this means that Gen G are very aware of how this draft is going to play and are going to afford themselves a lot of safety into what is going to be potentially just an all-in engage composition.
I'm glad that you brought that up, though, with the fact that KT do really want to, like, last pick their solo lanes, because that's what their red side strategy has been in the past. But like you say, Leona wasn't going to get banned, guys. I just don't think so.
I don't think so.
But there is the Renekton.
If you locked in like a Jax here or a mid pick, then Gen G can actually get counter picks. So I think that's the main reason why they did it. But still, the Leona could have really thrown Gen G for a loop, especially when you're expecting something like a Heimerdinger. Could have gotten the Heimerdinger ban out. See if the Jax is going to be left open here. Gen G definitely considering banning it. They will. So no Jax for Keen.
And I really don't want to see a Nah pick, just because I feel like it is quite counterable. Wouldn't mind GP blind, as that Shen. That's, of course, a Lahen special. Does love the support Shen, but this is the Camille. So this is the 1-3-1 style of composition that KT have employed in the past and have done very, very well on. See what Gen G's answer to it is going to be.
If Doran thinks he can handle this with the Gnar, he might be right, but the problem is they also have the Silas up here for BDD if he locks that in, so this becomes very tricky, and they might actually just opt into something like an Ornn or a Scion here. Cassante also pretty safe. Going to be very difficult for the Camille to really get huge edges in the early game. As Talia once again prioritized here for Chovy, and he had a great game outside of that early level 1.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I highlighted a little bit, but I think it has to be said again, like, the way he played the Talia despite what was an early deficit and no map control was very impressive. So I'll trust it even blind here, as
what does he do?
You have a lot of options. Like, you could try to play something slow and scaling. You could cast it in here.
Yeah.
You could decide to just play a very safe, very boring Syndra and then try to use that with your engage composition. I wouldn't like it as much. LeBlanc.
LeBlanc from BDD.
And LeBlanc is so good into Talia, and I think it's a trap that people always think, well, she can put rocks down, so it's hard to distortion, but you are dealing with so many threats here in this composition, and you don't know the angle at which LeBlanc can distort you from outside of lane. It becomes very difficult to deal with the different angles of approach BDD has. You're so fragile as this Talia. I personally think LeBlanc is one of the strongest counter picks to Talia right now in this meta.
And on top of that, it doesn't even really matter, because look at what KT have put together for themselves, right? Like, I love picks that go into the lane very well, but then fit the composition perfectly. And single target pick. May I introduce KT's composition? Like, everyone on this team can single out one target and obliterate it. And we've heard, we were having a discussion on the POX day. It's now out.
Yeah.
This is how you win games these days, is you lock down a single target, you take an objective. They can't fight, 4v5, and with the low cooldowns of this composition as well, right? Like, you can do it over and over and over again, assuming KT can make it out of the laning phase okay.
And this is also basically punishing, if it works out well, this problems we saw in the mid game for Gen G, where they were getting caught out, they were getting single target blown up, Doran was overextending, we were seeing Delight get caught a few times. So I think maybe some draft style coming through here from Rapid Star and Supreme saying, hey, look, this team is a little bit shaky today. They're a little bit split up. We can punish Pays too because he likes to overextend in mid. We have a lot of single target. And also in the mid game where Talia isn't quite going to be super fed yet, and you have the Caitlyn power trough, this composition on the other side of KT is going to be incredibly strong at that moment. You have two items on BDD, Keen side lane and win condition. This draft could do wonders.
Yeah, exactly right. Very interested to see how this one's going to go, and especially how Gen G is going to play out in the early game. Let's hop onto the Rift, game number 2. right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game 2. And the way I see it, Wolf, is that this is kind of like a gully type situation, where at the beginning of the game, Gen.G have a lot of power. In the mid-game, KT, absolute power. And in the late game, Gen.G have some power yet again. Although, I think late game also KT have, you know, the 4-1 win condition in the Camille and things like that. I think there is it's a lot more even if we get like even game states later on, but there are very clear power points for both of these teams at different times.
Yeah, I was like thinking, is it a U or is it a V? And then I was leaning towards a V, and then I almost felt like it's kind of like a W, because there are some moments, right, where if you have a really good team fight here, because Gen.G's comp also has insane single target pick, and they have Weaver's Wall, you know, where if you don't have enough damage to threaten the Taliyah, there are some like third Drake fights there where Gen.G aren't quite online with their Caitlyn yet, but they still have a really amazing team fight with this Taliyah if the pick is set up good. Set up well, to use correct English. And
I like good.
If they team fight good result.
Yeah.
Get them good.
Do stuff good stuff happen, man. I agree. As this is good from Gen.G. As KT, of course, range disadvantage here towards his bottom side. Not necessarily in the Varus, but definitely in the Leona. So
really interesting, too. Okay, here we go.
We're going aggressive. Delight's going to be lit on fire as Lehen's just not wanting to give this one up, not wanting to let it go. And they are going to be able to at least get some health bar damage, but the range will still be there here from Gen.G.
Aiming went Comet, and I thought we'd see either Lethal Tempo, and he goes for, you know, straight up the follow-up, you know, on-hit variation for the big game, and just tries to front to back with that engage, do a lot of damage as much as he can. Or he goes Hail of Blades, because he wants to do as much damage as possible when the all-ins come through, when Leona hits. But the Comet here, quite bizarre, actually, in this case, because you're just going to be sitting under turret unless Leona hits something, and then you don't have the Hail of Blades follow-up if Leona does hit something. So kind of a strange setup here, and I wonder if they really think that with Dematerializer here and Lehen's just deleting minions, maybe they could get control of this lane. I think that's optimistic, though.
I agree. I think maybe they're going to be relying on Cuz. I do, like, there are 3 options though, right? Like, you're talking about the 2 good ones, which is Halo Blades and Comet, but then there was the Lethal Tempo angle, and we've seen a lot of teams really enjoy melee support and then on-hit Varus. I think that this composition doesn't benefit from on-hit Varus at all, so I'm at least very glad that he hasn't gone for that and is instead committed to this lethality variant that does fit their sort of mid-game power spike.
It is kind of weird because, you know, the Lethal Tempo, you're just not going to have enough time because you're playing single target in this game. You know, you're not going to be able to, like, auto-attack and get that procced, you know, when the Lee Sin kick comes through. You're kind of just trying to hope that you can burst them down with lethality. So I like that. The Comet is going to help in those situations, too. Just not great for lane, unfortunately, right now, as lots of vision here. Cuz is not... he's not unknown.
He is not. He is the blind one here. Of course, fits. He's Lee Sin, so it's okay. Going to be moving down. Going to look for the Rift Scuttle instead. Not getting anything else. The Varus going to make his way back to lane, but that is first plate down here for the Caitlyn, and that feels fantastic.
Picks up an early tier in Dark Seal here with this early back. Didn't need to back here necessarily. He's going to be down a teleport, but really hoping to stack this early. And Cuz knows he has no TP.
Ooh, Chain's going to connect here from B2D as the Q's going to be there from Cuz as well. Peanut in position well, but the Safeguard going to get Cuz out of dodge. And Chovy doesn't flash.
This is really rough for Chovy because he doesn't flash, but he has no TP, and Cuz comes over here at this perfect timing where he can come over here and punish this. Even if it's not a kill, you feel really bad as the Taliyah to have to surf your way back to lane here as BDD has got this lane in a good spot here too now. So trying to get an advantage with that early tier and seal, but gets punished here. And Chovy has just not had, unfortunately, the control of the early game that we normally see from this player.
Yeah, and now going to miss at least all of these melees. It's not a cannon wave or anything like that. So Chovy going to have to settle for some caster minion experience and see whether he can catch himself back up. Only down by a few CS, but this is a great start for the LeBlanc that really wants to get things done in the next couple of minutes. See what KT are going to be able to do around that. As here towards the bottom side, they're at least able to get the shove back. And with the Lee Sin hovering, this might be an avenue for them to get something done, but it looks like it's just going to be a reset timer for Lehen's.
Yeah, it looks like using the Dematerializers to get that push through like I was talking about earlier and just get a back off here for free. and they have the Lee Sin shadowing to make sure this is safe. As I say that, though, it looks like aiming is sticking around here, as we're going to see Lehens roam. They just want to put the hurt onto Chovy early.
Yeah, they kind of know where Gen.G like to play through, and Chovy was also the one that was in such great form in the first game. I think it's a good idea as, oh dear, this is not the phase check that you want because it's going to miss the Q.
This is extremely aggressive from KT. We don't normally see this team play like this. I mean, in some of the earlier days, you know, when Life was on this team and it was set support every game, you know, we'd see a little bit of this, but this has not really been their playstyle. But they are really putting pressure on Chovy, punishing his teleport early, and now just kind of camping mid and setting up for this early Drake potentially at no real cost, because aiming stayed bottom side. You know, he had that tier set up, and now he's just able to catch this wave, and Chovy here just not having a lot of agency, unfortunately.
Well, Life Binding will connect, but Eclipse is going to be there. Of course, Leona still does Leona things, which is tank obscene amounts of damage. So going to be all right there. Well, it was a bit of a cute move over.
Level 6 timing here for Lehens and aiming is really critical. They could just decide to all-in phase. Does have the cleanse available, but I like the opportunity here.
Yeah. Well, KT now going to be in trouble. There's the flash light binding, connects onto Cuz as Weaver's Wall going to come through as well. Chovy trying to get involved, and that is going to be first blood going over to the Caitlyn. Lehens trying to get out now. It's going to be difficult to do so as they do close the gap. Oh, but BDD's able to get one back. That is certainly good news, but still, positive trade for Gen.G.
Yeah, really tough to actually do this Drake, though, without Peanut here anymore, so it's very important that BDD gets that kill back here, and you know, this fight looked like it could have been amazing for KT just one level later, but they didn't have level 6 just yet. And they looked over there, tried to force a fight. Chovy has level 6 himself and can Weaver's Wall his way, and there's so much pick potential in this draft.
Ooh, bit of a battle there, but we're just going to skip it as we head towards this replay. Yeah, nicely played from Peanut in position to set this all up.
Good flash.
The Weaver's Wall.
And good flash from Lehens, but they have the Weaver's Wall to make sure that they can win this war of attrition. Lehens is unfortunately out of luck here. And BDD with a nice pick onto Peanut means getting the Drake won't be possible in this initial exchange. We'll see how much control they keep bottom side here with the back timing now for aiming, because I think Gen.G should still be able to get it, just not as quickly as they would have liked there.
Yep, and I think what you said before about the level 6 is still going to be very important. So going for this Drake now against KT is going to be difficult for Gen.G. See whether they do respect it. This Lehens with the Eclipse going to hold on to the wave, and Peanut is going to be taking this first Rift Herald. So I was going to happily trade it here for this Hextech Drake. Definitely a good lone Drake to pick up for both of these teams. KT going to be happy about it, though, as they move on over. And I like this from Gen.G. You know, you just focus towards that top side instead if you're about to see that power spike come through from the bottom side for KT.
Yeah, that's actually really, like, everything we talked about at this level 6 is just avoided by this play here from Gen.G.
Ooh, level 6 is picked up by everyone. There's the Solar Flare as KT's going to move on over. And we said this, single target pick, man. Like, it's what KT's built around, and they've hit that spike. Immediately, there's the kill.
Yeah, and they get the Drake, too, with this. And Gen.G now, I mean, it was already, the question I was going to ask right before this happened was, where do they drop the Herald? The question gets a lot more difficult to answer here now, as you have this Lethality Varus with a Dirk, and we're seeing aiming live up to his name with these Qs connecting repeatedly, and is crashing waves in bottom side. Cuz has some power here as well. And Leona is just so strong in the early mid-game when she has level 6 and she has this amazing setup where any CC you land just chains into another CC lane, chains into BDD's chains, for example. Then you have the follow-up there from the Camille when we get to these later fights. And Gen.G are kind of rolling down the hill here, not in a snowbally way.
르블랑 봐줘.
Well,
볼게 이거 볼게. 보자.
Immediately hits it.
That was so beautifully played.
Really clean, as Delight's dead again. He's playing black and white. League of Legends right now. Lehens going to join him as Peanut could go down. In comes Cuz. Can he lock this one up is the question. The Flash Tempest is not quite going to land, but he's still going to be able to kick him into the wall. Aiming. Going to go down, though, as it's a double kill for Pays. And the Weaver's Wall comes in now. Cuz is going to try and escape the wrath of Chovy. The seismic shove not going to land, and he will have a safeguard if he needs one eventually. And so Cuz is able to walk his way out. Bloodbath on the bottom lane.
KT, I think, definitely walking away winners of this. Yeah, there's 3 kills on the Caitlyn, but Chovy actually TPs for this, and Weaver's Wall's down. He's going to be able to at least get some push on the bottom side, but won't be able to pick up any plates. And BDD is really the biggest winner of this, because Enos now has free agency in this mid lane. May even be able to grab a plate here, depending on if he realizes how long it's going to take Chovy to come back here, and I think he will. As this fight goes very long, and Delight gets caught by chains, and this is the chain CC. I mean, it's like quite literally in this case, that we've been talking so much about. And if you're losing fights like this right now as Gen.G and continuing to force, it doesn't bode well. I think if this is played a little bit better from aiming too, they actually probably kill Pays and aiming lives, as he missed an arrow there and canceled a lot of autos. And Chovy commits TP and the Weaver's Wall here to try to get Cuz and is unsuccessful. So yeah, Caitlyn ahead. That power drop a little bit smaller now, but I'm worried about Gen.G here because they keep getting caught. Yeah, they're ahead in gold. Down a Drake though, and this comp just can snowball so hard.
Certainly can. And the thing that I'm scared about is that you pick the Leona knowing that the laning phase is going to be difficult. But once you're out of it, you're feeling pretty good. As Chains of Corruption come in, I don't know whether Pays is going to be too worried about it, but does take a turret shot. He's now aiming, dealing with this Rift Herald, and will do so, but still going to be able to grab some plates here for Gen.G. Just one remaining. He's pretty low, and it looks like everyone can smell blood in the water. Lehen's moving down. There's the Flash Solar Flare, gets the slow. The Zenith Blade not going to connect, and neither does the Sonic Wave. So KT just look a little bit silly as they move on out.
By the way, Keen has been having a really tough time in this top lane. I've just kind of been keeping a close eye on the CS numbers, and then I started to see plates going down, and our observers are like, yeah, everything's going on bottom lane, but also Doran is having a really great time on this Cassante here against the Camille, and the Camille significantly behind in CS, doesn't have that first Mythic online just yet. Should be able to pick it up now, and TP back will only lose a few minions here.
Yeah, looks like Doran is going to do the same thing, but there is the Divine Sundera completed.
And, I mean, the win conditions you have here as Gen.G are going to be in straight-up 5v5 fights, where you also have pick potential, you also have the light bindings, the seismic shoves, the cease and desists, but, I mean, it's really just going to be about how much KT could use with this, the U, the V, the W, whatever type of this trough that we're heading into. Because they need to be able to get this next Drake. They need to be able to probably get Soul Point here. And Keen cannot die. Okay, Pays alone, no flash.
Well, does put down the trap. Beautifully played here for Pays. Just eliminates BDD. God, that was gorgeous.
And he has cleanse, so he can just cleanse the Chains of Corruption, and Cuz needs to get out of here now.
Oh my, I want a slow-mo replay of that.
I think you probably are going to get one.
That was so incredibly cool.
That was really cool. That was kind of obscene. They're going to look for aiming.
Yeah, Peanut wants to press his R button onto the Varus, but he's able to walk his way out using his Ghost Blade. Chovy here in the mid lane as well. And BDD brought back down to earth a little bit there. Had such a great start to this game and a brilliant game number one.
Yeah, that was that was very surprising. Like, it was well played by Pays, but also just that's something you just don't see in League of Legends, is LeBlanc getting caught by traps.
Oop. Peanut just says, no, I do not want to get Zenith Bladed right now.
Well, Gen.G, I mean, if they pick up this Drake here, this really turns the tide. Like, the Hourglass is already kind of flipped on its head here. Caitlyn has 4 kills now, and this is something that is really difficult to overcome.
Yeah, BDD back out onto the map, though, as aiming is extraordinarily low, but still is able to participate in theory. Chains of Corruption about to come back online, and he also has a lot of range, but still.
He has no turret, so he just has to back here. I mean, even sticking around to try to farm while they take Drake is risky in itself.
Well, in comes Lehens now. They're just looking for Peanut as Chovy, he's rotating over, and now they're going to get the unfortunate news that they are trapped in there with them. As cease and desist comes through, everyone's just swapping sides right here as Peanut will be able to take down his opposite number. And KT caught with their pants down just a little bit. BDD looking for more as Peanut gets himself out of there. The distortion allows BDD to go back, but now Chovy's flashing on him. Another distortion comes in. Blastco not going to get BDD away, but still not going to get seismically shoved.
Well, there is now 6 kills for the Caitlyn, and I think this, we were talking about the Hourglass flip. BDD.
Oh, okay. Can they get the shutdown is the question. The answer is yes. BDD able to get that one back. Some revenge.
So there's a little bit of shutdown gold. There's a pickup here for BDD, but the Hourglass is no longer flipped. It's smashed here, because you get the Drake, you get the team fight win. As we're going all the way back to this trap. That was so clean.
It's really nicely done. Just knew exactly what his game plan was.
He has his cleanse prepped for the follow-up there on the Varus. And I'm just worried about what's happening live.
Yeah, Seismic Shove is just going to mean that Chovy gets a red buff. BDD not going to be able to steal that one as KT are looking for this mid lane outer turret.
Lehens
should be able to get it.
He's 0-3 and 4. It's not the most impressive KDA, but he has been everywhere this game. And he has been pushing, he has been always following Cuz. Every time there's an angle to push something on the map, try to push the enemy jungler out, try to even fight over an objective, he's there. He's had such an impressive game of Leona here. That Hex Slash over the wall to set up for the Solar Flare as he hits 6. Like, things like this, you just don't see every day.
Oh, the Giga Blast Cone. The light has to flash. Keen also going to use the Scryer's Mega Bloom to see what's going on around this map. Just a lot of foliage connecting Summoner's Rift together with this Chemtech Rift. Seismic Shove going to be avoided there by Lehens, but the Eclipse is going to wear off. And now Gen G grouped up as 5 in this mid lane, looking to try and take their own outer turret. See whether they're going to be able to do so as Keen is going to rotate down now. But a little bit late on that one. Solar Flare going to miss. Does slow down Pace and also deters them from going for a bit of a siege as BDD dashing forward. They know that Delight doesn't have his flash available. Oh man, that was almost enough without utilizing anything more there from aiming. Chains of Corruption was available.
Yeah. So this is simply a extension here for Gen G where they're trying to force this turret down, and then the collapse comes back there from KT. King gets left in the side here for quite a lot of time. This is going to be overall a reset across the board here. Is going back to this play, this was impressive. BDD gets caught, aiming is able to follow up, but even without chains, that last hit is going to come through there for BDD. And over here, on this fight, fighting over red buff. Oh, this is...
Aha, so this is what happened.
Yeah.
Peanut was dead. We just didn't see it because we were in a replay, and then Chovy took a red buff. And all the while, I looked silly because I was trying to catch everyone back up, but BDD was, Peanut was in the death chamber.
Yep.
Apologies.
Looked like two mages fighting for a red buff, which felt very weird, but ultimately we know why, as BDD is being very aggressive. And this is kind of devolved into a 2v2 game here between mids and AD carries, right? Where BDD and aiming are finding a lot of success with their poke and pick, and we're seeing Chovy and Paze together, with a ton of money in their pockets. The Caitlyn super fed. And, I mean, this is anyone's game to take.
Well, Cease and Desist is going to come through, and Cuz is real dead. Paze is going to collect that one. That is 7 kills for the Caitlyn. And Cuz is having some Cuz times, unfortunately, here in this early stage of the game.
I mean, I think that I look at what Cuz has done in this game so far and how much pressure he's put on Peanut and how little Peanut's been able to farm, for example. You look at the 0-3-6 scoreline here, and he's been relatively successful with it. He's going around with Lehens. This comp is looking for picks all the time, and sometimes you're going to get punished for that.
Yep. Oh, there's a cleanse. And Lehens going to have his Solar Flare back up before that one is available.
Cuz's death here, before this Drake is spawned isn't going to matter too much. It's the Chemtech Soul, so do these teams really even care?
Yep.
Is the question we're going to have to ask, and I think the answer
oh, do we
is
have
not
to?
really.
Yeah.
Right now, I like the game state here for both teams. The biggest question for me is, will Keen ever get out of laning phase, right? Like, he's kind of trapped in this lane where neither of these turrets have gone down. We're 19 minutes in. The Camille has had this Sunderer for a while, but hasn't been able to put on any threats here in sides. And because of the lack of important objectives here, with this being a Chemtech Soul, the Camille feels actually pretty weak in this case because he could just always be matched by this Cassante, and if KT are like, oh, he could TP down and take Drake, Gen G are like, yeah, but we'll just match him because we don't care about those Drakes that much.
Yeah, it is a good point. It's certainly more beneficial to have that good split pusher, but as this game goes on, I think that Keen will just win more and more and more. So there is a bit of a timer as far as that side lane is concerned. But I don't know if this game is going to even be about side lanes as we continue further on. It's going to be about who gets these picks. And both Cassante and Camille are good at that.
I think it's really about vision here because BDD is so lethal at this point. He has a Banshee's Veil, second item at 20 minutes. It is so difficult to trade anything back on him. He can kill Talia. It doesn't matter. He's like, I will kill anyone if I find them. If I have my Banshee's Veil and I find Lux, she can't do anything. There's no counterplay here. And so if you get deep vision set up here as KT, BDD can carry this game by himself, almost. So really has to be Gen G doing their due diligence to spot out control wards and really group up and clear vision non-stop. to shut this LeBlanc down.
Yeah, and now we've got 2 item spikes being hit across the board, right? Like aiming, he puts his together as well. We're pretty close to Ravenous Hydra for Keen. It's a big moment for KT as they look to fight around this dragon. Don't have great positioning right now though, and Gen.G with setup are definitely going to be strong. As now Keen gets the bad news that there are a lot of enemies making their way down here. Let's see how much he can actually bait as KT utilizing this as an opportunity just to take a dragon. Keen is real dead, guys, but is that going to be the main part of this story? Is Doran just walking towards KT, wanting to deter them from taking this dragon? Chovy teleporting in as well, and there's the final spark. Chains of Corruption go wide. The Q is going to be there from Cuz, but I don't think he wants to follow it, and Gen.G will be able to take the Drake as well.
And this was KT trying to put Keen in the bottom lane before Drake, so he's not having that side lane win condition we were talking about. Cuz, careful, you do not want to overextend into this. The Drake is gone.
Yeah.
And there's not much to force here, or there's no reason to force. You've lost your angle. As Keen is picked here because Gen.G realized, okay, Camille's bottom. He has teleport, but we can actually just collapse on him. KT do not have the damage with Lethality Varus here. And Leandri's LeBlanc at this point in time to rush down the Drake. So we kill the Camille, kill Keen, and then collapse back in. There's nothing they can do. And if Keen's on the top side of the map while this is happening, he can even be threatening turret here. He buys some time, but ultimately there's not enough speed here on this Drake for KT to make this worth it. And if he were top side here or playing a little bit more safely and looking for another flank angle, maybe trying to collapse and stop Chovy from wrapping around this Drake, it looks a lot better. But just kind of a macro mistake here from KT, having Keen on the wrong side of the map to contest this objective, and then having him try to push there to give them prio against a pick comp.
Yeah, it just seemed like there was like a lack of communication or something like that with Keen, right? Because you saw BDD backing away all the way towards Gromp, and Keen is like trying to live his best life like a million miles down the bottom lane. So seemed like a just a little bit of missed synergy there between the two KT solo laners.
I think there's... Yeah, Alice, I think there's like this thing that creeps up on you a little bit when you're playing like Fiora or Camille or, you know, one of these other side laning champions, and you haven't been able to do anything with your lane. You know, you're 0-0-0, and you kind of get this kind of side laner's guilt, and you feel like you have to you have to push, you have to do something, and sometimes you kind of tunnel a little bit. We've seen it quite a lot. We've even seen it happen to Kana this season.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not doing my job unless I'm in a side lane. No, I agree with you. We'll see whether Keen can actually overcome that as this goes on. KT now setting up around the Baron. A lot of vision still here for Gen.G. Don't need to worry about it too much. KT gonna have to get their sweepers out.
This time Keen on the right side of the map to pressure while they collapse.
Oh, there's a cease and desist onto Cuz. Great flick! And immediately he goes down.
And that should be Gen.G just looking to start this Baron up. I mean, they could just push everybody away. BDD at half health here. His Banshee's Veil is broken. They could just get vision around this pit. Keen is not winning in this side. And he hasn't been winning it for a while. And I don't know if he is ever going to win it. I don't know if we get to a stage in this game where he actually has any agency on this pick, unfortunately. And this Cassante pick just ended up being the right call. Just building a ton of armor, a ton of resistances here. It's very difficult to kill him. You can't 1v1 him. You need help from Cuz, but then you can't operate as a pick comp. And Gen.G, on the opposite side of the map, you know, they handled the engage there from Cuz extremely well.
Yeah.
No, they do not start Baron, actually. Just trying to get a little bit more map vision.
Slow and steady here for Gen.G, waiting for that third item for Pays to complete. Infinity Edge going to be coming in down the line, and that is going to be a big spike for the Caitlyn. First 7 kills, certainly helping him get there at a pretty fast clip, as we can see. Going to be very useful. It's just, if Pays explodes in a team fight, will be difficult for Gen.G. So I like that he's playing back. They're not trying to push as far forward as they potentially could be.
Yeah.
His composition.
If Talia blows up either, too, if Chovy dies.
All right, Delight might be caught out here, guys. The Distortion does come back, though, so he's not going to actually go down. Weaver's Wall going to come in, cease and desist. Down yet again as Keen just puts him in the ultimate, sees what he can do. As Tactical Sweep comes down, they're trying to close in on Chovy, who flashes to get himself out of the way, and Cuz is dead again! And Cassante is going to pick off Lahans, he's dead as well! It's 9 kills now for Pays! And Chains of Corruption coming through, but I feel like the fight's kind of done. However, BDD says no, he's still going to be able to flash forward, try and get some extra damage.
They cannot.
Bars are low.
I don't think they could do the Baron here, but BDD is flashless right now. How good's your aiming? There's a vision. There's a control ward in here. They don't have any idea how to fire these arrows. It's just kind of firing them blind with BDD's help.
Kind of like a playground here for BDD is now Keen, just biding his time. He's going to stand on a trap. Don't know about that one, but Seismic Shove is going to go wide as Arrow's going to come forward. In goes BDD. They try and catch him out. Peanut's going to secure the Baron. BDD gets out of there, though. Not going to be able to get too much more, but Gen G, this is fantastic, and 5,000 gold is now their lead.
I think we're going to game 3. I mean, from here on out, Gen G have so much control. They are never going to be flanked by this Lee Sin or LeBlanc again. And this fight is so messy. It's extremely tunneled on this Lux. They don't end up getting Delight there. They don't get the chains as Keens get pushed out of side again. And then Chovy here is in a very risky spot. Well, there's no collapse. There's no follow-up damage.
Oh, and Lehens missed the flash. He was sort of in the middle of the wall for a bit there. That was weird.
And aiming's just not even here. And this fight is super disjointed for KT. And then the follow-up onto the Baron is just so greedy to stick around for that. Now, they will get a second Drake here. It's 2-2, and it's another Chemtech. So,
yeah, but now they might be caught out. There's the kick from Cuz, actually sort of misaligned with that Solar Flare, and Cuz just going to die yet again. And I'm glad that you mentioned it before, because I was a bit tunneled on KT and their amount of single target CC. Gen G have been demonstrating that they have the same amount, and they know how to use it a whole bunch better.
You know, I mean, I feel like both of these teams had a lot of power in the mid-game to shape the map theirs, and even though KT was behind, they kept having better control over the map. Like, Cuz and Lehens were always looking for picks. They were always being more aggressive. I think BDD too. I'd even argue KT used their single target better, but they didn't lead to any meaningful objectives, didn't lead to advantages, and now with no side laning power and Gen G getting this Baron, all of that power is gone because you don't have vision anymore. You can't actually threaten Gen G. There's no secrets about where BDD is and where he's trying to flank, and maybe he could kill Delight, maybe he could kill Chovy. Like, that's just not a possibility anymore. And the second item, Banshee's Veil, feels really weak at this stage. It was great a moment ago, but now it's like, well, you don't have the damage. You're Leandri's LeBlanc here, so Chovy is so much more powerful. Actually bought him a Jais after that last fight.
Yeah.
Gen G, I mean, I don't think there's any way they mess this up. Realistically, as long as they cover their tracks and put down vision so there's no teleport flanks here for the Camille, there's no flanks available for BDD, feels unlosable.
Certainly feels like a great game state, but we have a very deep teleport. This is obscenely deep. Let's see whether he can actually get here in time. It's going to take a while. Solar Flare now already used. Gen G relatively low as well as the Q is going to land. In goes Cuz, gets the kick against the wall. Delight is pinned down and Cuz is already dead. But can they still win this fight is the question. The Q is going to connect on aiming though from Doran. He's going to be able to wipe him out, and Gen G just mop the floor with them. BDD uses his clone to tank the ace in the hole, but now he is running away from his base, and Doran is going to say, no, I'm sorry buddy, but you are going to go down. Who has the most dashes is I guess the question here between Cassante and the LeBlanc. LeBlanc kind of winning out on that one right now, but it doesn't matter. Max range Q, and Doran's going to say goodnight to BDD, and Gen G will say goodnight to this game. They'll clear up the Nexus turrets, the Nexus, and bring us to game number 3 once again between Gen G and KT.
And this time, Chovy's pick of the Talia gets the value they were looking for. This man, winning so many skirmishes, and yeah, there were some questionable moments there in the early mid, and I really feel like KT played this Lee Sin Leona comp, is what I want to call it, because those are the two main characters of how they played the early game, extremely well, but it didn't lead to advantages where you could actually win 5v5 team fights later on, because every time they got a pick somewhere else, like Caitlyn was getting more advantages bottom side, and Paige just became so huge that you couldn't win 5v5 fights anymore. And BDD, once they lost map control, once they lost vision, the LeBlanc feels empty, and Keen really just coming up empty on this Camille pick once again.
I mean, yeah, and the game sort of happened around him, right? Like, when you have a Caitlyn as accelerated as that trough that we talk about doesn't exist. Paze was just absolutely gigantic, and KT lost control. Cuz also sort of not really finding any angles from the mid-game onwards, and then just continued trying to go for plays that didn't work, consistently picked off, and the snowball was well and truly rolling down the hill. So Gen G playing it out very, very nicely. I like the idea, though, in the draft for KT. I want to see them go back to something like that as we move towards the penultimate game in the series.
I really like the way KT played this. It's not what their playstyle has been this season at all, but it showed us a different side, a different depth to KT roster that we really haven't seen since, like I said, Life was on this roster and they played Engage Set, Engage Leona back then. So maybe they can make it work in Game 3, but I think we'll see a switch of sides and a switch of drafts.
Yep, let's see what does happen, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down that game and we'll get into the next one. See you there.
나한테 빼야 돼.
괜찮아.
못 끼고.
르블랑
연달아 못 낀다 조심.
르블랑 벤시 빼놨고 리신 큐 맞았어. 야 리신. 카멜 노플이야.
카멜 높을.
르블랑도 노플. 싸우면 이겨.
1드 받고 천천히.
끝내러 가자.
바루스 높을. 끝내자. 캐리. 뭐야 분지. 끝내자.
탑으로 하자.
뻔이 좋은데?
좋은데 여기 봤어?
바텀 좋은데? 봤어. 레벨랑 죽여버리는 거.
Third level of the Osco, last breath. Chase actually, owner gonna get the kick in. They get the knockup! And Envy, he's trying to survive, but he does go down in the end. Tried to play it out really nicely, but the Yasuo combo just a bit too much. Well, now there's not even an hour to worry about, but Keria is gonna get burst down as that's the knockup onto the Ezreal. Can they burst him down this time? Envy goes to the stopwatch as Carnage is around him, and immediately he goes down afterwards. Closer is trying his best.
Look at all this poke raining down.
Tana coming
on the
in,
flank. Yeah, he is. Let's see what this Counter-Strike looks like. My God, the Cyclone. It's also really good, but it is not good enough. Yeah, the Sejuani goes down, but it's another Counter-Strike to obliterate Kwandong Freaks. They were already behind, but I think this was the backbreaker. This is with Baron, by the way, guys. The flank from Canyon is just massive. Showmaker, yeah, he's going to be able to get in there. The Talia is already dead, and now Deft, alongside Showmaker on this Kassadin, are just going to mop the floor with them. Showmaker still has the Zhonya's Hourglass's doo-doo. Can he do it again? I think the answer might be no, but he's still alive. He's flashing. The GA is going to be popped onto Deft. I thought maybe we'd have another one of those doo-doo moments, but we don't. That's going to be the ace. Polymorph comes through. Tidal Wave in answer as Cease and Desist is going to come forward. Not going to be able to find it. Envy somehow survives with about 0 health. The Sand Soldiers are set up and it's a dead Lucian. To get the bad news, and Sylvie is seen. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Bertle immediately follows him. Blast Cone is now going to be taken away as now Envy possibly caught out, has to flash. There's the cease and desist, so can Nongshim get on top of him? The Cyclone is gigantic, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Envy's still going to be able to take down the Lucian though. And yeah, I guess he has to get something done, but Envy's still alive, fighting against Dundun. Live Sandbox find a beautiful team fight in the end.
Aris gets a shutdown of his own. What is going on here?
Forcing it super hard.
Now, Rascal, I mean, really trying to get that kill. It's now Effort trying to flash out, but he will not be able to. Double kill now for Fade as more and more skirmishes will come in, and Upti gives the triple kill to Fade, who's looking for a potential penta.
And you know what, Valdez? This is the most interest anyone has ever shown. Anyone has ever shown a solo Chemtech
I know.
Dragon.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm still Valdez, he's still Chronicler, and that was Gen G taking the game after switching over to the blue side. Looked a lot more in their control from minute one. What was your take on this one, Chronicler?
Look at you using my actual name. Valdez doesn't always do that. He likes.
Gotta mix it up sometimes.
Yeah, I'm caught off guard, so it's working. The Caitlyn is a big question mark in any draft. Does the opponent play Caitlyn? Case has only played it once. Was against Kwangdong. Was okay. Wasn't great. We now have an answer. You can't let him play Caitlyn. So yeah, I guess you're gonna have to play against any because you can't. You can't pick that again. Like, you can't let him do it. I don't even think Delight, his Lux, was particularly impressive, but the Arcane duo working out really well here. The Costas already talked about, and I actually like the KT comp. I do think that the early game went fairly disastrous because Caitlyn in particular, if she does get fed with the peel that Talia, Cassante, and the Lux provide, should be very hard to kill, and was. So it was just a little bit of a diss for the entire game.
Headshot.
Yeah, because
That's
that
what Caitlyn does.
she did repeatedly, like a
Nice.
lot.
Yeah, he got really fed, and it was really cool to see pace kind of popping off here in this game. Let's take a look at highlight number one, which should be a very nice showing of exactly how he was able to get super fed.
Already has a kill at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So like the snowball that was found, or actually found the first kill there, and then from here on out, it quickly becomes a disaster. Because as mentioned, Talia getting fed, I actually think that Talia, as you have pointed out repeatedly as well, is somewhat diveable, and then this is where things truly go all right. As mentioned, I don't think Delight had the best game, but in this case, his positioning actually ends up being a blessing, and even with Lance cancelling vision there and delaying Pace a little bit, Pace is still able to get himself a second kill onto aiming, and yeah, he goes down. Chovy isn't able to actually kill Cuz, but none of those things really end up mattering. And then once these kills come through, it's very clear this entire game is only going to be about one thing. Can KT kill Caitlyn? Now, funnily enough, Pace dies shortly after this. Walks into a nice trap by BDG, and that's nice, you know, to get the shutdown. But from that point on, everything becomes about, can you kill Caitlyn? And even with Camille, even with Lee, even with LeBlanc, like, if everyone in Gen G knows that as well.
Certainly helps that, you know, not only that, but the top lane was going well. The counter pick Cassante into the Camille actually worked out very well in the 1v1. We can roll highlight number two here as well, which was this Baron play. But, you know, even Chovy as well on the Talia, showing how well he can make this work, especially from ahead and with this comp.
What's important to note is that Cassante and the Camille is obviously going to be very good in the pure 1v1, but normally, once Camille gets to 2 items, and particularly beyond that, you're in deep trouble. But if you're Cassante and you see your bot lane get a double, you're already like, oh yeah, okay, we're good. And then once more kills start coming through, you know that as long as you are able to apply pressure in that lane, keep Camille on the back foot, then she's never going to reach that point where she can just like E flash ult pace no matter where he is and then have the follow-up necessary. So I actually, watching this I was very scared, but I actually love this call from Gen G because even though I think their scaling is very good, I do think that if you get in the later parts of the game and the item spikes are hit for KT, then no matter how well you're playing, like a single mistake can mean the end. Like if Pace misposition once, that's your damage gone, right? Like Chovy is good, but it's not going to be able to hard 1v9 against a really mobile comp. So thought it was a really good call. Gen G with a much better showing than in game number 1. And makes me excited for game number 3.
Yeah, speaking of which, in game number 3, KT have decided to select red side. And I think this is something we should talk about because personally I was like, this is not only the side they lost on, but it's also considered to be the weaker side right now in the meta. So I was curious what your thoughts on this were as to why they went for red side.
Yeah, don't love it because I do think Annie is an incredible pick. It's flexible. KT themselves showed how good it was in game number 1. You know now that you can't leave up Caitlyn. So you're really, really hamstrung in what you can actually ban. And I think that that does take away from, normally KT I think a great red side team if they can get counter picks for BDD and for Keen. But if you're locked into just handshaking bot.
I mean, I guess there will be a way for them to kind of, you know, handshake bot, like you mentioned, and then not have to play like Camille into Cassante and then maybe find an even more oppressive matchup. Or maybe you just go harder counter pick for Keen this time around in game 3.
What's hard for me is that if you are locked into handshaking bot, that means you only get 1 counter pick instead of 2, right? Like if you can force an early mid lane or top lane pickup on the other side, then you can actually get both, but I don't think they'll be able to this time around.
Well, Chronicler, we're going to have to wait and see. But guys, let's first of all take a look at the POG from game number 2, as I wonder who it's going to be. It will be the headshot master Paze on the Caitlyn.
Pace having a wonderful season, 500 POC points in his rookie split. Doing really well. Cool to see this player, even in a scenario like this, where he is able to snowball, really perform. The main criticism that we've had of Pace is that his laning phase can be a little bit lackluster if he's not ahead, right? Like we've seen him kind of struggle in just straight up 2v2s to get leads. So the early attention really paying off, Peanut making sure that he's in a good position. And what we do know, what we have seen both in Challengers and in the LCK, is that if this player does get resources, he will use them. Very good from ahead. So like that a lot. I think the Chovy votes completely fine as well. I think Chovy's control of the zones in the fights and his peel were really important as well.
Yeah, and the Vi pressed R a bunch of times. I saw that as well. True. Very, very, very important. Guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Peanut did press his R button a bunch of times. Got him a vote. Paze had a fantastic game. But I think I absolutely respect the Chovy votes. I think that he had so much control of that game.
I think Chovy played the most impressive League of Legends that we saw. I think Paze obviously had a lot gifted to him and some forced engages that didn't go well. His positioning was very good outside of that one time in mid. And that has been kind of my biggest criticism of Paze, more than his laning phase, is just what he does in the mid game. He's just often a little bit haphazard with his back locations and sometimes overextends trying to get some chip damage on turrets. So I disagree with Valdez, and we talked about this before. I like KT Red here because, and this is, we get a bit of a shock from the Korean side as well. They're really surprised to see this, but when you have Keen and BDD being the key star players here, and you're not also trying to draft Caitlyn or Lucian for aiming or anything like any control lanes outside of maybe the Karma, I think this is the way to go.
I just think that you need to make sure that you can utilize the bans effectively. That's the thing that I'm worried about, because if they run into the same situation, right? Like if we get Sejuani Jace Karma into Ashe Annie Elise, which is what it's looking like right now, it's once again that first pick Caitlyn situation. So this Elise ban needs to be avoided. I think the Caitlyn needs to be banned away, and it's not. So KT obviously have an answer for the Caitlyn in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what they did last game, they might just run back. You know, let's see if they're willing to do it. The Caitlyn's definitely going to come through here for Paze. And, you know, if you don't ban the Annie, you run into different problems. If you let Peanut play Elise, you run into different problems. Same with the Ashe, right? So let's see if they can execute better this time, as they will take the Vi. And this was something that you and I were talking about earlier. Like, the Lee Sin does give you a lot of single target damage, but isn't going to have as much agency in the early game in lanes. Maybe have some stronger ganks this time around, as Peanut will opt into the defensive Wukong, or... defensive Wukong is what I would prefer.
We're worrying Wolf just a little bit here. Let's see whether the monkey does come down. There it is. So it will be Wukong, then the Lux will be locked in, and then KT gets to show us. What is it? What's going to be the pickup here? Because it could also be a priority pick on the Azir instead. Yeah. You know, something like that. Like KT utilizing this, and then giving Lehens that flexibility that R4, he can lock in something a little bit wacky that he wants to play. But instead it'll be the Heimerdinger. Gen.G.
Curveball.
Yeah, Gen.G feeling like they've got the number of KT, right? Like they're saying, you were going to pick Heimerdinger instead of Leona, so we're going to just take it instead.
Well, with the Vi pick here, that certainly felt like that was the angle, because without the push from Heimerdinger, if you're just losing lane with the Leona and trying to look for engages, you're not going to have as much power with the Vi pick, but they will lock it in just the same. Now, this composition feels like a weaker version of what KT tried to do last game, and in part due to the fact that there's no Lee Sin, but also in part due to the fact that the Heimerdinger and the Wukong exist here, which are great into what KT did in Game 1. See the Gragas ban one more time. No Azir allowed.
Yep, it was Azir Jax on the Gen.G side, and it was Gragas Renekton on the KT side.
And Taliyah here, I'd say.
I like that.
Just adapt to the series. Chovy has looked great on it both games. Take away the Gnar instead.
Angling for the Renekton, if they can get it. See what Gen.G fears more. Is it the Croc or is it the Jax?
This is actually a really smart move here. You know, the Taliyah is its own microcosm of issues, but now you get one of those two picks as Keen, and this is the power of red side, right? This is where you're actually going to get that advantage. So the Crocodile is available here with no Gnar to answer it, and they will take it. They will pick it up here early. And now BDD gets to hold that counter pick here. See if it's once again the Taliyah. And this draft doesn't feel as strong with the Heimerdinger this time around. And the Wukong, of course, to match it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Kane is going to have so much more agency this time on the Renekton. I feel like Renekton has just been really strong. Maybe I've been watching too many D+ Kia games or something like that, but or Bro games, of course, as our Lord and Savior definitely plays a good Renekton. But K'Sante going to be picked into it. Don't know whether it's going to be able to weather the storm quite as well as it did into the Camille.
I think Akali, yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking here. Because I'm like, into anything that BDD could draft here, you're going to feel really comfortable with the matchup. And this might just force an awkward Sylas pick here for BDD, which isn't great. BDD's Sylas performances haven't been amazing. Would he be willing to play something even crazier and try to go for hyper prio control here? Then go for something like a Yone. No real magic damage, though, in this composition. It's a very awkward spot he's put in.
Yeah, he needs to do a lot of magic damage. Let's see what it's going to be. Twisted Fate! All right, so this is the classic anti-Akali. Of course, Akali in the 1v1 is going to be able to kill you, but you can bring your friends. You can press Destiny, and it makes it very difficult for Akali to play in these team fights. And BDD, so far, I think 2-0 on the TF this season.
Yeah, he has... well, you know, the Twisted Fate, it's kind of a BDD exclusive. He is 2-0. He's the only one who's played it. Reveals the Akali. Great in this matchup. And then you can play around the Vi and Leona almost the exact same way you did in the last game, but with your mid laner, you know, adding some extra power to that. Instead of the Lee Sin, you're going to have Twisted Fate and Vi. You're going to have the setup CC. You could chain that together. It's not the LeBlanc, which is a little bit, you know, more execution-based and how much vision you have, whereas Twisted Fate can warp anywhere with the Destiny Gate and can just point-and-click stun. So, I'm going to be honest, I think that this draft is a really interesting take on KT's Game 2, but I have to lean Gen.G once again, just like Game 1. I look at this situation, I go, in terms of execution, you have some opportunities here as KT, but you're walking into some of the exact same pitfalls you did in Game 2, and I think this draft is arguably weaker in the later parts of the game if you lose control for even a moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, KT will have 0 damage in the late game if they fall behind in any way. So they're relying on getting aiming ahead on the bottom side of the map. That's going to be difficult because they have a melee support down there. So they're going to have the Vi come down, try and influence that lane, and BDD is going to need to do some heroics on this Twisted Fate to make it worth the counter pick option. This is a dangerous game for KT, and Gen.G look like they've caught their stride moving into this game number 3. Let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3, the deciding game between Gen.G and KT. Last time we were in this position, it was KT that were able to walk away with a win, but it was also the team that won game number 2 that came away with a win. This time, that team is Gen.G.
Bottom side, 4-man group up onto the brush control here versus the Heimer. Pretty standard, and Akali going to be less than useful, or less than 0% useful, I should say, in this exchange, so she can't come down here. BDD just going to make sure they guarantee that early level 1 control, and this is actually really huge, something you can't always do when you're playing into the Caitlyn plus pushing range support. This time it's going to be the Heimerdinger, last time it was the Lux, so Lehens can just sit in this brush and they should be able to get level 2 faster and could look for a better all-in. We once again see the dematerializer here for Lehens. So very strong to get an advantage there. So even though we're like, yeah, it's going to be pushing in for the Caitlyn and the Heimerdinger into this Leona, the early part of this lane can definitely go KT's way if played correctly. And we could see even at level 3, if that all-in gets a flash, gets a cleanse, you know, maybe KT have a little bit more agency down there with Cuz. So not a default loss by any means because of this Twisted Fate pick that allows them that great level 1.
Yeah, we'll see how BDD is going to be able to do here. Is stacking the deck already. Hasn't got his wild cards and does finally get it. Immediately throwing a red card at Chovy. As there's a flash. All right, Lehens wanting to win this at level 1. That's dangerous, as they are going to be able to walk it back. Doesn't even have Eclipse yet. He's already flashing for a Zenith Blade.
Yeah, whoa. Gets a flash and a cleanse out of Paze. The timing of the flash just a little bit off there for Paze. Almost another Zenith Blade to connect here. Paze almost buffered it basically with his flash. The timing is almost picture perfect there for that to drag. And so, you know, that's what I'm talking about. You get those summoners down, you get a flash, you get a cleanse, and suddenly you got dematerializer, Vi's pushing bot, and you have the agency here that you very rarely get with melee supports. We see this with Nautilus attempted sometimes, but Lehens' flavor here is definitely going to be the Leona. Now he can roam a little bit, and we could see a similar situation to what we saw in Game 2, as Peanut once again.
Oh, this is sneaky from Cuz.
Trap has been set.
Okay. Looks like Cuz is going to come over and start this one up in full vision of Peanut. Full vision that he knows he's in, but also knows that he's a bit stronger right now. Lehens going to go for that roam up as Peanut's going to come on over. Let's see who's going to be able to win the smite fight, as it looks like Cuz wants to fight Peanut instead of the red buff, and now BDD going to move in. Does deter Chovy from joining him, but I think that this is kind of Cuz wasting his time just a little.
I mean, KT have really figured this style out. I mean, maybe some of the weaknesses we saw from them last week were because they were spending a lot of time trying to change up for the melee support meta we were maybe going to see on 13.4. And I wouldn't say that that's the standard meta, but it's certainly the way Lehens wants to play the game here with aiming. And they have a ton of control on the map right now. BDD.
Yeah, there's the gold card, but the black backflip is going to be there from Chovy.
Plus
does flash though.
Yeah. And they've made a power play bottom side here now. No summoners for Paze. They've taken away the Akali, her summoner, early on in this game. So Chovy not going to be able to do anything here for a while in this lane. And with the dematerializer here that Lehens drops in, take out another cannon minion, you could just keep this lane under your control, and you love to see it. This is just a completely different approach to the game. And we haven't really seen any team shake the meta up like this, besides T1 obviously, but they made the meta. As Lehens is walking at this.
All right, well, he's going to press his Eclipse button and then he's dead. That is first blood going over to Gen.G, and I'm not entirely sure what the plan was.
Yeah. If you don't get hit by the grenade, you might have an extra amount of damage there, but he didn't have Ignite either. It just came back off cooldown. And if you get the kill there because, you know, Flash is down, you feel amazing, but that was bizarre because if they hit you with a grenade and the trap goes down, you are done.
Yeah, well, KT going to walk over a ward. Peanut in position. BDD gets on over here as the gold card's going to come in. Keen is fighting all of them. Slices, dices, let's see. As it looks like we're just going to have an agreement. And Lehens is like, well, I'll be a mid laner now.
I just trying to hold this wave for BDD, who does not have teleport, has to walk back.
Yep, just going to press some buttons here.
That was well played by Chovy, or by Lehens actually. Chovy taking a little bit of damage, and now BDD can just comfortably return to lane.
Yeah, like it a lot. Works out nicely. You can see Chovy. He's going to go back home. See what he is going to pick up. Even on farm with BDD right now, and his gold card's going to be less dangerous with the Merc Trades now picked up.
Doran has been a brick wall in these last 2 games. You know, this gank attempt does not succeed. You know, he just teleports straight back to lane here. Kane will have to match, so a lot of resources committed. They get nothing out of it. Now level 6 here for BDD. We'll see if they want to repeat that gank top side with the Renekton also getting Dominus. As bottom side here, you know, again, this is going very well because of the Dematerializer, because of those summoners being down, the threat of Cuz coming over here. As we'll watch Lehens do this one more time. Trap's blocking him, and he gets grenaded. Another trap is replaced, and I guess he just thought, okay, I could force my way through these traps and set this up. He could not.
Yeah, it was a bit interesting. Not going to try and break it down. It's made no sense to me, not going to lie. I'm sure there was an idea that Lehens had. He has a lot of them. That one, not his greatest, in my opinion. That's fine.
If the grenade doesn't hit, and he walks through those traps, maybe he actually gets a kill if he has Ignite too, which he did not have, you know? I mean, it was like...
yeah.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he had a plan there. Maybe he gets a kill, but still, they're ahead in the lane. You know, regardless of his death there. And he held the wave mid. Like, his Leona has been, the KDA hasn't been good, but the play has been fantastic.
Nice grenade from Delight here as well. You can see aiming going down to 50%. Still, with control of the wave, 11 CS in the lead. Chovy going to move back towards BDD here, who's sweeping things out. Wild cards at the ready as gold card comes in. And Chovy not going to be too worried about it. And it is going to be the Rod of Ages version of the Twisted Fate. Used to be a favorite of his back in the day, and is going to be picked up once again this time around. Has the Ignite now picked up with his Unsealed Spellbook as Zenith Blade going wide.
Yeah, just so close to hitting that one. Now Pays has his summoners back up, so Caitlyn going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable in this lane, but still significantly behind in farm right now, and naming is going to have some power here when we get to these mid-game objectives. Herald has spawned, or will spawn rather, in 20 seconds here, and they can actually start up Drake here first with the control they have right now. And Genji's kind of sitting back, trying to stave off the pressure.
Yeah, and I feel like Genji's composition is able to do some amazing things if we get to like the super late game. But KT is still biding their time, wanting to fight around, you know, 10 to 15 minutes. Really get things done there, and already going to be starting off on this Drake. Looks like it's going to be a Drake for Herald handshake that we do see quite often. As, all right, we're getting flashes all over the place. That's Delight using his now.
Lehens has got to be getting close to 6 here, too. So really need to respect that Solar Flare.
Yeah, he's backing on a ward right now, or aiming is. And Delight wanting to throw a grenade at him. And, ooh, not quite able to line up the rockets as we've got an all-out here towards this top side. Keen gonna have to flash to get out of the way of that Q, respecting the Cassante from Doran. He's been playing so well, like you illustrated, man. Like, yeah, Doran's great.
He is really just saying no to Keen. He's just like, nope, you can't do anything. You have no agency. You could try to set up a dive. You could try to crack the brick wall that is my Cassante again in this game, and you're just not going to do it. Like, the Camille did nothing. The Renekton is doing nothing. And they gave this pick over, and we were concerned about it as Delight, no flash.
Yeah, and here's the Vault Breaker as traps are put in place, and you can see Cuz doesn't really want too much as Pays chasing after Lehens, and he will be able to just grab the kill. That is first blood once again. And, oh man, sorry, second blood, but the first one was also onto Lehens.
Yeah, and this time, like last time, Lehens, the play was a little bit shaky. You know, there were definitely some concerns and some question marks there. It did not work out. The end result was not great. This time, I'm arguably almost even more critical because you don't have your AD carry there. The wave is pushing, and you see an opportunity here, but... And yeah, Cuz has level 6. You want to force a pick, but look at this. Like, your AD carry is not even here. And you don't have 6. If you have 6, you follow up stun, and then the Volt Breaker comes through, and you have the ult from Cuz, and you're like, all right, we got him. But in this case, you're like, well, I don't have any range damage. This Delight's like, what?
많이 급하다.
That was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was a little bit. But Delight having a really good time. Rod of Ages now completed for BDD as Keen and Doran fighting it out. Slice and Dyson having a great time. And yeah, so what Delight was saying there is basically they were hurrying, they were rushing, and does certainly seem to be what they're doing. Peanut spending some time here towards this bottom side, aiming in the hands to see whether they can play defensively here as well, as Chovy moving down also. Just going to be a back away, not going to find too much more. Dust settling.
Yeah, this is when things get a little bit scary here for KT, as you don't have the control on the map anywhere, and if Renekton is not ahead too, like, where does BDD find advantages with this ultimate? He doesn't really have anywhere he can go except bottom side, where we have seen 2 deaths now onto Lehens. You're feeling a little bit less aggressive down there, unfortunately. And so this Twisted Fate pick, it's not going to get better from here, unfortunately. And yeah, Rod of Ages is going to make him slightly better, but you don't. It's not that kind of meta where you're like, oh yeah, Twisted Fate, he's scaling, you know, he's going to be stronger later. It's really like, okay, Twisted Fate didn't snowball this game at all. We didn't do anything. Chovy's going to be a bigger threat. The Caitlyn's going to be a bigger threat. And this Renekton is going to lose power later on, whereas the Cassante is going to gain power. And so, you know, the question we always have to ask is, has KT done enough? The answer is absolutely not. And in fact, they're significantly behind 1,000 gold, in fact, here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's a real worry, because we often ask the question, right? Like, this is age-old, the good old Twisted Fate rule, which is, do you manage to successfully utilize your destiny the first time you use it? Well, often you've used it by now, right? Like, that doesn't mean, like, if you don't use it and then
it doesn't count if you
use
just
it
wait.
later. Like, this is like Destiny number 2 that we're talking about at this stage. Like, BDD has to do something to start moving this game forward. You have so much control and power as this pick, and it's Gen G that are running the map. Once again, Keen is going to be taken down so low. They're going to dive him. There's the Cyclone to secure it, as now Chovy trying to escape from aiming, and he does so very comfortably.
And the way this draft works for KT is you pick either top or bottom, and you try to snowball it. And I think KT are trying to do too much at once, and I think a lot of that has been aiming in Lehens, where Cuz is just seeing, okay, opportunity after opportunity here on the bottom side. I'm going to look for more Zenith Blades. It's aiming chunked out here. And because Lehens has come up empty and Cuz has come down here so many times, Keen has been given really no resources whatsoever. So now you have a Renekton who's a nothing Renekton. You have a Varus lane that is, yeah, up 15 CS and has been for a long time, but that's going to matter less and less the further we go into this game. And you're starting to wonder, like, why did we pick Twisted Fate? Because he hasn't had any agency in this game. So, you know, I think Cuz is kind of trapped here between the identities of this comp for KT, which is, if we get one lane ahead, we just go to the other one, and now we have 2 lanes that are ahead. But if neither of them get ahead, you can't do anything as the Vi anymore. And Cuz is sitting on that 0-0-0, which is his worst nightmare.
Yeah, BDD as well, right? Like, we were talking about these Destinies that just haven't really been happening, as, yep, Keen just walks up too far.
And nobody is here to help. I mean, Lehens was heading up because he suspected that because Peanut is missing here and they have a little bit of vision on the river and they're not helping in mid where they were grouped up, that he's probably in danger, but he's not there fast enough. KT tried to turn something into a brawl that's in their favor in mid, are unsuccessful. And FaZe's Flash is coming back up here, you know? I mean, this is...
Yeah.
This is like Gen G, like, we could fight now. We could actually 5v5 fight, and you guys have nothing. 0 kills, no advantages, no plates, nada.
And Doran is like, yeah, taking yet another plate there towards the top side of the map. He's going to be able to get towards only having a couple left. And he's 7 CS up. It's about a wave. And this Drake, the next thing in the minds of both KT and Gen G. Still, the poke is going to be there, but I can't see the urgency from KT. They're playing scared. It's like Cuz doesn't want to have a repeat of what he had in game number 2, where he just kept getting picked off as Lehens, once again, the only one really forward on the map here, as he has to walk through all of these traps, gets to a brush, but that is not going to be safety. Sidestepping quite nicely, some alcove gaming. But guys, he's still going to be dead. Oh, that was a cute idea. You saw what he was planning there. Still dead.
Yeah, Gen G here going to take a Drake with this. It's Lehens' 3rd death. I mean, he's trying to be aggressive. That is the game plan. But you've lost your window to do so now, and no one's there with you. And the first play, again, a little bit questionable. The next two, definitely questionable.
Well, there's the heal, as BDD moving towards his jungler. Gold card going to be locked in. Doran going to be stunned up for a moment. Keen moves over. Looks like KT will be able to collect themselves this Rift Herald.
Yeah, but it's second Herald here. Plates have fallen. All of these turrets are so healthy. You have no great place to drop this. You could try to use this to control the next Drake fight. As Lens is just up here, like, you are wrapping around Pays with no vision, no help. And, I mean, I get it. You want to make a play. You got to shut this Caitlyn down. But now you've just gifted her more gold. Again, this is the second Drake going over to Gen G 2 because of this. And, I mean, this game, it feels like it's already over. You know, I mean, there's not much you could do as KT anymore. It's not the backbreaking gold number that's the most concerning. It's just how this comp doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I think it does. But the way KT are playing shows me that they don't even really want to win, right? Like, they're not playing like a team that is understanding what their composition is supposed to do. And it sounds harsh, but BDD needs to be going for proactive plays on this Twisted Fate, and they're not actually able to find it because as the game goes on, like, Gen G has damage. Yeah. KT doesn't.
Yeah. And KT also went so hard on the bottom side of the map, so aggressively, and it backfired so hard. I think that gets into your mental a little bit, and you're like, wow, card, can we go? Lens is like, well, let me show you. But the rest of the team is not going with him. And I think it gets harder and harder the more times you mess this up to actually make proactive plays. I liked the early game ideas. The execution left us a lot wanting, and it turns out their play in Game 2 with the aggressive Lee Sin worked way better than this, and this is what we said in draft. We like this one less.
Here we go. Here's an actual play. Solar Flare goes wide. Good flash there from Peanut. Gets himself out of the way. So they get a flash. Certainly good news. They need more than that.
They certainly do. Peanut doesn't even need to ult here, so feeling pretty good.
Oh, that is a grenade bouncing by. Aiming going to flash out of the way of that one. Is now Doran. He's ghosting towards Lehans. They want another kill on the former support of Gen G. Ace in the hole comes in, and Aiming's going to tank that for his support. Now Lehen's going to go back home. So, no one able to find too much advantage. It's only 2,000 gold, I guess, the lead here, but it really just does feel like KT are running down a clock that doesn't suit them.
No, exactly. And first brick is actually going to go over to Gen G. They're trying to win this race, but they will not, I don't think. Oh,
no.
Nice try. It was very close, but I mean, first brick goes over to Chovy, who is just kind of in this game going, well, eventually, I guess I'm going to be relevant. Eventually, I'm just going to run circles around this comp, and there is nothing they could do. Try to Zenith Blade this. This is going to be backflipping and perfect executioning through these team fights. And second Herald here, not even going to get the turret here unless they set up a dive. Cuz is trying to wrap around, but he's seen.
Well, in comes Gen G. Here's the pincer as they dive forward. Chovy inside the Shroud. The Destiny's going to be there, but he just gets himself out. Peanut. Cyclone has a lot of value, but I think he's still going to go down as Keen grabs that kill. Aiming's also dead, though. Cease and desist going to be used onto the Cassante. They managed to pick him up as now Lehans diving forward.
Okay.
Chovy in trouble is now Cuz. Can he charge the Vault Breaker? He does. There is this double kill for the KT jungler, and they come alive. Welcome to the game, KT.
Well, I mean, it's certainly going to help. I don't think this alone is enough, but they're going to be able to get a turret out of this. They end up shutting down a lot of the map here for Gen G, and now KT Rolster in such a fantastic position to try to continue the snowball. Again, now they actually have the agency to pull these off. As while Cuz is setting up for a flank here, Chovy and Peanut decide to go in. Peanut with no flash, look at how long it takes him to actually do anything in this fight. His Cyclone is so late. If he actually has flash from that earlier exchange, he didn't have to use it there. Maybe he gets the flash Cyclone and the follow-up is much faster than Chovy can actually rip through this team. But he is just chain CC'd, and by the time he Cyclones, the team is now disjointed, cut apart. You know, the back line and the front line are divided, and KT win this fight. It's a very narrow fight win, but they pick up some gold here. Again, not putting them back in the driver's seat, but now they can at least run this Leona around the map and potentially try to get there. See that huge dip in the gold advantage. And maybe if BDD sets up with some aggressive Destiny Gates here with Lehens, they pick this Caitlyn a few more times to get some objectives. I mean, it's Hextech Soul, which is one way you can win with this composition in the late game as KT.
True. Might be a bit of a bailout. because even BDD going to be very happy about that one. He's building towards his Lich Bane. It's going to be coming in pretty soon. And I want to go back to what we were talking about, you know, like that age-old thing where if you get your first Destiny, it's a good thing. First Destiny was at 19 minutes, somewhat negative. However, managed to win a team fight with it. So there's definitely positives there.
He has his Rod finished now, Lich Bane finished, steeping mid, and they're looking to fight for this first Hextech Drake. Cuz again on the flank angle with Keen. No flash for either of these flankers, but still, I mean, if they get this Caitlyn, that's the end of the fight.
Let's see whether KT can find this one, because so far, pretty split. Destiny going to be up extremely soon. That's an avenue in, if ever I've seen one. Cuz still in the fog of war, though.
FaZe is not. He's just staying in the center of this comp. He's not going to be Destiny. He is not going to get caught by a Renekton. Just wants to make sure he's right in the middle, so there's insane amounts of peel to save him when that engage comes through.
Yep, needs to stand on top of Doran. That means that all-out can be used to remove whoever comes over and tries to bully the Caitlyn. As we're still, it's like war of attrition right now. Get that shove in mid, and then move back to the river, see whether we can get control of the Drake. Right now, Gen G with that priority. Wave clear certainly there for KT, though.
They can also just push onto this Renekton and win a fight, and then just take the Drake. So there's a time limit here onto KT. As long as they know where Keen and Cuz are, they can eventually just force a 5v2 fight with this vision here that's set up by this control ward. Like Gen G, completely in control.
Yeah. Hit by something as they walk into the brush there is Gen G. They don't know quite that Lehens went back home. He did though, so he's going to be able to restock his wards. Has a couple of control wards there as well. And now the Drake's going to get started. On vision here from KT, as they found Chovy on the flank. He immediately goes golden. There's the Destiny, as we have a teleport in towards his backline as well. Chovy able to dash his way out. Cyclone's decent, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Cease and Desist comes in. Chovy gonna be taken down early, and the Varus also executes the Wukong. They do manage to get onto the Caitlyn and KT. They'll find their fourth in the fight as well.
I cannot
and with
believe
the
it.
double kill for BDD.
I cannot believe it. They're actually maybe going to pull this off.
All right, Doran going to try and come in towards the backside of the fight, but not going to be able to stop them. And KT have Baron in their sights.
They're going to go for Baron here and then peel back to the Drake. I mean, this is not a ton of damage in this composition. Not at all, not even a little bit, but they're given a lot of time here. As this is a surprise to Chovy, actually, that Keen is in this brush. Seemingly, he has stopwatch and they want to make a teleport play. But the follow-up from BDD pushes him out of the fight, and now the collapse is just so easy onto FaZe. FaZe should never be this close to these threats. And KT, they can win this one out. And on the top side of the fight, Lehens alone keeps Doran away. So there's no collapse, there's no all-out. He's so far away from this Caitlyn. And like you said, Doran kind of needs to be sticking to him or he will get collapsed on and killed. And Gen G are going to take this Drake, actually. KT not peeling back to it fast enough, but Baron definitely stronger at this moment in time. They may come to regret this choice later on if Gen G are able to get this soul with 2 more Drakes back to back.
Well, now KT have a firm gold advantage, and with the Baron, like you were talking about, they should be able to extend it. I'm also a little bit worried, man. I'm worried about giving away a Hextech Drake, slowing down that potential snowball. But if you're taking a Baron because of it, you're feeling pretty good. As now Cuz has found Delight in his own jungle. He puts down a really big turret, but it's not going to be enough to defend him. As now Doran diving on top of Cuz. Cuz is going to try and get him into the team. That flash was actually really cute. As now Doran has to get himself over the wall. The traps come in. Pace is going to be able to defend his top laner. But still, that was dicey, and now this inner turret isn't going to be defended. KT pushing once again.
I mean, this game starts to feel like a bit of a throw, Atlas. I mean, Delight, what are you doing over there? You know that he's pushing hard, and he's got a jungler to shadow him. And this is a disaster here for Gen G.
Yeah, and they've caught Peanut potentially on the offside of this one as well, as Lehens down to 50%. And KT, they were just being patient. They were just biding their time.
And this composition, when it has Baron buff, can just push really hard, and BDD can be between the 1 and the 4 so easily with his ultimate. Doesn't have to use it in this case. Now Baxton buys a rapid fire cannon. He went from 1 item to buying Lich Bane to winning 2 critical fights, and now he's got rapid fire cannon. And stuff like this. I mean, where are we at out here, Delight? I mean, you know that Doran needs some help to defend, but just let that top turret go. You can't be in this part of the map here against the Leona of Vi. and a Twisted Fate. And then Doran as well tries to come over here and help out, almost is taken out himself, and they're just giving so much pushing power to this Twisted Fate, who looked like in this game he was not going to be relevant at all. But with this rapid fire cannon, the extended range on that stun, and side lane control, KT could just use this Renekton so much better. They could use this Vi on flank so much better.
And I got baited alongside Gen G because I thought that KT were just kind of out of it, right? They weren't making the plays, but then they find that one critical moment and they completely swing this game on its head. And this is exactly the game state that they were looking for. They just got there in a way that I wasn't expecting. Finding that
Solar Flare?
Yeah, Solar Flare going to come in as Keen not going to fully commit to this one as they're setting up for the siege. Chains of Corruption connects onto Doran, but he does manage to buffer the Unstoppable. Will be able to get himself out. Chovy backflipping on Cuz.
A lot of critical ultimates down here, though, for KT. The Solar Flare angle there could have been great, but it's not layered correctly. There's not enough follow-up damage, so Gen G just weather the storm here and defend this turret. Man, this Baron buff is now worn off, so great defense here from Gen G. No real critical damage done here. No permanent damage to the base. No inhibitor turrets down or damaged. So Gen G, with that Hextech Soul one step closer, they're getting the Drake here because KT were able to take the Baron. You feel pretty good about that. Now, I still think it was a good choice for KT, and they got a lot out of this. Don't get me wrong. But was it enough is the question. As Gen G's game state is still so favorable, even though KT brought it back and have a gold lead here, team fighting is the one thing they don't have. They need to snowball, they need to constantly get picks, they need to constantly get a single target destroyed in the beginning of these fights, because longer fights are never going to be theirs. Unless the Varus is hitting every single Q, you know, and Gen G just sit back and take it, which they will not.
Yeah. If they can get on top of the Caitlyn, I mean, this is what the space was talking about, right? Like, we saw the Caitlyn eliminated at the very beginning of the last fight. It was very well done. Also, the ability for Peanut and Chovy to play the game the way they want is very difficult, with Shroud and Warrior Trickster being somewhat mitigated by the Destiny. Makes it hard if Gen G aren't taking fights after they've baited out the Destiny and some of these key cooldowns and had Pays in the right position. It's a difficult game to play for Gen G, but it felt like they were in such a good position to just weather the storm, bide their time, and then eventually be able to ignore a lot of what KT are going to be throwing at them. And now it's a super fed Vi, like 404 on Cuz, man.
He is fed, and he's got some extra movement speed here. The Deadman's Plate going to come through here fairly soon, but Gen G, this is their greatest challenge, is to get to this Drake and actually win this fight and set up for Soul Point, because KT have the better setup. They have Prio. They have these doors kind of locked. The entrances to this are not open. And yeah, Chovy can split push here in the side, but BDD has teleport. You can come deal with this. And if you get caught, if anybody gets caught really on Gen G here and blown up, that's the Drake going over to KT and further map control. So you have to really play this patiently. But if you play too patiently, KT will, you know, get that Drake, like I was saying. So this is a really great game to watch because the win conditions of these two teams are so completely different. And KT are playing it very well, but also Gen G are not falling into the traps. They're playing patiently. It's a cat and mouse game here, really.
Yeah, right now KT with the control should be able to even out the Drakes. As Gen G, no need to fight for this one. Just wanting to lick their wounds a little bit for now. Not going to go into it. We're going to get a bit of a reset on the Leona. She goes back. Now those wards back again.
If KT just rush to Baron here with their stopwatches they have available, they could set up for a really aggressive take here and control that choke once again and get another Baron. Then this game feels like, okay, it's back completely in their control, because they could start threatening really strong inhibitor pushes and stuff like that at this stage. But they're not actually grouped for it now. It is spawning. And Gen G get to reset. They gave up the Drake. They don't have strong side lane control again because they don't know where Cuz is. He's really fed. They don't know where the Destiny Gate could surprise kill that Soul Laner. So you see Chovy, who's willing to push it up to the ender, but that's as far as he goes. This is not a Fiora. This is not a Jax that's going to be threatening in the inhibitor turrets or anything like that. Getting to this Baron first, though, and actually having the faster setup here with Heimerdinger turrets is exactly what Gen G want. Chovy can TP in. This game, I think, is going to go on for a while, though, because I think it's really hard for Gen G to actually hold this Drake and take it. It's hard for KT to start it because they don't have the damage. We might be in for a 40-minute game here if this does continue. Favors Gen G, though, so KT really need to somehow find a way to force this Baron.
And Gen G really want to be able to get over there and actually set up as Chovy. He's able to get that split push working. Bottom outer, of course, very difficult to match Chovy right now in this game. Currently over 50 CS in the lead, as well as Destiny is going to be used here by BDD. No one really out of position. I kind of like opportunistic Destiny uses like that, but Gen.G had grouped up, made sure that they took their partners with them.
Yeah.
And everything is okay.
Just pushing in here to get mid control and then setting up control of the choke points once again, as eventually Chovy has to leave that lane. Only gets the outer turret.
Ooh, that back being stopped there. And also 50% of the health bar being removed. Certainly a good thing.
Does hurt. It is the most hilarious thing that KT have amazing turn, but they do not want to start this up. They're just not willing to risk it. As their team fighting is starting to really fall off. I mean, it's always been fairly weak. It's kind of pick-based, right? But Gen.G are like, well, I'm not going to start this because somebody's going to get picked. Like, FaZe is going to get caught, or, you know, if we start this up right now, we have the damage, but it's not enough to just really rush it down. We're not at that stage of the game just yet. There's still 2 items here for the Caitlyn. And it's Nikali, right? I mean, it's no Leandries in this comp. It's not an Azir, where you're going to be like, all right, we get on the streak. KT walk away for 1 second, we take it. So there's just kind of this, I guess, a cat and mouse game right now around the Baron. Just taking turns.
And no one wants to start it and take the damage either, really.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess, you know, Cuz is relatively tanky. Lehens can tank it for a little bit, but like you say, not a lot of damage on KT's side. And if they want to play side lanes as well.
Yeah, and KT, Atlas, if KT actually didn't get that Baron and didn't get that map control for just one moment, like, I think Gen.G have enough control to actually do this. But because KT have, like, 10% more control, they can start it. Oh!
There's the cease and desist as Chovy could be caught out. Does go golden. That's going to help mitigate it. As BDD does exactly the same thing. Solar Flare is fantastic. As, oh my god, the stuns are huge, but it's not enough to actually finish anyone off. And Keen is going to die. KT, they shot their shot, but it wasn't quite enough.
It was not, but doing a ton of damage here was going to force Gen.G to back, so they could still hold these choke points here. Keen does have teleport when he spawns, so all KT need to do is continue to poke here on these chokes. Actually going to commit a teleport here. Doran is, they're not going to give him that time. If KT could buy 30 more seconds here, they could definitely win a fight.
Yeah, Doran just looking to try and clear out vision where he can. Lehens is over here. They know that they're going to get here first.
This game is wild, Atlas. Like,
yeah,
this
it is
just
on
like,
a knife's edge.
It is so much like 1-1 team fight and the game is over either way. So you just really don't want to mess this up, and you could feel the nerves of these two teams. As the engage is good here, but unfortunately Chovy, he's a collie, he has stopwatch, he can get out of here super easily, and then Doran turns this beautifully, and it's a pick onto Keen, one of the more critical members of this team to hold Baron. But Gen.G aren't able to start Baron up before he respawns, so now he's back.
And now it's the classic conundrum of, do we try and get Soul Point, or do we try to get set up around the Baron? Currently, gentleman's agreement for both of these teams. There's a control ward of each inside the Baron pit.
Aiming.
We are focused bottom side.
Aiming is level 16. He has so much damage done because there are no team fights. There is only poke from this Varus, whereas, you know, Chovy is not able to do anything unless they fight, so his damage is very low this game. The Caitlyn is also playing so safe that she can't do anything. She has no poke to offer.
Yeah, and Chovy taking so much damage. He's been absolutely singled out. And you can understand why, right? KT, they want to utilize the Destiny, the ability to stop Chovy from accessing that backline so comfortably. But we've seen that Gen.G are now able to sort of just weather it. And with the Zhonya's now complete, now off cooldown here for Chovy, he can do that again next time a season comes in.
Just going to give this up, Gen.G. Where's your game plan here? Split pushing a Akali isn't good enough. Is they're going to find Delight?
Yeah. Oh, the wildcards do go a little bit wide. That's fine. Delight going to survive it for now, and KT just making sure that they can secure the Drake. They will be able to do so. That is Soul Point now picked up for them.
This is game. And now Delight has to back, but KT are like, we're back to that Baron game again, huh? You know, yeah. I can't start this just yet, but...
I mean, it still is KT that has to be the team making the moves, right? And yes, getting themselves one step closer to Hextech Soul, and Soul Point definitely being a fantastic thing to have. That is good news, but slowly but surely, FaZe is going to get towards maximum items and then can stand from really far away and kill everyone.
Now, if this is played front to back with Doran pulling the trigger and the Wukong flash engage, because Peanut is holding this flash, he's had this flash for a while, if you actually get to start the fight, it's so easy as Gen.G. But if you don't get to, that's when it gets hard, because if FaZe or Chovy gets point-clicked set up by BDD, by, you know, aiming basically, and the Vi, one of those carries is down, you can win that fight, the longer fight. You have so much good follow-up damage that, like, it almost doesn't matter how many items Caitlyn gets. It's about, like, how long she lives in the fight. Does she live or does she die? The same with the Akali. And so, like, yeah, Chovy is up, you know, 80 CS. But that doesn't matter as much as unless, you know, he can actually do damage in the fight, unless he doesn't get deleted instantly because they have focused him down so well.
And I think all of that money going into Azonia's is certainly one of the solutions that he does have. We saw that be so valuable the last time they fought. Cuz is going to be able to pick up his Dead Man's Plate. That is going to be item number 3, as well as having that stopwatch on top of it. Stopwatch check. BDD doesn't have his anymore, and so that is dangerous. Aiming also without one. If Chovy gets into that backline, it is now going to be real dicey for KT.
I mean, Gen.G will forever be criticized for this loss if they just let KT take this Hextech Soul, because the Hextech Soul is basically checkmate if KT actually get it. So Gen.G need to do something before then. They can't actually just sit back and wait for 3 more minutes and be like, Chovy's farming, because you need a fight. You need a win, a decisive win.
Well, they are fighting. There's a flash. Solar Flare is okay. BDD just going to pick it up. The rockets from the grave come in, and now a teleport is being set up. Immediately, Chovy goes into the Zhonya's, but doesn't now have that for the next fight. Destiny comes in. Gen.G 4 versus 5 have to contend. This is BDD gets himself over to the side, but now at least the Destiny gate has worn off. Chovy can now play the game as the gold card comes in, but he's immediately going to die. They're in a choke point against this Varus. And Peanut is having to run this one out. He'll try to get away, but he won't be able to. Warrior Trickster comes in. Gold card says no, and it's a double kill for BDD.
AT gonna do it again. Atlas here taking another 2-1 over Gen.G. Way too long are the death timers. And Gen.G, they waited. Eventually, they decided we've got to go in. Delight gets caught. Teleport from Chovy. He instantly has to stopwatch, and Delight, he's the first to die.
Oh my goodness.
And the last to die the second time. The KT roster, they pull it off, but man, was this game tense. It was slow, it was patient, it was the Tortoises League of Legends, but you know what? You catch Delight there, Chovy commits to the TP, and the instant follow-up is there. He has to stopwatch, which means he cannot do anything in the fight. And it doesn't matter how much side laning he does, how much CS he has, and how many items he and FaZe have if KT just delete you before the fight starts. And they had to be patient, but they also eventually had to fight, right? Which is what I was leading into. Like, if Gen.G do nothing and lose that soul, they will always be criticized for being a passive team. But if you actually pull the trigger, as seen here, the results can be disastrous.
And they waited a little bit longer than I thought that they needed to. But eventually, KT pull the trigger and come out on top. Just, in the end, very controlled play. They played around the spikes that they picked up, and they looked really good doing it. In bit of a celebration, but honestly, the game wasn't about the top side of the map. It was about how the bottom and mid lane coincided with one another. And once again, I mean, it's 100% win rate on this Twisted Fate. BDD, real good at that this season.
Hilarious, too, that with Destiny Gate and Twisted Fate, he's not able to pick up the 3,000th assist. He's 2,999.
We'll have to save it for the next match. What's that one? That one's against Live Sandbox later in the week.
Yeah. Man, this is the kind of game, if you're a KT fan or you're a coach from the KT roster staff, that you're proud of. Because it was one of the toughest games on your mentality. It's one of the toughest games to come back on. It seemed extremely doomed, but they played to the win conditions very carefully and safely. And yes, Gen.G gave them a super long leash and could have been punished by a stronger team. T1, maybe the only stronger team in the LCK than Gen.G right now, might have actually been able to close this one out. But they waited and waited and waited and just let Chovy go. They let Chovy go. A lot of teams tunnel on that Akali and lose map control. They just let Chovy farm. Like, you can farm, that's fine. Doesn't matter if you can't team fight, because we actually have so much CC. It doesn't matter. And all the right calls are made here for KT, considering what Gen.G left them. And no panic, no overextension. And one thing we've always criticized KT for in the past is throwing leads or making one bad call or one big throw, one crazy overextension.
Or doing nothing. And they have done this before, right? In the previous KT slump, it was pick Syndra and not really find the avenues into the game. And I felt like this was heading in that direction, especially after this, right? After things go wrong at the beginning and they start not finding the angles that they're looking for. But then this fight happens, and KT just come alive.
Yeah. We skipped a lot of the details, you know, between that Lehen's failed attempt and what happens here, because it's like the dichotomy of Lehen's in this game.
I think he's POG. It's crazy.
I actually need to vote. I just realized I didn't put that in, and I think he is. And like the dichotomy between Lehen's actually doing too much and then later on doing everything right was crazy. And you could see every time Gen.G tried a team fight, they're just too disconnected because KT just group as 5, and the fist is stronger than the 5 fingers, and that's basically what KT's comp is designed to do. And Delight, man, not his series, to be totally honest. He got caught a lot, was trying to be very aggressive to set up vision on these squishy Enchanter supports, and in all 3 games, I think was a liability, and that's not something we've said about Delight in a very long time.
Yeah, and I think that like picking the Heimerdinger for comp to like make sure that they don't have the Varus Heimer answer and stuff like that, you're like, haha, checkmate in the draft and things like that, but it didn't matter. Like KT, it just seems like they're very happy to pick this Leona and make it work. You saw that last Solar Flare hitting 4 people, even though it didn't quite work out, and this was that pick that you were talking about, you know, get rid of the Heimerdinger and then be able to comfortably back away.
And Chovy teleporting here into everybody's face while Gen.G are kiting back here, and FaZe has to play so safe is really ultimately what wins the game here for KT, because BDD can, you know, Destiny get over here, and Chovy has no stopwatch anymore. Knows, like, he wants to do more damage, but he has no health bar, he has no stasis. And, I mean, look at the comms here for KT, just so frantic, but also all voicing as one towards which target they're looking for. Target selection is great, and the hype is deserved.
Yeah, that's a very excited Cuz, and he is deserving of it, because after a game 2 like that, bouncing back and having, like, what was, like, mid-game 4-0-4 on the Vi, having a great performance, aiming freely, just shooting people with his arrows, having a really good time, and once again, Gen.G fall to KT.
Wild series, man. I think that new sort of aggressive, constant pick style we saw from KT definitely makes them a scary team, because no one else is really doing this right now. Execution, I think, not even as good as it could be, so this could be iterated on. It could be better.
It could, but I'm just excited to see that, well, I'm not that word. Sorry, I take it all back.
Cut!
Oh god. Okay, let's throw it over to the space to break down that KT win that we're not feeling E-word about at all. Take it away, boys.
Well, I've got an E-word for you. It's easy peasy from our good man Lehen's, who seemingly was, well, POG. Thought, you know, early game was rough, but he got there in the end, certainly, so really good stuff. And KT, with a huge upset here tonight, they take out Gen.G. There was only one person who was able to predict this correctly. It was Pony from the Korean broadcast, not the first time he has been alone. Anyway, what did you think about this one, Chronicler?
I was as surprised as all of us. I do think it fits very nicely into the KT saga, and it goes back to something that we were talking about in POC State as well, which was KT, when they get the right lanes, the team just looks on a whole different level, and Lehen's going towards his Leona, even though in the early game I was very scared, didn't work out. And I thought that BDD, as I'm a little bit too late, it's pick a card. You know, I thought the TF was really cool. And this draft started off, because we're not talking about what actually ended up happening, right? We're talking about a draft here. Getting over to Caitlyn again, to me, was a huge risk, and they ended up being able to play around it, because with the amount of dive that they had been able to draft, the Caitlyn never got to play the game. FaZe also, interestingly, went for a different build. I thought the game he had in the build he had in game 1 was actually really good. Would have been better here as well with BT and Gilforce. Didn't end up going for that. And then the Akali here is the linchpin, because that Akali has been punished by BDD specifically before by the TF, and the TF to me is really what both completes this entire draft, gives so much more power, and deals with Chovy's Akali, which when left with freedom is an absolute nightmare. So that R5 TF was, I thought, amazing, and actually a really good use of red side, unlike in the previous game, where they picked red side and nothing happened.
When I saw them pick Caitlyn, or give Caitlyn over again from red side, I was like, what are they doing, man? But they had a actual plan, which is really good to see. As we're gonna take a look at highlight number 1. This was the fight down here in the bottom side of the map. And
this is where it starts, because up until this point, Gen.G actually have a pretty sizable lead. right? We have a fed pace, and their zone control with Heimer is quite decent. But then crucially, like Chovy has no idea this is happening, right? Like he proto-belts in the opposite direction to clear the wave. And that catch on him is what snowballs everything because it forces the rest of Gen G to respond. Pace then immediately gets caught by Cuz. And this is where, like in these messy fights, also we don't actually see this, but Doran tried to TP, but that TP was cancelled by Lahens. While he was in Destiny, he started channeling his TP, and the TP didn't come through, so there was no Doran in that fight, and that could have made a big difference because Sante in these early brawls, in these team fights, still very strong. And this is kind of what allowed KT to then start snowballing the rest of the game. And they did so in a very controlled manner, really keeping Gen G on the back foot, continuously using Destiny, getting picks left and right, kind of taking them down one by one.
It's really cool to see, like, TF has that point and click just like the Vi does, so even from behind you offer a lot of ways to just pick someone off and start a 4v5 in your favor, and that's been kind of the from ahead and from behind, some of the winning conditions that we've seen nowadays in this meta. So we're going to take a look at Highlight 2 as well. This was the last fight just to showcase just what KT were able to do with this lead.
And Gen G really want to look for a fight, because if they are the ones starting it up, then they know they're not the ones getting caught off guard, but the actual setup here is not that good. And unfortunately, as has been a rough series for the Light, and that continues here. He went for Morello second, and you have enough AP damage that I think maybe against the amount of CC that's available in the team, maybe you just go for a McHale second, which sounds crazy, but like there is so much point and click CC, and
even with cleanse on Paze, it's not enough.
It wasn't enough because Paze, the cleanse is good against anything but Wild, which Cuz knows every single fight. We saw it in the previous highlight as well. He just ults Paze, and if Chovy had freedom, then maybe Chovy could carry, but that wasn't the case. So target selection from KT is just really, really well done, and I really like their style. I think that they are actually playing again like the team that we have seen in the past that wasn't there for the last week, and now fortunately is back, leaning a lot more into what their big win conditions have been and continuing kind of their lethal solo lane prowess. Really well done.
It's really good to see. I mean, KT, like I said before, they were good a couple of weeks ago. Now they're back after a week. Does this mean that they just alternate weeks? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, let's see who the POG is for game number 3, as I think there are a couple of options you could go for here, but BDD seems to be the straight up one, and he will get the solo pogs today, both of them.
I loved the KT play, but I also think that there was a very crucial weakness, which was Pace getting fed and Lahens having a really rough early game, which was the reason why I went with BDD. This is a little bit of an Ash vote in that I picked BDD because yes, he played it very well, but also the TF got so much done in this game. Like, he played a very clean game, and the existence of this pick both kept Gen G on the back foot throughout the entirety of the mid game, and it made sure that Chovy could not play the game. And if Chovy can't play the game, Gen G becomes a much weaker team, because you know Doran isn't going to carry. Peanut has, barring his, I think, early impact, had a pretty lackluster split in terms of how he played playing out the team fight. So if Chovy can't fight, then you just focus Pace, which is exactly what happens here.
Yeah, so both carries are like, well, I wish I could play the game, but they're literally just point-click CCing me over and over and over again. What do I do? How do I play the... Oh, we just lose? Oh. Well, that's weird. And part of the reason that was able to happen is because KT weren't that far behind, and they had this TF who was getting a bunch of gold, had RFC very early on. So many pick potentials, as you can see. Lots of votes, a couple for Lahens, ones for the jungle as well. Those were also considerations, so definitely very good votes. Either way, guys, KT get the win. It's BDD gets the solo pog. Let's go over to G-Sun for the translation with him.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by the solo POG on the side of KT roster, BDD. Congratulations. Before we begin, well, I have something prepared for you, because actually KT roster fans prepared a special gift for you, BDD, because it was your birthday yesterday. On a count of 3, everyone. The crowd was singing happy birthday to BDD. It was his birthday yesterday. Very heartwarming moment here at the LCK. Oh yeah, thank you very much guys. You know, I always really appreciate your support. It still feels surreal that we won against Genji today, but yeah, it feels amazing. Thank you very much. KT broke the losing streak and joined the 8-win club of the LCK. How do you feel about winning both round 1 and 2 against Genji? Recently, we've been underperforming significantly, so we had a lot of conversation actually about this, and I'm so happy that we were able to get a win today. Exactly. You guys, you know, won 5 matches in a row, and then you guys fallen down to 2 consecutive losses. What did you want to improve as a team? So we are actually like really good at stomping, but we don't know how to make a comeback after losing the early game. So we really wanted to improve on that point. And then we decided to have a lot of communication about this, and I think we were able to showcase a better performance today. And BDD, you played Azir in game number 1. In the new patch, the early mana decreased significantly, but the AP ratio got buffed. So I want to know how you feel about this Azir changes. Well, before I actually got onto the Rift, I kind of thought, yeah, the mana will be really so low early on, but actually if you pass the early phase, it doesn't really bother you, so I don't think this is a nerf to Azir. So speaking of laning phase, you know, the reduced amount of mana and also the increased W cooldown must have affected the laning phase a lot. How did you decide to compensate that? I don't think it actually affected the gameplay much, so I was not too bothered by it. So it was Azir Talia matchup in game number 1, and both of you actually took the MD, the minion dematerializer. Is clearing wave the most important part in that matchup? It's more about, you know, finding the right time to, you know, base when you're playing Talia. You have to, you know, kind of reset at the right time on Talia, but about Azir, I'm gonna keep it low. It's my secret. However, unfortunately, Genji took a very clean win in game 2. What did you guys discuss during the break? Well, actually, in game 2 as well, we were leading at some point, but we kind of let it just go away. So we wanted to focus better in game 3. So in game 3, you pulled the R5 Twisted Fate. Tell us about this pick right now. So on the blue side, a lot of people actually go with the blind Akali for mid lane. So I think TF is really good counter into Akali. However, game 3 was not easy at the beginning. However, KT was able to gradually close the gap throughout winning multiple team fights. I wonder when you were sure of winning in that game. Well, I think I kind of realized about the game status after we won the teamfight around the Drake. I was pretty sure that we'll be able to close out the game. However, there was one thing that was missing in that game 3. You are just 1 assist away from hitting the 3,000 assist milestone in the LCK. How are you feeling about that? I wish I had 1 less kill and then had just add that to my assist in that game. We will for sure get to hear from you after you hit the 3,000 milestone in the next game. So yesterday was your birthday, and today is your debut anniversary, and you actually shared a gift to everyone here at Lowell Park. You prepared some, you know, bread for all of us to eat here at Lowell Park, and we have so many days to celebrate today. And on your debut series, you actually had a solo POG interview that day as well. I think they were trying to make me a star that day. I think they were just giving me all the MVP votes back in the days. So you debuted in 2016, and it's been 8 years since you know, went pro. How do you look back at your professional career? I mean, you never get to rest as a professional player, right? You know, you never actually get a good big celebration on your birthday. So I'm just like going along with the flow of my life as a professional player. But today, we had so many KT Roasters fans singing for your birthday. So is there anything you would like to say to all the fans out there?
네, 처음 이제 데뷔할 때부터 응원해
Yeah,
주셔서
I want to
정말
say
감사드리고
thank you for your support
제가
since my
공휴일을 이제
debut.
별로 신경 안 쓰는데 이제
I don't really care much about,
제가
having
그
birthday and
기념일을
stuff like that.
생각 안 하는데 팬분들이 챙겨줄
My debut
때마다
anniversary, whatnot. But whenever our fans or my fans actually celebrate it on behalf of me, I just feel so touched. So I want to say thank you for your love. KT Roaster is so close to joining the west side of the bracket. However, your next match will be up against Lip Sandbox. How we're going to prepare for that one. So we have two stronger teams ahead of us, so we will make sure to beat them and join the top side of the LCK. And this will be the end of the interview from BDD, and I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now, because as you did hear from Subin, KT is still not on the west side, even after that big win. Their strength of schedule upcoming, the next couple of matches are against some of the middle-of-the-pack teams, but after that, a relatively easy strength of schedule, Chronicler.
Biggest thing here is that Gen G, due to this loss, now is dropping underneath D+. D+ taking back second place, and fortunately for KT, with their current score, provided that Liv Sandbox is unable to win their next series, they will overtake. With an 8-5 score, Sandbox will then have a lower game score, so really pivotal win here for KT, and also puts them further out of reach for Brion, that is still sitting on those 4 wins.
We're getting close to having a top 6 here. It might happen in week 7, which is insanely early.
Oh yeah.
Already locked for playoffs. But we'll have to wait and see, guys. We do have Nongshim up against HLE Esports up next, so we'll be back in about a half hour for that next matchup. Don't go anywhere. HLE Esports are looking to hold on to their spot in the West.
They were sitting in 6th place for so long, but he has since had a big resurgence, the Clidemption. He's really turned the season around.
DK holding ground in the West.
We've had our ups and downs throughout this split, but on our best day, they're ahead.
문제는 프로게이머 폼, 역량에 관한 건데 이름을 좀 어떤 거로 평가할 수 있을까?
체크가 말 잘하거든. 피지컬이 있을 거고. 오케이. 체력. 게임을 오래 엉덩이 오래 붙이고 앉아 있어. 이거는 다들 바닥이겠네. 근데 너 여기에 적혀 있네. 학습 능력이라고. 메타가 바뀌고 아니면 새로운 챔피언이 나왔어. 바로 잘 쓸 수 있어? 아니 이런 거지. 옛날이었으면 형 쓸 수 있었을 거야.
나는 원래 한두 판 한다고 잘하는 사람은 아니었어. 호종이도 한두 판 하면 좀 잘했던 것 같긴 한데.
그런 거 치면 챔피언 폭이 크긴 했어.
얘기해보자. 뭐였는데?
이거 레닝톤, 시바다, 잭스, 올라프, 큐엔, 아니다, 잭스, 사이오, 너그라스, 리더십 같은 것도 좀 큰 것 같아.
리더십?
어린 사람들끼리 있는데 그 안에서 뭔가 딱 휘어잡을 수 있는 묵직하게 타이언 같은 경우에는 너 믿고 따라도 될 것 같아. 딱 잘 모아가지고 공진단 딱 주면서
이 리더십 부분이 내부에서는 보이는 스탯인데
맞아.
밖에서 봤을 때는 안 보여. 야, 이 선수 왜 써? 근데 내부에서 이런 스탯이 되게 중요하게 생각하다 하기 때문에 쓰는 거거든.
일단 나는 나눈 거 되게 많다고 보는데 피지컬, 뭐 뇌지컬, 멘탈, 뭐 성실함 이거 되게 중요하다고 보고.
난 호종아, 성실했다고?
내가 듣다 보니까 좀 빠진 게 있는 것 같아. 팀워크.
팀워크? 맞네. 조직력.
S급 선수 5명이 모이더라도 성격적인 부분이나 뭐 팀워크적인 부분이 안 맞으면은 좀 삐걱거릴 수 있잖아.
연습생 많이 들어오고 식생 있고 이랬는데 분명히 피지컬이나 실력은 괜찮은데 말 한마디도 안 하는 사람들도 있어.
맞아.
특히나 처음 팀 들어오면은. 나도 처음에 테스트 볼 때 말 많이 해가지고 뽑혔다고 들었거든. 근데 이거 팩트 이거 맞긴 해요.
근데 이거는 그때는 그거였어. 약간 호종이 형이 그때 라인전 좀 못했어. 진짜 기억나는 게 상면 형이 말파이트 하는데 니달리로 지니까 가가지고 큰 명이 계속 마오카이로 탑게임하는 그런 거 아니야? 절대 아니야. 좀 기세를 꺾어놔야 돼.
토스만의 육각형을 만들면 좋을 것 같아서 지금 나온 얘기를 토대로 저희가 육각형 한번 만들어 봤어요. 이 기준으로 여러분들의 육각형을 만들어보는 시간을 갖겠습니다.
카드 한 장만 났습니다.
진짜 늘 때려면 어떻게 해?
하나, 둘, 셋.
갱년한 아우스.
첫 번째 플레이.
나부터 하면 너무 부담스러운 거 아니야 다들?
아니, 괜찮아.
자, 시작. 오.
왜 이렇게 안 와? 페이크 넣는데 페이크 양이? 뭐야? 아니 양이 왜? 오 양이 좀. 아니 아쉬운데 양이 너무 많아.
프레임은 0.3404. 어떻게 하자?
잠깐만 이거 갑자기 확 부담되네. 아니 씨 이게 뭐라고?
준비한다. 와, 이걸 자 출발한다. 슛 고개 들었다.
아니 이거 어려워.
오, 빠른. 자 출발한다. 고개 들었다.
어렵다. 진짜 어렵다.
뭐야? 0.320. 그다음 이제 형우 합시다.
And look at this too. Ryu, look at this cleanse. Beautiful. Whoa.
근데 이게 어렵다니까. 옆에서 또 말 걸면은 그러니까 옆에서 또 말 걸면은
얼굴 비켜. 얼굴 비켜.
되게 좋다요. 아니 진짜 아니 이거.
이거 어떡했어요?
그런 거 없어요.
신동이 저 얼굴 저 나갔다고요?
그건 나갈게요.
아니 긴장이 많이 된다니까. 아니 긴장이 많이 된다.
갑니다.
이게 뭐라고 진짜.
자 출발.
형 아무리 집중해봐야 이제 더 이상 답 없어. 아니 이게 거봐 내가 1등이라니까 내가.
지금 수능인데 1교 실력 지금 완전 끝난 거야 그냥 바로.
그래도.
그래서 1등 밸류스, 2등 플레이, 3등 차이, 캡제 0.4.
아니 이게 앞자리가 다르잖아. 차이가.
다음은 멘탈, 정신력을 측정을 해볼 건데요. 화면에 뜬 정신력 테스트 코너 이름을 이번에는 귀엽게 외쳐주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
복실 팀워크.
뇌파를 감지하는 팀워크 귀 센서 머리띠를 착용한 상태에서 상대의 말이 멘탈이 얼마나 흔들리는지 아니면 흔들리지 않는지를 측정해 볼 건데요. 먼저 샤이부터.
네.
시작!
형 옛날 같지 않지 아침에.
형 예전에 나는 거품이다라고 말하고 후회한 적 있어?
대단히
형같이 되게 피지컬 짱짱하고 시대를 훌륭했던 탑라인하고 요즘 같은 잭스 메타에 왜 다이아 4에서 올라가지 못했어?
아야 이야.
그 블레이즈 처음 온 날에 형은 라인을 다 돌려서 CS 2배 차이 났어. 빠른 별이 바로 방으로 내려가지고 와 플레이랑 라인을 엄청 잘한다. 차라리 형 라인을 이기던데.
아니 지랄. 아니 지랄하지 마. 지랄하지 마.
오케이 나 여기까지. 멘탈 당했고. 자 다음 플레이.
전창이 제대로 안 된 것 같아.
아, 좀 흘러내릴 것 같아.
머리가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
지금 얘기하면 어떡해.
플레이 시작!
너 팀원들이 너 존나 싫어했던 거 알지? 팀원들이 너 말고 나랑 팀 하고 싶었던 거 알아?
여자 몇 명 만나봤어?
나?
페이스북에서 왜 여자만 칭찬받으려고 했어?
아 여기까지 시켜주죠 이제.
아니 왜? 너 해봐 너 해봐.
아니 딱히 생각이 안 나가지고.
나한테 관심이 없구나.
엉덩이 것 같은데 화났어.
목불보다 아프요.
자 오케이 여기까지.
아,
자 시작!
결혼 생활 좋아?
너무 좋지.
너 오늘 하루 종일 고개 숙이고 있더라고. 또 어제 무슨 일 있었어?
아무 일도 없었어. 나 지금 기분 좋은데?
너 그거 알아? 너가 잘생기고 모델 핏에 인기도 많고 모든 여심을 다 훔쳤어 너가 알고 있어?
맞아. 키크고 잘생겼고 덩치 있고 피부 하얗고.
마치 플레임, 미스틱, 그리고 너.
생각해.
아 괜찮아.
나 걸기기에는
원딜 2대 미남은 미스틱 캡틴백이다?
진짜 너 많이 힘든가 보다.
동진아 분석 데스크 하면서 형우랑 갈등 있었던 적 있어?
너 생각하게. 너 뒤로 가야 돼.
플레이 있을 때 막 졌을 때 범인이 너가 지목 당했을 때 형우 탓이라고 생각했던 적 있어?
야, 재미없잖아.
너 솔직히 블레이드에서 프로스로 옮길 때 너가 왜 가야 되는지 이해 안 되지?
아니 그거는 너무 좋았는데?
가고 싶었던 이유가 혹시 탑 때문이었어?
좋아.
자 여기까지. 다음은 피지컬 중에서 동체 시력을 측정해 볼 건데요.
오, 예.
실력은 또 내가 자신 있지.
읽어볼까?
그때 야바이 카드.
자 오늘 동체 시력 측정을 위해서 현실 투팬님이 그거 쫓아와 보세요.
자신감이 넘치는 왜? 오 빨리. 아니 진짜 날 내려면 어떡해요? 저게 언제 나왔어?
저는 오늘 투패 역할로 온 마술사 이준영입니다. 그러면 저랑 함께 이제 동체 시력 테스트를 할 텐데 사실 여기 계신 분들은 동체 시력의 탑티어라고 봐도 좀
맞죠.
오늘 여기서 제가 한번 확인을 할 수 있는 좋은 기회가 될 것 같습니다. 네, 참고로 왓슨 뭐 트릭을 쓴다라고 하는데 이건 트릭이 아니라 정말 동체 시력을 테스트해요.
정말 그냥 순수 피지컬로 저희를.
네. 우리 PD님은 이번 건 돌려보셔도 돼요.
여러분 같이 맞춰봐요. 약간
그런 거죠. 한번 쫓아와 보세요. 이렇게.
아니 자신감이 넘치는 왜 아무나 한번 해보시죠.
선생님 단계가 몇 단계까지 있는 거죠? 단계는 오늘 3단계가 있습니다. 네, 3단계가 있는데 이거는 단계 들어가지 않습니다.
테스트
준비 풀기입니다. 네, 풀기입니다. 자, 그러면 한번 해보도록 할게요. 일단 카드 한 대 갖고 왔고요. 네, 트럼프 카드는 일단
이거 카드에 트릭 있는 거 아니에요?
자, 여러분들은 이제 마치 숨은 그림 찾기를 하듯이 여러분들의 카드를 찾으셔야 됩니다. 예를 들어서 여러분들이 이 조커 카드를 선택했다. 그러면 이 조커 카드가 어디에 있는지 가장 빠르게 찾으시면 됩니다. 자, 그러면 선택의 권한을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 카드 하나를 아무거나 선택해 주십시오.
나 벌써 손에 땀 나.
끼리만. 오케이.
오. 네, 좋습니다. 카드 얹어주시고. 자, 그대로 카드를 잘 섞어주고 이렇게 쭉 펼칠 겁니다.
길이 안 되나요?
자, 제가 앞면으로 이제 이걸 펼쳐서 보여드릴 겁니다. 네. 자, 딱 10초 드릴게요. 10초 안에 여러분의 카드 잘 기억하셔야 됩니다.
네.
자, 찾아보시죠. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
없는데?
없네? 잠깐만, 벌써 또.
공체 시력보다도요, 제 손이 더 빠른 것 같아요. 잠깐 자리에 앉아보시겠습니다.
흥분하지 마.
카드 시작하는데 제가 어디서 꺼냈죠, 카드를? 카드 케이스에서 꺼냈잖아요.
네.
케이스
뭐야? 아니,
카드 하나가 들어가 있습니다. 자, 가져가서 이 카드가 맞는지 한번 확인해 보십시오.
자, 우리끼리만. 뭐지?
자, 다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다.
잠깐만, 미치겠다.
궁금하시면 방송을 다시 보세요.
미치겠다. 그럼 어떻게 해? 아니, 보셨어요? 아니, 아까 지금 봤는데 무슨?
아니, 끝나고 오늘 이거 녹화문 좀 보여줘.
다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 자, 한 스파일만 잘 쫓아가시면 됩니다. 자, 다시 펼칩니다. 자, 갑니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 자, 보시면요. 다시 케이스 안에 카드 한 장이 들어가 있습니다.
이거 언제? 아니 방금 넣었는데?
다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 다시 케이스 안에 카드 한 장이 들어가 있습니다.
이거 언제?
자, 이거 가져가서 여러분들께
아니, 이거.
네, 보세요.
이걸 위에 걸 봐.
네, 보세요.
뭐야?
아니, 마법 쓰지 말라니까요.
야, 우리 전략적으로 가자. 한명 위에서
꼭 맞춰. 아니,
갑니다. 잘 갑니다. 보세요. 자, 그대로 갑니다, 여러분들. 이 하트파를 자, 그대로 중간에다 넣을게요. 스톱해주세요.
스톱.
네, 스톱해서 꾹 눌러 넣어주세요. 잘 봐, 잘 봐.
아니! 뭐야? 아니, 이게 계속 보고 있는데, 아니!
자, 잘
나 손 보고 있었는데!
마지막으로 카드 하트파를 잘 가운데에서 집어넣고 신호지만 카드 한 장만 남습니다.
아니! 아니, 진짜 그걸 때려면 어떡해요! 저기 언제 갔어?
자, 이제 몸은 다 풀어봤고
이게 머플룩이라고.
네, 이게 몸풀기 공체 시력에 상대거든요.
호두 안에 뭘 넣으셨어요?
초록색 공이 어디 있는지 맞습니다. 그러면 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
에이 올리지
세상이 잘못된 거야. 세상이 잘못된 거야.
갑니다. 잘 보십시오.
네.
잘 보십시오.
네.
어디 있을까요?
3번이요.
저도 3번이요.
세상을 깨는 방법.
2번이다.
1번. 4명 중에 1명 맞추겠네. 내가 지금 나왔어. 잘했어.
긴장감.
와. 없어. 아니 말이 돼.
아니, 뭐지? 나 이해가 안 가네, 진짜.
자, 그리고 1번이요?
있겠지. 한 번은 없는데.
세 개가 없는 거 아니에요?
찍었네.
이거 저희가 정답을 말할 때 이미 정해져 있었어요.
처음에 2번에 있었던 건 맞죠?
그렇죠. 아니에요.
시간 지나면 잠깐 완성되고 다시 나오고.
2라운드.
네.
나 눈을 믿지 않을래 이제.
뻔한 거는 고르면 안 된다.
자, 갑니다.
이게 중에
먼저
이게 하나요?
아, 당연히.
이번 당연한 게 너무 3번이거든? 살짝 근데 들썩 찾았어 중간에 들썩 두 개를 자꾸 들썩 찾는 그게 나 3번 나 그냥 3번만 찍을게 나 진짜 나 1번 할게 그러면 나 1번 할게
아니
왜 이렇게 화났어?
오?
3번인가?
당연히 3번으로 들어갔잖아.
자, 그럼 마지막 단계입니다. 마지막 단계는 폴카.
와 골든호드
배팅 금액이 더 커질 때 이제 나오죠.
우리 돈 벌자 빨리.
안 넣으실 것 같아요.
지워 넣었어요?
안 넣으셨죠? 넣었어요. 시작합니다. 오늘 마지막 피날레 멋지게 잘 시켜주십시오.
저는 근데 이런 말씀을 하신 걸로 봐서 진짜 순수하게 하셨을 거라 생각해요
면허를 쫓아갔으면 3번에 있어요.
3번에 있을 거세요
아 진짜 3번이라고 한번 찍어도
그냥 찍지 마 찍지 말고 우리 실력대로 가자고 실력대로
이번에는 쿨하게 한 번에 모아보죠.
정답 3번으로 바꾸겠습니다.
오케이
네 3번으로 모이자.
3번
자, 그러면 2번 먼저 열어보시죠.
2번 아니다.
이번 아니다. 이번 아니야.
야
오케이.
아 2번
아 1번이다.
젠장
색깔 없는 거 아니에요? 색깔 없다?
우리가 언제 1번 갔지?
제가 이기고 싶었습니다.
그래서 이 두 개의 시간이 좀 때는 여기 넣었어.
뉴스 3점
최선을 다했어요.
나와주셔서 감사합니다.
아 오늘 정말 대박이었어요 좀 소감 어떠신지
아유, 너무 영광이었고, 네, 너무 유명하신 분들이요. 네, 이렇게 또 너무 순수하시고.
자, 오늘 제작진들이 준비한 여러 가지 능력치 스탯들이 있었는데 전문적이진 않지만 재밌게 봐줬으면 좋겠고 평가 나전 세트의 민모지기 너무 긴장이 되네 둘, 셋, 넷, 시작!
아니 뭐해? 뭐하고?
아니 국대 가기 전에 갑자기 안 들어가고 아니 특급이었는데
아니
이래야 결혼하는 거야.
살면서 운동 한 번도 안 해본 거라.
자, 제가 앞면으로 이제 이걸 펼쳐서 보여드릴 겁니다. 네. 자, 딱 10초 드릴게요. 10초 안에 여러분의 카드 잘 기억하셔야 됩니다. 자, 찾아보시죠.
준비 3, 2, 1, 바보!
Vamos, vamos.
It was good?
부끄럽진 않죠?
So embarrassing.
저희가 챔피언스 성적 그 정도까지 갈 거라고 예상은 못했는데 작년에 5, 6등을 계속 했었잖아요. 이번 챔스마저 그렇게 해버리면은 진짜 뭔가 저주에 걸린 것 같다라는 생각을 해서 그거 머리에 하나 생각하고 이 양보고 했던 것 같아요.
1등이 아니어서 좀 아쉽긴 했지만 그래도 3등이면은 잘했다, 다음엔 1등하면 된다 이런 마인드로 대회를 끝낸 것 같아요.
많이 아쉬워요 솔직히. 그리고 끝나고 이제 챔피언스 결승전 무대를 직관하러 갔었거든요.
오프닝이 너무 멋있는 거예요. 그래서 그때 너무 아쉽더라고요. 저희도 저기 올라갔었을 수 있었는데 하면서.
DRX를 한 단어로
명실상부 아시아의 최강?
거의 아시아 대표라고 부를 수도 있는 팀이라고 생각하니까 최고라고 생각합니다. 최고. 팀 분위기 자체는 저희가
가족 같지만 가족같이 하면서 친구인 것 같아요. 하극상이 많아요. 마코가 갑자기 야 이 개새끼
병철이랑 명관이랑은 지금은 그냥 만나면 욕으로 인사를 받거든요. 제가 처음에 비해서 좀 먹힌 것 같습니다.
어느 선수한테 많이 먹힌 것 같아요?
둘한테 다 먹혔어요.
제가 자주 사용하는 요원은 이제 전략가 쪽 모든 요원을 다 쓴다고 보시면 무방하고 제 플레이에서 뛰어난 점은 쉽게 죽지 않는다는 점.
하나 더! 아래쪽에
제 팀에서의 주 요원과 제 역할은 이번에 시즌이 바뀌면서 첫 쿠데로서의 활동도 좀 보여주고 있어서 타격대, 첫 쿠데, 감시자 여러 가지 역할군을 소화하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
자, 들어와 두 명. 하나! 주접기 흔들렸어요. 셋!
저희 주 요원은 척후대 모든 캐릭터를 다 사용하고 있고 인게임 리더를 맡고 있습니다.
He's got one, he's got three. Oh my God! No! Not again!
저는 대회에서는 주로 척후대를 하고 있고요. 뭐 소바나 페이드 같은 정부 요원 위주로 하고 있습니다.
It completely diminishes. It's left on to Zesh for the side of DRX, but he will land every single shot.
저는 모든 역할을 다 할 수 있고요. 플렉스 역할로 말해주셔도 될 것 같아요.
특별히 신경 쓰는 부분은 아무래도 폭신하인 선수가 새로 들어왔기 때문에
폭신하인 선수 같은 경우는 다듬어지지 않은 원석이라고 생각해요.
어린 이제 비스트, 그냥 몬스터죠 이제. 누구도 말릴 수 없을 것 같은 느낌이 들어요.
잘해요. 결과가 막 크게 바뀌진 않을 거라 생각을 해요. 그냥 하던 대로 또 하면 1등 할 것 같아가지고.
목표는 저는 뭐 어떤 데든 1등이긴 한데
국내 대회에서는 1등을 수없이 많이 해봤지만 마스터즈나 챔피언스 나가서는 1등을 하지 못했었기 때문에 쉬운 팀 하나도 없겠지만 그래도 열심히 준비해가지고 꼭 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 하려고요.
저희가 퍼시픽에서 무조건 올라간다라는 자신은 있지만 그래도 어떻게 될지 모르는 거기 때문에 그래도 항상 저희는 한 자리를 먹고 들어간다는 마인드입니다.
저희가 이번에 프랜차이즈 꼭 우승할 거니까 항상 하던 대로 응원해 주시면 감사히 우승하고 있습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, as we bring you the final game of the day. Humble Life Esports taking on Nongshim. And unfortunately, with the fact that Gen.G lost in the previous series, Nongshim are now eliminated from playoffs contention.
That's right. So nothing to play for in terms of standings here for the rest of their matches here in regular season. But still could play spoiler here for Hanwha Life Esports, a team that is looking to take it 2-0 tonight to create that hype for the Saturday showdown. D+ Kia actually moving into second place because of that loss for Gen.G. They actually have a higher game score, so just a little bit ahead. And this season has been very topsy-turvy from second place down to sixth place, right? We'll take a look at those standings. You guys will see where we are here, because Nongshim is eliminated, but Hanwha Life Esports needs this win so badly, and they can still compete. Any of these teams from second to sixth could compete for second seed and skip that first round of the playoffs.
That's exactly right. Hanwha Life will even on scoreline with KT if they lose this, which is kind of hilarious as well, but I don't think that that is going to be in the cards. Looking to try and get towards that 9 victories as well. An 8-loss streak, unfortunate for Nongshim, but a 4-win streak for Hanwha Life Esports. But I think a lot of that has to do with strength of schedule, right? Their round 2 started with DRX, Brion, that they dropped a game to, and then Kwangdong Freaks was their most recent match. So up against Nongshim, this is the last of their Eastern matchups that they have to deal with. From then, it's DK, KT, T1, Gen.G, and then Live Sandbox as their final matchup. So Hanwha Life Esports, they have to win here.
They really do. There's no happy ending even with a 2-1 victory here. You want the 2-0. As Sylvie versus Klid here, a really important matchup here. It feels like, as this point of the match states, these are the two cores of these teams, because on the side of Nongshim, Sylvie I think has been the most consistent player. On the side of HLE, Klid is a shot caller. And you have two solo laners who are not communicating with the team as much as they need to be if Klid is not on point, right? And Klid needs to be ahead, he needs to be pushing advantages. And on red side, we've seen this a lot from HLE, and they did him a little dirty here. Fiesta 0-6 on the Akali. We saw a very weak performance from him in their match last week. And Zeka 4-0 undefeated on Akali, so 2 prio picks for both of these laners, but the difference in skill here between these two on that Akali pick could not be overstated.
Yeah, certainly couldn't. Currently 80% win rate of all time for Zeka on the Akali, but 100% win rate so far this season. The guy's pretty good at the pick. You guys probably watched the World Championship in 2022. Was good at it then as well. And I assume that he's going to continue to be so. I think that Zeka will provide a big pivot point in the draft here, especially for Nongshim that want to try and deny some of these really powerful picks. But looks like Dundun's got a bit of a haircut, so that could certainly give them a bit of something. Moving on to the stage here at Lowell Park, as Peter looking very serious, which is a bit unlike Peter.
Yeah. You know, I think obviously having the bad news of playoffs being taken away from you, it's out of your control at this point. And even for Brion, it seems very much out of their control. They're the only team left in playoff contention on the east side. And if you look at Nongshim here, I mean, it was based on Gen.G, who were the favorites to win. That eliminates them. And KT with the upset win, taking that third game.
Yeah.
Now you don't have a chance. I think, you know, you knew your chances were low, but getting the news right before you go into this match, definitely not a great feeling.
It's not, but still, Nongshim can look towards summer. They can look towards making the most of the remaining games that they have here in the LCK. It was a team with not a lot of expectation on them moving in. We'll see whether they can make the most of it here, as this is a team that is the opposite. A lot of expectation. 2 world champions from last year, 1 from the year prior. And Hanwha Life Esports, definitely a team that wants to be vying for that top spot and one of the spots heading towards MSI.
HLE on the rise, but as you mentioned, the weak strength of schedule makes you question it. It makes you wonder, as D+ Kia on Saturday will be the first of their west side opponents, and then they go through the entire gauntlet. So things looking better for this team. They've really turned it around. But, you know, the question is, can they keep that form? And how do this team play on 13.4? We saw already Lehen's picking up the Leona. Life loves his engaged supports. That's what he's made a name for himself throughout his career on, even unusual picks like the Jarvan. So we'll see what their read is as you put these two mid laners together as a key player matchup, and Unfortunately, it's not going to make Fiesta look very competitive, as Zeka has the #1 solo kills here in the LCK across all roles. He is winning lane more than anyone but Chovy. Really, you'd see CS difference at 14. He's second place.
Yep.
Guy is killing it.
Yeah, he's mainly killing champions. The rest of the stats, not necessarily #1s across the board or anything like that, but with Viper on your team, it is difficult to be able to win like damage percentage numbers and things like that, just because Viper has also been very consistent here for Humble Life Esports. And over time, Clid has become more and more reliable. Kingen has been able to gel with the rest of this team and figure out their avenue for success. Still, they haven't ironed out all the kinks just yet, and we'll see whether Humble Life Esports are going to come in with a clear game plan this time around and show us what all these players are capable of. Because we know that this, on paper, is an extraordinary team of players, and they haven't been getting the results that they wanted, even though they are in playoffs, right? Like, they're basically set up to go to playoffs. It still doesn't feel like we've seen the ceiling.
Yeah. HLE too, I mean, you look at these players and it almost feels multiple personality, the differences in form. Because even Viper had a really rough start to the season in lanes in the first week, the second week even in LCK. Now he's bounced back, and now he's the most consistent stats-wise AD carry in the LCK. And Kingen, he went from, I'm playing Ornn, I'm playing Cyan, I'm the tank guy, to then going to Worlds, getting an Aatrox skin, being finals MVP, playing strong side top, and actually winning those top side matchups, playing aggressive picks, to now going back to tank, you know, and sitting back and stepping into that role here again to empower Viper in these team fights, which is very different from how DRX won the World Championship, right? So
yeah,
it's really quite dynamic the way that HLE has developed through this season. Viper coming back in a big way, and if they can pull it together and make a miracle run to top 2, which is not out of the question, if they actually beat all these really tough opponents, they will pass them as they go up, right? Because they'll be taking wins off of all of their racing, all the opponents are racing to that second place. They could skip the first round of playoffs. It will be a almost Cinderella story.
This is crazy. Nongshim selected red side. I have on my piece of paper here that they don't have. They didn't select red side. This is all over the place. Looks to be the case, though. As we can see, they're the names of the teams at the top of your screen right there. So Humble Life going to be starting on the blue side, and they're going to be banning away a Karma.
You have Fiesta and Dindin as the players who are going to be the biggest recipients, obviously, of red side here. But it feels like rather than that, you're taking away counter picks from Zeka and Kingen. I know those two sentences basically mean the same thing, but I think what it means for Nongshim is a lot more comfort here. Just knowing what you're up against rather than walking in blind against two world champions here, defending world champions who have had such great performances this season.
Yeah. It's very curious, the fact that it comes in a little bit late here, this sort of information. But the Varus is going to be the final ban for Humble Life Esports, and Nongshim, what are we going to be taking away? The Ashe still up and available. The Elise also still up and available. And it will be the Ashe taken off the board. So Life not going to be allowed to play that. Humble Life, what are we going to be first picking? I'd like the Elise for Clid, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'm leaning the same. We could see, obviously, the Karma, you know, if it wasn't banned here, like that would be the way I'd expect them to draft this way, but they banned it, so they have a different idea. And this Lucian first pick, you do this against T1, you do this against Gen G, KT Rolster, we're not going to like it as much. But opting into the Lucian, Zeri, Lulu, Nami handshake here against a very weak bottom lane compared to you, almost just feels like HLE are like, I'm not showing anything before that Saturday showdown against DK. I'm just going to walk into this one and play my game. And now you get Elise and Lucian Nami.
Yeah.
Should you want it. And I think they do want it. And I would recommend the triple lock-in, because this is a way you can win this game in the first 10 minutes if you play it super aggressively and get the advantages we expect.
We'll see what Clid is going to do here. Could also lock away a priority, you know, mid lane or top lane if you would like to. There are a lot of champions that do get targeted against Zeka and Kingen, with the Elise being available. And the fact that you can then play around those strengths of the Lucian as well and really lean into that, like, that's what we saw success in these Lucian matchups actually stem from. It was having these diving junglers be able to get through and really force the issue, because just pushing them under turret was not good enough.
So now that you know you have such an extremely powerful bottom side here with Lucian, Nami, Elise, it's really easy to ban some of the more stable and safer blue side top picks here. You take away the Gnar, you could take away the Scion here if you want, or the Ornn. Just say, okay, well, actually, honestly, even Gragas here. You're just like, nah, King, and I know you want to just sit back and all the resources are going bottom. Elise is going to be hovering bottom side only. So let's try to at least remove some of those late game win conditions here where you have Engage on the top side pick, because it's just going to be King absorbing the pressure from Dundun is what HLE are probably planning with this trap. But they'll take away Zeka's Akali instead.
Yeah, I think the Akali is one of these bans that's a little bit unfortunate for Nongshim, because Fiesta has been just not great on the champion.
And it's his most played too, you know, it's like he wants to play it, but he's just not finding success at this level of play. A lot more success, obviously, in Challengers.
Yeah, and Irene was saying, actually, that, you know, in scrims, things have been going well with the Akali, but just hasn't been translating on stage. No regrets, but just not going to risk it this time around, as the Gragas going to be banned away here. Nongshim, what are we selecting? The Crocodile is available.
Jace also is still up, so you can pick the Crocodile here, save that counter pick.
What do you think about GP Azir?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of free. I mean, I think GP you don't necessarily have to pick here, but considering you banned the Gragas, the Gnar is gone. I mean, Elise can have a lot of power up there. The Jace is a standout pick, obviously, because if you can play around the bottom side well, and Jace sustains by himself, like through those early levels, he just gets through them without making any mistakes, and then you can actually play around the Jace top side and just win everywhere. You get like cryo all over the map, and if you lock in Azir now, there's like nothing to lose. Because I don't think this is real, but it would be really hype.
Oh,
hey, Jace
the mid lane Jace. Okay. With Elise being there and being magic damage, certainly does mean that you can play a few more of these melee mid laners. Physical mid laners.
They didn't ban the Ornn. Didn't ban the Scion. Kingan's going to pilot this. It looked like we might have something more aggressive with the Gwen. Just happy to play Ornn into Renekton, a matchup that Renekton very much struggles to get huge advantages to. And it's been a while since we've seen Vi Ahri. And against the Jace, it's pretty strong. There's a lot of ways you could pick. You could pretty much kill anybody but the Ornn if you catch them with the combo. And in lane, you have a big threat here onto this Jace. So the Jace doesn't default win this one, as he does a lot of mid matchups. So I do like this. And it's also a very simple to play front-to-back composition here for Nongshim.
Absolutely, and we've actually seen Ahri Vi make their way back in, of course. Ahri with a couple of buffs, your ulti, not quite as much of a cooldown anymore, and some base stat buffs and things like that. So Ahri feeling a little bit better to pick here in this mid lane, and we'll see if Sylvie and Fiesta can play it effectively together like we've seen in the past. Dundun gonna have a lot of power early on, although the Ornn is dangerous, just because I feel like it does pretty good in lane against the Renekton as well. Kingan pretty happy to get his hands on the Smithy.
The cool thing about the Ornn, too, is he's actually incredibly good on that first Herald team fight. You're going to have level 6-4. He's great on those first few Drake fights. So if Kingan isn't under pressure here, which he can't be because the focus has to be bottom side, then you're going to get those objectives stacked up. You're going to get Viper's Lucian ahead. He's going to hit that Gale Force spike, and then even the Ahri, you know, the Ahri could pick a Lucian maybe, but the Ahri is kind of vulnerable in the mid lane and vulnerable on the top side of the map when Viper is ahead. So it feels like, again, a stronger team might find more out of this.
Oh, they were holding hands, and then they were on TV. We're not allowed to hold hands anymore. Oh my goodness, that's illegal.
It's not illegal.
Okay. I think it's okay to hold hands, guys. I think it's absolutely fine. These are going to be your drafts, though. I actually really love the way things were picked early for Hanwha Life Esports. Getting their hands on the Elise and the Lucian Nami really does justify that lane to me. We'll see whether Nongshim can play around it, though, because Vi and Zeri, Vi's been winning a whole lot here in the LCK. Renekton as well. There's definitely a winning formula here for Nongshim Red Force. We'll see whether they can find it, whether the chemistry set is going to explode. Here we are, guys. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of our final series of the evening. Hanwha Life on the blue side, although it was hinted that Nongshim were going to be taking blue side due to the fact that they had side selection. They are curiously choosing to face them on the red side.
Yeah.
We'll see what it's going to give them. Because so far, as far as draft is concerned, a lot of positives for Humble Life, but also we've seen this Nongshim draft before, minus the Ahri, I guess, here in the LCK, win many, many times. Like, this is a tried and true combo of champions that just does stuff, especially later on in the game. And you can use the Ahri now for a little bit of a bridge, bit of power in that mid game.
This is a very interesting setup here as Viper and Life look to stay in the river here. Tribrush is warded. Vital and Peter are going to take the safe path to lane, so no harm done here.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do get caught. Sometimes you could lose a game like that. It's not going to happen this time. Still going to have brush control here, and we'll be able to get some chip damage done. Taking a look at runes here. First strike, once again for Zeka on this Jason mid. And I expect that actually, considering the Vi and the Renekton, that he will actually go for the Gore Drinker build this time around.
Yeah, it could be one of those.
Depends on how, if he gets ahead, you know, somewhat randomly, like there's some misplays or some over-aggressive ganks, and Klid has the counter ganks, and he gets really ahead very fast, he might go for Eclipse because the spike is stronger, but just given a normal game state, yeah, probably will. Gore Drinker.
Yeah, well, Vital going to be taken down to about 50% here. As Viper and Life trying to trade this one out. We know level 2, pretty good for the Lulu and the Zeri.
Klid going to be seen by this ward that Vital committed to, dropping in that Tribrush, so a lot of extra information here.
That's fantastic, though. They get a lot of value.
Yeah, Sylvie's just not here yet, but it does have level 3 now and can rotate over, so they could try to set up for a counter gank here if he takes the turret path. What I'm talking about here, coming around this way and hide himself in this brush. They need to push this wave up, though, to set up for it.
Yeah. And the Vi lying in wait, shadowing as per usual. But Sylvie is going to move in. Let's see. All right, 3v3 here towards the bottom side as Ardent Blaze comes out. There it is. Immediately the flash away from Viper. Can he actually get the autos through as Vital goes down? And it's somehow Viper that collects the kill. Klid now looking for a little bit more here. But Sylvie and Peter will be able to escape. Still, Humble Life walk away the victors.
So frustrating here for Nongshim. Sylvie has the Tribrush warded. He knows the path that Klid has taken. He hides in here. He's set up for the counter gank. You know this level 3 Elise is going to come through. This is as standard as it gets, as bread and butter, and basic as Lucian Nami Elise is going to go. But unfortunately, there's still just so much damage output between Lucian Nami, even with the nerfs, and also Zeri's Qs can be blocked. So in these crazy fights, if you can't actually get those last final Q shots off onto the Lucian, you are going to lose out. And the damage numbers here are so high for an Elise early on. It's PTA Elise too.
Yeah.
And HLE just barely went out, but that is a massive win, unfortunately.
Surprise Teemo comes through there. Of course, Viper had Ignite. That's how he managed to pick up the kill. Just not used to AD carries with Ignite, even though it has been happening for quite some time.
Is that emote called the Screamo? Better be.
Oh, I don't know, but probably.
Looks like the Scream, you know, the famous Van Gogh.
There is one. Isn't there one that looks even more like that?
Yeah, that one. I mean, that one is not Teemo. But
yeah,
this is. I'm just saying.
Oh,
just Teemo
and then you get the Screamo version.
Screamo, yeah. As a good idea here from Sylvie, he's pre-charged here. Viper instantly flashes, though the heal comes through from Life's ebb and flow, and not all of those shots connecting, unfortunately, for Vital. And that's just how it goes. Unfortunately, you just don't have the damage. You know, even with a setup like that and the surprise. Still lose out. So it was a really good idea from the Tribrush to the pathing and everything, but
didn't quite work out. Not end of the world, and you can see that Vital and Peter still capable of laning at this point in time. This wave going to be picked up, and Humble Life should be all right. Bubble going to connect, but no vision. So not going to be able to grab anything else or capitalize.
Yeah, and something interesting here. We've noticed this trend since the nerfs of the Lucian. We see less early Dirks going straight for Noon Quiver with this kill, as he's not done fighting yet.
Nice bubble from Life. I mean, you miss those and things can go absolutely horribly wrong, but you can see Viper playing pretty aggressively here towards the bottom side.
Yeah. But he went perfectly timed stopwatch too. So Lucian having a very early stopwatch, a lot of cool stuff you could do with that, where you can force fights early and you can be very aggressive around those Drake fights. You know, if you can get this up And obviously it's accelerated from that first kill, and you end up having so much range with this Lucian. You could go super deep with that Gale Force spike if you still have this perfectly timed stopwatch.
Yeah.
And it's not common, but it is what they've chosen here. And saw the nerf to magical footwear on this patch, a little bit less money.
Yeah, no one's just grabbing their kicks and immediately selling them, which we're very happy about. Okay, Nongshim moving back towards the lane. They do have their buy in the area as cleared. Doesn't get the cocoon onto Vital. That's the opportunistic one going for the Zeri as Bubble goes wide this time as cleared, going to be able to repel away and gets to relative safety. And we knew this was going to happen. The complete hovering of the junglers towards the bottom side. So far cleared, able to find a few things. That earlier gank certainly working out. This time, no joy.
Oh. And they are going to group up here still, Nongshim for this Drake, and Scuttle goes over to Sylvie. As interestingly, we have Kingen coming over here. I thought perhaps he was going to try to make something happen in mid with this level 6 spike, but I think he's just going to grab this honey fruit to sustain in the top lane, and then we'll look for that ultimate when we go to the Herald fight.
Yeah.
And Nongshim actually not, going to commit to the Drake, obviously, because they have no control there, but also HLE not committing either. So this is kind of awkward. Like, Sylvia's just waiting, trying to catch Khalid here, but they have no prio.
Yeah, just hovering, and I feel like this is benefiting Hanwha, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Sylvie can never... It's so difficult for him to take his topside jungle camps. Just because if he does, and if he's ever actually spotted, Click comes down and kills his bottom lane, right? He needs to always be there for the potential counter gank if they have no idea where Clid is.
Yeah.
Right now, Clid just takes his red buff, goes for a little bit of a back timing. We'll see what they're going to be able to look for. So far, Sylvie hasn't actually had any issues, right? Like, he is ahead by a couple of camps. We'll see whether it does bite him, needing to be here to make sure this bottom lane is not going to get dove or anything like that.
10 seconds until this Herald spawns. You can see the rotation up here for Clid, as Dindin is really trying to push the issue, and he may just simply get forced back by the Elise, but Viper is going bottom. Like, they're not actually going to heavily commit to this Herald. They just want to delay it.
I kind of love this from Nongshim.
Yeah, this is Nongshim heavily committing, like, just kind of letting the world know, too. Like, Zeri's coming up, and because there's no jungle bottom here, and they should know this because the Renekton power here topside, Kingen needs some help, they're actually not at threat of losing Drake. Now, you will lose these plates, so it's an exchange of what the plate gold is going to be here for Nongshim versus what HLE pick up here naturally in the bottom side split. But it's a smart move, and it allows you to avoid a fight and still trade objectives. 2 plates for the Herald.
Yeah, and it means that you don't have to worry about that getting dove on the bottom side situation either. You rotate your bottom lane over to guarantee the Rift Herald, and then they'll get down here and they only lose one of these waves. Should be 2 plates, but 2 plates for Herald. That's an even trade. And if you're Nongshim and you're trading early, trading evenly at this stage of the game, I think you're kind of all right with it. As Zeri just wants to get the game going.
Yeah,
and find her 3 items.
If you can avoid getting, into a straight-up fight versus this early game Ornn, as Sylvie is seen by this word. Great word from Zeka.
Yep.
Game sense is real. But if you can avoid this Ornn team fight with the early Dirk for Jace, etc., you love it.
Viper's just going to cull the dragon. Does do it. And that is going to mean that Sylvie isn't able to get there in time. So, that is going to be a trade of neutral objectives. And Vital coming on in. Sylvie looking for a gank opportunity. Zeka, acceleration gate. He'll be fine. Gets himself out of the way.
Zeka's been so safe in this mid lane. He's warded correctly. He has never really stepped across the line. Hasn't had to flash or anything like that. He is really just making sure that Sylvie has no power here. This ward's going to spot Sylvie, speaking of, and Clid can actually go down here for the counter gank.
Yeah, wasn't spotted on any vision. Fiesta going to move back towards this mid lane as Dindin. He's going to try his hand at ganking Zeka right now. We could see some alcohol gaming.
Well, Clid, he knows that you saw him, so I don't think he's going to commit. But Clid's hopeful, Maybe they will force it.
Oh, this time, Kingen just going to have some free time with this turret. Looks like he'll be able to get a Demolish proc as well. So
yeah, it's going to be a
happy. Ornn is very happy.
And Dindin just sets up a ward there and allows it. Now they're going to maybe just set up for a tidal wave engage and see what they can get. I mean, they're really trying to force Sylvie to come down here, and he has.
Wow, there's so much vision for Nongshim in the river.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they are well and truly making sure that every body of water here is under their control. Cease and desist will come through. Great bubble to deny Sylvie. Nice work from Life, and they're going to successfully get out of there.
These are the moments where you could see the synergy that's grown for HLE. Just moments like this where Sylvie wants to ult this, and everybody's like calling out, all right, I'm going to bubble. Just stand still there. Let him ult you there. I'm bubbling for the follow-up. Is Fiesta in trouble now?
Yeah, we've... okay, Zeka, can you just kill him? The charm is going to wear off, but he's not actually able to find the Ahri, and... yeah, now Fiesta does not have his ulti available. Spirit Rush is going to go on cooldown pretty soon. And Sylvie, let's see whether he can actually answer this one back. Fiesta, this is dangerous. There's the flash. They do back away.
So no acceleration gate to finish Fiesta off. Zeka stays there. And he feels safe because he knows Sylvie has no ult. 100% the bottom lane is calling this out. Sylvie ulted, we bubbled it, we're fine. So he felt pretty comfortable to move up there, but even the Vault Breaker is enough to push him back, force him to flash. So small win here for Fiesta, actually, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Trading off a flash, you'll always take that. But Zeka putting on a lot of pressure, and it's a bit scary.
It is scary. You know, when the Dirk is out this early, you're like, ooh, I'm going to be very careful about trying to lane into this. It's just more and more plates go into Viper's pocket here. And yet you traded the Herald for the 2 plates earlier, but now Viper's just pushing this really hard. Gale Force is ready, stopwatches at the timing where you can basically force anything as to Lucian, and Viper is going to be doing just that, especially when he knows that Sylvie was around here earlier and won't be here now.
Yep. 5,000 gold for Viper, most in the game right now. Fiesta actually keeping up, though, as you can see, as far as farm and things like that in that mid lane. Going 1-for-1 is probably fine here for Nongshim. But still, I mean, we talk about scaling and things like that, and I think that Harma Life are very happy for this game to go late as well, right? They have the ornaments that can really change how we'd otherwise think that the Lucian Zeri is going to go. Speaking of which, this is Lucian's time to shine, and Vital is able to make it out of the way.
Barrier has to be used. He doesn't have to flash, and that's committing with the Gale Force and everything. Life had Tidal Wave. Looks like a little bit of a disconnect there, because I think if he actually commits that, Viper can flash, ignite, and kill him, and stopwatch under turret. Like, that's the power of this perfectly timed stopwatch, is you could just really force a lot of stuff. But he's happy to actually just get Vital's barrier and push him out of lane and deny some more CS here, as the CS lead is exploding. He gets to keep his stopwatch now and use it for this upcoming second Drake. It is going to be the Mountain Elemental.
Yep.
And Kingan's just like, oh, I mean, this Dundun's trying to push me, and he's up 10 CS, but I don't care because I'm Warren. And I'm just here to set up Viper later.
It's so sad because this is kind of how Dundun has been playing, right? He's been playing the big old tanks and being the one sitting back and just absorbing pressure. But that's what Kingan's doing this time around, and it's sort of what he's made a name for himself doing as well. It's like Kingan's the version of Dundun that we already had before Dundun got promoted here to the LCK.
Yeah. You know, it's really... Kingan's performances on these tanks reminds me of 2021 Con, where he was playing a lot of tanks.
Yeah, right.
Where you're like, I know that this guy's uncrackable, but guess what? He can also play aggressive top lanes too. Like, he can't play the Aatrox's Life.
Yep, Cease and Desist comes in. There is the Tidal Wave. Let's see whether they can survive this somehow, as Life's already going to be taken out, but the teleport is coming in. Nongshim, can you survive the onslaught of the Ornhorn? He gets the double knock-up, and now Viper's dashing through. Sylvie's going to be taken down, and now Kingan taking some fire from Vital. So they do need to respect the Zeri, but there is the trade back. But nice kill for Nongshim nonetheless.
Yeah. And that was a bit over-aggressive, and unfortunately for Life, the ultimate there for Vi, the Cease and Desist is just going to go through the Tidal Wave. It doesn't hit anybody else, so there's no peel. He is deleted, but the follow-up teleport there from Kingan is going to cost him his turret. So, yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but you actually lose so much here as HLE, and Dundun is just trying to do what he can to get ahead in this game, taking a bigger CS lead now. And now you have a real team fight here for second Herald, for example, that Nongshim can take. And yeah, Zeri is not quite online yet, but considering the pick here of the Vi and the Ahri and the front line you have with this really fed Renekton, who picked up that whole turret, you feel good about actually grouping for a fight.
The only issue for Nongshim is the fact that Viper also collects this outer turret on the bottom side as well. So it's sort of even trades kind of everywhere, except the teleport was invested by Harma Life and wasn't needed for Nongshim. So still good, but not quite good enough to make you feel fantastic. Still 900 gold. The lead for Harmolife Esports is basically nothing. Gonna have to see them find some more here in this mid game now that we have the Mandate almost ready and Viper with a couple of items.
Notice that Viper, the Viper has the rapid fire cannon here done. And this is when, also with that stopwatch he still has, you can chip away from so far away, and like Vital can't be anywhere near him or he will die. And bigger than the gold lead here for Nongshim is the fact that HLE has these 2 Drakes stacked towards an Infernal.
Yeah.
And they have the better team fight here. Yeah, as Nongshim, you're feeling like, okay, soon I can probably force something into my favor. I do have the tools, and I'm going to actually try to look to take down this mid turret right now. They're going to need a little bit more than just this charge.
I like how aggressive Viper's playing, utilizing the fact that he has the Gale Force and the stopwatch.
This is really aggressive here.
Ooh, the charm comes down from Fiesta. Tidal Wave does come out. Peter knocked up just a little bit as Dundun waiting in the wings, trying to get something happening, and there is another culling. Fiesta going to tank it for Peter. I love the aggression we were talking about. I was about to say this before the almost fight broke out, and that is that Viper is playing so far up.
Yeah.
Continues to do so here.
And because he knows that this charge, I mean, you could see it on the turret HP, they need more than the charge to actually get the turret, so they have to force. And, I mean, Zek is in position here. He did go for the Eclipse this game. He does have so much damage at this point. And look at what Viper can do with Rapid Fire and Gale Force. He could shoot from, like, he's a sniper, basically, for how far he can engage on. And then if they turn on him, he has stopwatch.
Cease and desist comes in. Let's see whether Clid will survive. He won't. That is just a free pickup there, basically. Good knock-up onto Dindin, but the follow-up not really there. Harmolife Esports just lose their jungler without too much of a response.
Yeah, but even though a death goes over, the team fight is won for HLE, and they can push this wave through. But unfortunately for Nongshim, this is not over yet.
Can we find any kills off the back of this? It looks like it's just going to be the turret that goes down, and Kingan's already feeling like he's like sort of late game on just tanking things up as Vital almost dies to a shock blast.
If you commit everything to kill the jungler, you pick up the money. But you do not win the fight, because killing the jungler with your tools means you can't lock down either of these carries, the Jace or the Lucian. So the follow-up is really strong. As we watch this again, Clid, everything goes into him. The Charm, the Vi ultimate, Dundun doesn't get anything with his Dominus, and then they're like, we gotta get out of here, because we still have a Kingan to deal with here in the front line, and Viper's range is so crazy that it's time to leave, and they almost lose somebody there. They lose the turret. So, yeah, picking up some gold, but the objective lead continues here for HLE.
Yeah, and the gold basically flatlined, so not really finding too much. And I think if you are Nongshim, yeah, you're 30 CS down on the bottom side of the map, but Vital is moving towards that Bloodthirster as Dundun in a bit of trouble, gets hit with a hammer, does come back in to get aggressive. I don't know whether that's exactly the greatest call as Clid moves over, and there's the flash from the Crocodile, and now the turret is going to struggle to stay alive. Jace really does just do a number on turrets.
3 turrets down now here against Nongshim, and they committed everything to trying to get that mid turret down and failed. Now their turret is down across all the lanes, which means that this Elise becomes a lot more deadly. He doesn't have a Mythic just yet, as 20 CS behind in farm is Clid. He hasn't been able to make the impact that we normally see from Elise's because of the camping that we've seen from Sylvie. And Sylvie, like, his lead and him having this Black Cleaver, somewhat irrelevant, though, in this game, is now Night Harvester's done.
Yeah, so Clid able to do some stuff here in this game. We'll see where the angle's going to be. 37 seconds on Soul Point for Harmolife Esports, but Nongshim, they have been dedicated to taking control of the river. They haven't been able to get a Drake yet. Maybe this is their time.
No flash on the Renekton, no flash on the Ahri.
Oh, Charm does come through. He's unstoppable in that Searing Charges. Once again, the ulti comes out early from Fiesta.
You can't
Not gonna have it for a Drake fight.
You can't give this up. If you're Nongshim, you feel so uncomfortable doing so, but you can't win this fight either. You know, you've got no options.
Well, Dinin is going to soak the entire culling as Viper is just going to dash into him. Doesn't want to get stunned up as the Ignite ticks down, and there's the last auto. Now, with no Renekton, is there even going to be a fight as the Drake has just spawned now and Nongshim have no way of fighting for it?
Yeah, they're just going to get pushed in here. Kingan's over the wall.
Oh man, he's so aggressive. Everfrost does come through. He's down to 50%, but it looks like this inner turret not long for the world. And Nongshim, not with too many ideas on how to stop all of this from happening.
And now Hanwei could just kind of kite back to this Drake. More money in their pockets. Look at this damage. And this is before Muramana is complete. He's just 2 shots away from doing that, or 1 shot onto a champion, which he's looking for right now, fishing for it.
Yep, really
and
wants that.
HLE are like trying to bait a fight here. They could just take the Drake, but they're like, what if we just wipe them and win the game at 20 minutes? Because if Nongshim walk into this brush with no vision, they absolutely will just lose the game.
Well, here's cease and desist. That gets Sylvie extraordinarily far in, and they do manage to take down the Lucian, but the Ahri is traded for, and Zeker is still alive. Kingen trying to frontline is now live, able to get himself out of the way. The Spider is skittering as well as, oh my god, these bubbles from Life have been amazing. But objective secured. The Lucian goes down, and now Nongshim might be able to just take themselves a dragon.
They're only just now starting it here, but with no tidal wave and no AD carry, they should be able to secure this. Looks like we're going to have a contest, though. Clid looking for it.
Yeah, Vital does have flash, but doesn't have ulti. As Hanwha not wanting to give this one. Oh my god, Peter! What just happened? Zeker is going to put him out of his misery as now this Drake is a free-for-all, 50-50 between the two, and there it is. Clid's going to lock it down. The Renekton falls once again, and Nongshim kind of collapse.
Yeah, Vital, can he get out of here? Looks like he's going to be able to, and they're going to have Sylvie back, but this means no Baron control here, and now HLE go over. So yeah, Viper dies in the fight, doesn't have the stopwatch because he used it to kill the Renekton just moments before. He dies, but you still can't win the fight. You still don't have long-term damage. Your comp is both a pick comp, but also a late-game Zeri comp, and the Zeri doesn't have the items. But this is hopeful at best. No vision here.
Well, Viper gets over the wall. It's a lot of damage onto Sylvie here, as even the Ebb and Flow does way too much. Just, oh my, he lifts himself up and puts himself back down again. It's kind of cute. As Zeker is now looking for the Ahri. Viper dashing around all over the place, and yeah, it's a double kill for Zeker in the end. Desperation here for Nongshim is understandable, but ultimately is not going to be enough to keep them in this game. Hanwha all but winning at this point in time.
Yeah, this is the pick onto the Renekton where he loses his stopwatch. He waits for the potential re-engage here. When he's in stun range, he drops it, and then goes for the follow-up kill there. Does not flash critically, but the flash alone is not going to save him, and I think the Observer is highlighting this moment because that's how he lost his stopwatch. And the follow-up here of the CC chain is good enough here. Sylvie gets the wild growth, but you've used everything to kill the Lucian, and there are more than one way, there's more than one carry in this team fight here. Zeka could do so much. The bubble here is great, and Nongshim try to hold on to this Drake right afterwards, and there is just no way.
Peter's health bar, it just evaporates.
And he's just too far away, doesn't have ult. Nothing he can do. Kingen gets on top of the Zeri, and that is that.
And they timed this really nicely. Well, at least Clid did. I thought they timed it a little bit better than that. In my mind, I saw the front flip from Zeka and the smite come in at about the same time, but no, it's just a great smite from Clid.
Not everyone can Guma owner, you know?
No, exactly.
Special skill set, and the Viper just deletes here, and I love this Gale Force check into the brush. He's like, Fiesta's over here. Just gonna Gale Force towards him. It's like no way out.
And he had no vision, so just sort of had to try for something. He didn't really have to, but wanted to see whether he could get some sort of miracle steal. And now Hanwha looking to break open the base. There isn't a lot of options as, yeah, Fiesta, that is a lot of damage from this Shock Blast. That's 3 items complete for Zeka. Also has a timepiece there as well, looking great with that one. A turret does fall in the mid lane, but Nexus turrets are going down. Dundun, we need you back in base to try and defend. Although I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough. He does come back as now cease and desist makes its way towards the backline once again. Sylvie going to get wiped out as meanwhile in the front line, Kingen in trouble, but he's so tanky. Never you mind, more Shock Blasts are raining down. Good little stun there, but Dundun still has to flash to get himself out of the way. And Hanwha are just way too strong at this stage. They'll take down Nexus turrets and then just rain hell onto Nongshim in their fountain. Game 1 done and dusted clean from Hanwha Esports.
Yep, great game from both carries here, and poor Vital, he's going to be the last to go down. HLE say, I'm not going to show anything in these drafts. I'm not going to give you any hints about what we think about 13.4 D+. You're going to have to think yourself ahead. You've had to play a tougher series this week. You've revealed a little bit, and we're going into this one just playing Lucian Nami, Jace mid, Kingen's playing Ornn. What a surprise. And it's just good League of Legends here. You don't want to reveal anything. You're just going to play dominant, aggressive, bottom side play. And yeah, you traded objectives early and things looked like maybe they were going to be okay there for Nongshim because they were able to relieve some of the pressure. But this
Lucian just got so out of control so quickly. And also the Jace, who was quietly just shock blasting from behind in those fights.
Yeah, he was, Zeka was doing so much damage. They really did play around exactly when he wanted to have these fights, because you were talking about it, like transformations prepared right before the dragon fight comes through, then has his Cyrildas for that final battle. Like, it was all coming in exactly when Zeka wanted it. And as you can see, what the hell? 4 times?
Yeah.
4 times a day.
Yeah. Also, Clid doing insane amounts of damage in that last fight, 1v1ing Fiesta and destroying him.
Wow.
Don't let this team have Elise, Lucian, Nami.
No.
But also, like, you have to ban everything. Viper could play the Varus. He'll play Zeri too, by the way.
Maybe you just don't ban any bottom laners. You know, you just get rid of all of the other stuff, like the Elise that Clid did put to such great effect there in that game. I think that, like, the game plan's kind of all right here for Nongshim, because you get your hands on the Zeri Lulu, but unfortunately in this matchup, doesn't have the advantages that you're looking for. We are going to go to a short break though, guys. We'll see whether Nongshim can tidy it up in that time. Then we'll have the space, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
바로 나 릴 수도 있어. 바위부터 아리 노플이야 저거. 나 2초. 버프 살짝만 줘봐. 나 살짝 봐줄 수 있나? 바로 이렇게 버프 살짝 줘봐. 위에 봐줄게. 나 궁도 아직 있어. 다 와자. 야 오른쪽부터 치면서 끝내자. 들어오는 거 잡자. 들어오는 거. 나 이거 먼저 2킬로 한 번 하려. 아 진영부터 일단 타워부터 깨. 그만 그거. 아 제리 노공이야. 레넥 봐. 나 공도 있어. 진영 잡고 해. 그냥 공 써줘. 레넥 내가 마커돼. 레넥 선. 자, 1킬만 먹어. 네? 잘했다. 반경이 잘해.
Hello, it's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're back here at the Space, and that was a game number one that, unfortunately for Nongshim, did not last very long. Hamaleif Esports, really, I think they took out the, the paddle and put a little bit of a beating on there in that first one. Zeka 5-0 real quick on the Jace, and obviously a great game for Viper. What do you think about this first one for Hamaleif Esports?
Pretty good look. They take a little bit of time in the beginning. First, we'll go over the draft. I want to talk about it in a little bit of detail. Not the Lucian Namis area. Literally, we talked about that one to death. Devi and the Elise are the same, but mostly the second rotation. So I love the Ornn. I think that particularly with the draft that's already there, Ornn both provides you with a little bit more magic damage, but also a lot of Ornn CCs are knockups, right? And Elise likes to both be sole AP, which in this case effectively she is. But then also there's not that much value in going for Merc Threats on Nongshim, so you get a composition with a ton of CC, a ton of front to back, ton of range, still good mid and early game pressure through the use of that Elise. So really comes very nicely together, and even if you do go into the late game, particularly with King on the best champion, I think you have a very strong composition. The one weakness that you do have is if individual members start falling behind, you get chain picked off and you never really get to front to back, which in theory the Nongshim composition could do. But
yes,
they could have. That could have happened.
It's true.
Renekton into Ornn always has a tough time. Ornn has always been a really good matchup into that, and that Ari pick, I like it with the Renekton and the Vi, but you have to be quite good. It's a good day D+ kind of draft.
Yeah, I think that they took a little risk. They picked red side, which was pretty interesting here for this first game. Didn't quite work out. I think they will not choose red side again, but a little bit of a spoiler. Let's get into highlight number one here first and talk about this one, because this is basically what happened in the game.
So the game is not quite yet over when we get to the early. So the Hanwha uncontested get a bunch of early Drakes, which that's why you pick Lucian Nami. Even though the matchup has kind of shifted, hasn't been the case recently. And then this, to me, is this is the point where you see the inexperience for Nongshim. The TP comes in, and they're just not ready. They're just not ready for this to be harshly contested at all. So not only do they lose soul point when the teleport from King comes in, but then they also just immediately lose Nash, because Hanwha are very well we're fed. We just killed a bunch of them. And then this is cute. Trying to steal the Baron here does Fiesta. He doesn't really have a choice. He doesn't have vision. And the game was over. After this, there's one highlight, because it's the Dragons and then into that fight. And that's the reason why I really liked the draft that we saw from Hamaleif. Is even if they did fall behind, which should generally never happen, Nongshim is not great at closing because they're a challengers team. So if you have the early Drakes and if you have the Ornn, your insurance policies are so good that no matter what happens in the early game, Nongshim is just not going to ever be able to find an even footing, and they weren't at all.
I think Wolf said it really well. He's like, Hamaleif doesn't need to show anything here against Nongshim, who are currently 1-11, right? It's a very cookie cutter, very well-rounded comp. You go in, you win the bottom fight, you get Viper ahead. You deny any Ari Vi shenanigans, and you essentially just win the game in the span of 2 minutes, right? They got little leads, and then they built up to that one big moment, which was the one highlight. So it's pretty straightforward. I mean, Nongshim this time around, they will select blue side. Let's first of all take a look at the POG for this game, number one, and see who did pick it up here on the side of Hamaleif Esports. It will be Viper.
With two big choices here, Viper and Zeka both doing an incredible amount of damage. Viper, to me, was, like we saw Deft a few days ago, one of the best examples of an aggressive Lucian. Although a little shout out to Life here, saving his AD carry by flashing in front of
bubbles all game too.
Did really well. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up. Actually, that was Valdez's recommendation for my verse, but I'm a coward, so I went with.
I said maybe it could be his choice.
No, I mean I think it is. I think that it was a bot lane gap.
It's the Giga Chad choice,
It really is.
To go for the Nami.
Yeah, but I'm not that brave. I need to go, I guess, to the gym more often, like you, Valdez.
Yeah.
Could be cooler, and I'm not. And that's unfortunate. But Viper had an incredible game here, playing the Lucian like we saw in the first few weeks. Still maintaining that high level of cutthroat aggressiveness, which makes the pick supremely oppressive in the mid-game.
Yeah. No bubble voters. I think that makes sense because the two carries did just so much, right? So it's kind of hard to ignore them. So pretty straightforward game for that first one. Let's see if game 2 is any different. Back to the casters for that game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler. And Chronicler, don't worry. I think you're fantastic, even if you don't go to the gym. I think it's absolutely fine. And you voted beautifully. I think Viper, absolutely fantastic game from him. And as they were mentioning, Wolf, like aggressive Lucian play. We like to see it. It's extreme. It absolutely is.
It's League of Legends Champions Korea.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it didn't have an R. I was like, is it like Extreme? Extreme? What?
Extreme League of Legends Champions Korea. That's what Viper makes.
Yeah. That's Viper's shoulders. We're showing how good they are at holding things up. Yeah. Doing well. I'm glad.
I mean, look, he's probably pretty upset with his performance in that game, with how quickly it went, because it might actually really hurt his DPM stat. For the rest of the season, you know, normally he's getting closer to 1,000. You know, and
yeah, true.
He's only at like 750 last game, so he's like, "Ooh, can we like make these games go longer? Can I get 4 items?"
And we like to,
joking, of course.
Yeah, we like to also talk about the fact that he has done like 1.7k DPM in the past. So
yeah,
wanting to try and get back to those sort of moments. So this is definitely going to hurt. But like you're saying, all a bit tongue in cheek. Nongshim are going to choose blue side this time.
They are. And let's see, because what the blue side pick affords you is avoiding getting stomped by Lucian Nami, because that was... Honestly, you could have drafted almost anything with Nongshim, or rather as HLE versus Nongshim if the bottom lane goes like that. So I think that they're going to be fishing for a little bit of bottom side control themselves. You know, maybe they'll be the ones to try to threaten the Caitlyn first pick. As I say it, they in fact just ban everything on the bottom side again, this time on blue side.
Yep, Lucian going to be banned away this time around, as Varus going to be removed. Also, let's see whether the Caitlyn is going to be addressed. Of course, Nongshim probably wanting to ban that one themselves, and then go for a priority jungle pick, potentially, something like that. Sejuani might sneak through, Sylvie might be able to pick up something stable down there as the Akali banned on the blue side in the first round of bans.
Gotta be willing to play the Caitlyn here if HLE leave it up. Now, HLE can leave the Caitlyn and then go for the Elise pick themselves. And Sejuani is also available, you know, if they wanted to run something else here.
I like the Sejuani ban, because now it could be a Karma first pick, but then you get the Caitlyn yourself. And if it is the Caitlyn first pick, then maybe you feel comfortable to just Karma Ezreal it or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's basically what we're going to see here. The Karthus is the way of saying I'm voting for the Karma first pick, and that is what comes through. Yeah. We've discussed this a lot, you know?
Yep.
So
Spellings.
Karma, now into potentially, it could be a strong Draven lane, a Kalista lane here for Viper, or just the more standard Caitlyn to come through. Ooh. Denying the Ezreal would be interesting, but I don't think the most optimal way.
I was going to say, like, maybe it's time to bring out the Veiga Seraphine tech that we've seen in solo queue from Viper. Of course, was a fantastic, awesome dude player back in the day.
I think that there's a lot of picks that you could see here. We know Neela is very strong right now. If you've been watching Challengers, we see it a lot there. You could run Samira here, too. A lot of different picks that you could showcase. As this is definitely not going to happen, just to shatter any dreamers out there, but
not Aurelion Soul support, Wolf?
No, not Aurelion Soul
man.
At all in this series. You definitely don't want to show that before your match against D plus Kia as HLE, if you were practicing it, which I don't think they are. And yeah, now you grab the, you know, obviously the Ezreal here as Nongshim. What jungle you take becomes a really interesting problem, as you could just take the Vi, so they're just going to tease the Aurelion Soul hover back. You can go for the Vi here and defend against the, you know, obviously setup of the Caitlyn Lux Lee Sin. This would, I really hope we don't, okay, it's just the same starting ladder, just like the Karma. Okay, we're just scrolling through the Kia. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, are you locked this in right now? I might not have to just leave this one to you, Atlas. I'll leave you a solo caster. There's not much more to say.
I don't know whether I'd be capable of that. Don't leave me alone, Wolf.
I would never actually leave you alone.
Oh, thanks. We were... Who was it? It was Papa that left. I don't remember whether he left either me or Achilleos back in the day. There was just something happened, and he was bothered by it. But he did end up coming back, so I didn't have, you know, true abandonment issues from that series.
I think I've probably said I'll walk off a cast 100 times, but never walked off.
Oh, he's the boy that cried walk off
Yeah.
the cast. That's much better than actually walking off, though, in my opinion. Vi going to be banned, as of course K'Sante being picked up means the junglers will now get hit.
And Dundun is practically a K'Sante one-trick. We talk about this every time Nongshim play because he will just lock it in every time. It's the only champion he almost has a 50% win rate on, but it is the only champion next to the GP he's got 1 win on that he has ever won a game of League of Legends on this season. He is 4-6 on the pick. So you just want to make sure you have this so you could stave off the pressure of King and topside potentially. Ban away the Gnar, that common counter. This simplifies your draft, but is it strong? You know, is it really what your Ezreal is looking for here? You can get some power from Karma speeding up to hit those Q3s, but not exactly the synergy that we're hoping for when we see these Ezreal Karma drafts.
Yeah. So the Elise does go through once again. Sylvie could possibly pick that one up if you would like to. Does mean that Fiesta is probably wanting to pick up something that's a little bit more physical in that mid lane.
It's really hard to play Elise into Lee Sin too when your lane is not controlled because you're trying to hit cocoons on a target that is moving so quickly and has so much mobility. It's very difficult to defensively set up there. And you know the Ezreal Karma can win, but will Vital and Peter beat Viper and Life?
Oh man,
unlikely. As the Jace coming through one more time. We're just running back. It's not the Lucian this time. It's the Caitlyn, but we got a strong bottom side.
And this
blind Jace.
It's so hard, Wolf, because the Jace picked up, it's still a flex pick because Gwen is so good into K'Sante. You're not really worried about lack of magic damage in this instance because you do have that to fall back on. And so once again, it is going to be that flex. Sylvie, considering a Jarvan, has since been nerfed since he was buffed and
this is
picked here in the LCK.
Missing the window on that one, I'd say.
Viego Lissandra?
All right, Fiesta is smirking. And okay, it's the Challenger special, the Comfort Pick Syndra.
Yep. Makes me a little bit less happy than what a Lissandra would do.
By the way, the Syndra is not, like, a lot of the time Syndra is picked because you want to get some advantages into a ranged champion in mid, like Corki, Jace, right? But it's not a free win by any means. Like, you have to really work to make this happen.
Oh. Now we still don't know where anyone's going.
I think actually it's going to be the Jace top now. And I was going to say, like, yeah, you can win against Jace with the Syndra. You know, it takes a lot of work. You have to be accurate. There's a lot of threats. You're dealing with Lee Sin, so if you step up too far, you could die. And Fiesta's going to have to play this really skill-based, etc., etc. But no, it's just going to be Gragas. HLE won't even give you that angle. They won't even give you that option. This is the power of flex picks like the Jace on red side. And now it's just Gragas mid. So they already have insane damage. They've got insane setup too, like CC here with this Gragas pick, the Lux. And I hate to say it, but we're looking at a 8-4 team versus a 1-11 team. The complexities of the draft here on the side of HLE, I would argue, are even lower because they have the Jace, they have the free Gragas lane.
Yeah.
And bottom side has to go well here for Nongshim, and I can't predict that to happen at this moment in time.
Makes it difficult. They do have the Karma there. That is definitely important. They might be able to lean on that to try and get themselves some early priority. But we've seen this draft before, right? T1 basically picked the same champions and made it look so incredibly good. So I'm a little bit worried here for Nongshim. Or maybe they can take advantage of Hummer Life not being T1. So maybe they're not necessarily as practiced. But melee champions and Zeka, he's pretty good in those instances. And so I kind of trust him on the Rod of Ages Gragas there in the mid lane.
Let's see what Fiesta gets done in this lane. Let's see if Vital and Peter can survive the Viper Caitlyn here with Life's Lux. That is what a lot of this game is going to be about in the early game.
Yeah, it's real scary. Then they have so much bridging in the mid game from the Jace as well. Nongshim, there is a lot resting on their shoulders here. Can they steal away a game here in Game 2? Let's find out.
Let's see when that level 1's going, Atlas. Down here. Yeah. Already setting up to make sure that you got that first light binding, or rather singularity setup here. Life is just going to be happily pushing for a faster level 2 and starting to chunk away over here. Bit of a party.
Dundun is always going to emote spam, no matter what, no matter where he is. Oftentimes, it's in the top brush. This time, it is in this little pixel brush. And Hanwha, are they going to walk into it, is the question.
Okay, this actually could be sick.
Oh my goodness, they've done... Oh, he saw someone, and everyone's backing.
Oh,
man. Jonas Strong baited us so hard.
He really did. Man.
Well, Splinter advantage.
Splinter advantage.
There we go.
6 start. Because the reason why this works so well, as was highlighted by the observers, is because you are going to be grouped to get that level 1 control, which Life and Viper have obtained. And then you're going top, obviously, or going, excuse me, mid, through the river as the Gragas in this case. If you just walk through that pixel brush and everybody's set up, you die. But the timing doesn't work out, and they call it off just a second too early. So unfortunate, they won't get that advantage. Fiesta has played this 4 times this season and has, unfortunately, not found any success thus far.
Yeah, not so much. But still better than Izakali so far here in the LCK. As Life going to proc his passive on Peter here, who is positioning far up. And I can feel Jonas Strong thinking like something's going to happen. Here we go. Fighting to that level 2. Everyone hitting it at about the same time. As this fight on the top side's getting dangerous as Dundun and Kingen fighting it out. See who gets their cooldowns back next. Can the Q land? The answer's no as Shock Blast comes in. There's the flash forward. The W. He sidesteps the Q. And Kingen gets a first blood solo kill.
So clean. And this is your comfort pick. You B3'd this on blue side. You're just looking for this early. You want to make sure you can have it. You get solo killed. Sylvie?
Is this the bait, though, as Klid's going to make his way in? There's the knockback with the belly boop, and Sylvie's going to go down. Fiesta now, nowhere to go. Does have flash available. There's the flash forward. They do manage to make sure they get that summoner spell out, and it's way too fast already, Wolf.
So how do you feel about Shinramyun, all right? Let's say something positive about Nongshim, okay?
It is delicious.
Yeah, see, look, we could say something positive about Nongshim. It's not about this game.
Well, Q is going to connect there as Klid just going to pick that one up and gets out just fine. Oh, turret!
Oh, man, look at those ranged minions, man, doing their job for the team.
That's my POG vote right there. I don't have one. As this is the 1v1 from King.
By the way, level 2 advantage here. He gets level 2, goes in, has the W burning through this, dodges this Q.
예, 유차 빠졌고.
He's calling it out.
Yeah.
Flashes for this, dodges this one, got him.
Really nice.
And in live, Klid's ready for more.
Oh dear. We're going to have a look at this play once again. Fantastic work from Klid and Zeka.
Going to live.
Yep, here we go. Life just going to just point blank bind the Ezreal. They do go 1-for-1, but I have a feeling that Peter is kind of a sitting duck or sitting spider or something like that.
He will be once these minions hit the turret. And
yeah, okay. Come on, Peter. How can we do it? As Q connects, and they're going to be able to knock that one out just fine. Viper securing it in the end. Oh,
that's
man.
really unfortunate. Well,
5-1, Wolf. This is getting out of hand very quickly.
I love Shinramyun. Very tasty, and I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's very spicy, but not too spicy, you know?
It's the perfect level of spicy.
You've got your packets, you've got the cups. You know, there's variations. You know, you have the nuggery as well you can pick up.
Do you like the packets or the cups, Wolf? Which one do you think is better?
I personally, I'm gonna go with the packs of ramyun. Although the cups are more convenient, as this is just Peter gets the root, but guess what? Viper's not aggroing the turret, so we end up trading one here. But the follow up, yeah. I don't even. I mean, it feels bad to show this again, but we're gonna do it because that's what we do.
We have to. As light binding going to be avoided there by Vital. Not quite enough range on the ability. Hanwha haven't lost a plate, but a bit of damage done to this turret. Certainly good news for the bottom lane of Nongshim. This might be less good news for the bottom lane of Nongshim as Vital sidesteps the light binding. Clid. Oh no. Remember, there is no flash available. Level 4 here for Clid, but he's going to be able to slow him down. There's the Q.
It almost felt like he just wanted to steal the kill from Zeka there, too. He's like, remember when Clid had the game last week where he was 5-1 on the Vi, and we were like, all right, maybe give the kills over a little bit. It's almost like he's just making this a meme now. He's like, any East Side teams want to walk up against my jungle? As, yeah, this was the light binding over the wall.
Oh.
And
so Peter was just dead. That's what happened.
Yeah. Gotta, you know, the replay guys, they're trying to show us everything, but...
All right, check the champions. Anyone dead?
Nope.
Anyone dead?
No.
Okay, no one's dead. We're fine. I need to make sure I check that out. After this is Syndra is on an 11 loss streak, by the way, in the LCK at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Ooh, man, that was close.
When you have this much control over the wave and your AD carry can't CS, I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, there's a cast. That is Peter delivered to the trap! What is this, Harlem Globetrotters? Hanwha Globetrotters?
Oh boy, this one.
What do you feel about Shinrami and Wolf?
I mean, I think a few different teams that we've had over the years in LCK might not take this well. It might be, like, people might really collapse after this. At least Nongshim are a very positive team where the players, you know, you can see some smirks on some of the faces. Like, this is a frustrating game, 100%, but at the same time, this is not a team that's going to be super discouraged by a game like this. But man, this is about as one-sided as it's been since Nongshim, or rather, since Live Sandbox versus D+ in Week 1, and that's always the barometer that's set. You know, we keep mentioning that game because it was like the most one-sided game of all time, but this one's coming close. You know, we're on pace to match it.
Yeah, this is brutal, and it's Hanwha playing very, very well, right? We do have to, you know, there are differences between a team kind of really fumbling, and yeah, Nongshim aren't having the cleanest game, but this is really beautifully done by Zeka. Like, look at this.
Well, the cool thing about the trap placement is that when you cast someone this way, they're going to get stuck between the turret and the wall, so you kind of get it no matter what, as long as you angle it at the right way.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that was clean.
It was very, very well played, as Viper not wanting to take a bit of extra damage there as the W connects, so saving a bit of plate damage is Nongshim.
Almost feels like Zeka's trying to outdo Faker's Gragas game from a few days ago, you know? Versus Kwangdong. I guess that was yesterday, wasn't it? Feels like it was longer than that.
It does. I feel like this Gragas skin, it looks like Gragas is wearing a tabard from World of Warcraft. I don't really know this one very well.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with World of Warcraft stuff, but
we'll need to check in with Valdez to see whether he knows which one it is. Is Dundon, he's coming in. He's already ghosted. Oh, there's another cask special delivery onto Sylvie. He is level 6 as he ults himself away, or at least attempts to, as there is the comment to secure the kill. True Shot Barrage does a bit of work there towards that backside, and Clid does go down. But now Life is over the wall, and yeah, okay, so it's 4v5, I guess.
Viper's getting the whole turret.
3v4.
Viper's like, all I have is a Noon Quiver, guys. I need just need some time alone with this turret. And basically, the analysis I can give you guys of this game is what I've been given this whole time is me just going, oh, and oh. You know, that's like about as much as I could say.
And we like noodles, actually.
Yeah. That cask was really clean. And, you know, they are going to get the Herald here. Kingen picks it up. He can just drop it down right now if he'd like to. We're going to do a little bit of PvE action. As I said, Viper was getting the whole turret. He got about 90% of it. It's down to one plate down there on the bottom side.
I think rounding up's all right. Rounding up's totally fine.
Yeah, it's about, you know, about the whole turret.
Yeah.
Not quite the whole turret, just about, approximately. As I look at the goal difference ballooning. Okay, we went from 1 to 2.8 to 3.8.
Well, Clid is going to look for a Q, and he finds it. Not going to follow it with the Resonating Strike, though, as Zeka just looking for his first plate of the game. We're not even at 10 minutes yet, and so still 4 minutes to go to collect these plates from around the map. Close to 5,000 gold, the lead for Hanwha at 10 minutes is... We're getting into shellacking territory.
Yeah, I mean, we went from 1 to 2.8, and then from 2.8 to 3.8, so the gold lead is stagnating a little bit here. This is a great cask angle. He body slams Sylvie instantly. He has to get out of here. Flashes and Heartbreaker, so he survives, and then the turn comes through.
but Zeka kills him anyways. And then at this point, Kingan's like, well, I already got this Herald secured. And it's a 5v4. And now Viper has gotten the whole turret.
Yep, there's the whole turret.
Well, he's going to deny some CS first. But
he almost gets the whole turret. As Clid is going to find the Q onto Sylvie. Fiesta does turn up. There's the knock-up. Oh, it was so sick from Clid here. Is just styling on the Nongshim team. Their mid-jungle not really working out. It's over the wall goes Kingan, delivered by Dundun, as it turns out. Clid's going to say, thank you very much. I'll line that one up for you, and that's a double for the Jace.
I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas. Like, we've already passed the pace of which the D+ versus Live Sandbox series game went. I don't think I have seen anything like this in my esports career. And that's going a long way back across multiple esports. Like, the closest thing I could think of is when we had an exhibition match between pro gamers and some Gold League players in StarCraft 2, and like
surely there was some like MVP Black games in HOTS, right? Like, weren't they like so much better than?
I mean, they were a lot better than everyone else, but like they were not just walking around the map dunking on people like this.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
What is this?
You see what I'm saying? I mean, this
is showmanship. Yeah. Like, these plays are so sick from Hanwha.
The thing is, Viper didn't even have to flash for that. He's just like, I could have flashed on you, but I've got this whole kit right here where I throw a net. I've got Gale Force, and I had just enough mana for this play as, yeah, it is a 9,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. It is 2 Drakes the advantage now. Infernal Soul, by the way, just to add insult to injury, as they almost get the 15 plates.
Yeah.
We are very close to that. I don't know what the exact game time is right now as we're going to watch this.
Yeah, let's watch Clid's perspective of this one.
Oh, man, he knows he went over the wall with Heartbreaker, so has no escape. Kicks him here, and then hits the Syndra, and he's like, oh, I killed Syndra now too. I killed him with the E. Now he's got the slow. And Cask, doesn't matter. Oh boy, just watching the whole thing.
Yeah. The safeguard's over, and gets another one for his teammate. I mean, what was this?
Bam.
So smooth from Viper.
Yeah, it just, I mean, it looks...
He has a very heavy wallet and 50 CS in the lead, but still.
I mean, it was just very impressive. It was very clean. The fade away.
Yeah. As Vital takes a large chunk of his health bar from a Shock Blast, is Hanwha setting up to take themselves...
I want to see the 15
control
plates.
Of the river?
Yeah, I want to see the 15 plates. Push it in, Cannon Waves here, Clid's here.
Yeah.
You got 50 seconds.
It's close, Clid. Not going to touch the ward, doesn't want them to know.
I don't think they're going to get
vicinity.
it. They're not going to get 15.
Man, well, no.
Close! They need another wave,
14 plates! There it is, 14. All right.
Legendary 15-plate game, man. We're getting close. We're on pace. If they clear this wave, they're going to have to be fast, though. 30 seconds. Zeka's here.
Surely we can do it. Dundun clearing out vision. I'm alive. Can you find it? As there's a cask. It is going to deliver Fiesta to the team. As, the Comet is going to secure it. It's Life that takes it down, and there it is. All of the plates belong to Hanwha Life Esports, the kings of crockery here in the LCK. And they're looking for also this Zinna turret as well.
15-plate game, man. 15-plate game.
That's a lot of money, Wolf.
I mean, there's, the minions are crashing into inner on the bottom side. They can't farm in any of these lanes safely.
I don't even know whether the plates have actually fallen, because there are no plates left to fall.
Yeah, well.
Maybe they're still there. If the turrets were still there, maybe they'd still be there. 0 to 26K, 2.6K.
Yeah. Oh, man, I heard the Sunke, I want to call it like the hum of understanding.
The hum of understanding.
Yes, 15 plates.
15 plates. Yes.
Yeah, well, Comet for the snipe. And yeah, Gale Force Rapid Fire Cannon, at least Mythic, or rather Essence Reaver ready here for Vital. So he has an item. He might not get another one.
This is the classic caster thing where you're looking for a good thing to say in an 11,000 gold lead game. It's like, he has an item though, guys. He visited Boris at one point in this game.
I tried to do the Ramyan thing earlier.
No, that one was great. I like that one a lot. And I also like the fact that he does have an Essence Reaver because, you know, Ezreal is, if there's some sort of miracle that does happen, and look, I've lost hair over less, let's be honest. If some sort of miracle happens, then it's going to be based on the Ezreal and whether or not he can play it out very, very well.
I just don't know if we could even compare this game to the hair loss game.
No, because that was a little bit different. Teams-wise, standings-wise, things like that. However, the lead was about the same.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah. It was in one specific role more than anything else, but in this game it's in all roles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
A smaller gap in the support role, but still pretty significant when you consider the plate gold picked up and the assists.
This is also like what we talk about when you say that a Caitlyn really should be used to snowball a game consistently.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate example of
I mean, I'd say this is a lead.
Whoa, okay. Fiesta's dead. Clid's going to be able to help lock that one down as Shirley slams her skull into this inhibitor turret at 16 minutes into the game. 16 minutes into the game. We already had this week the fastest LCK game of the season. This might be even faster.
I mean,
we also had the challenger fastest game.
We're 20 seconds off of the fastest game in LCK history. If they can kill this Nexus before 16:54, we are going to have it. I don't think they can, but we'll find out.
Yeah, there's Dundun. He's going to go down. There's the first Nexus turret as Hanwha don't look to be backing off, but they're running out of minions, which is slightly the problem, as that shock blast really does hurt. And Hanwha, the death ball here.
The record will stand. Soleil Prince versus Afrika in 2020 summer. The record will stand. They could not have the fastest game in LCK history, but they came damn close, Atlas.
They can also have the fastest game of this week as well, as 19 minutes and 10 seconds was the fastest game in Challenger this week, and about 21 minutes was the fastest game in the LCK that was also recorded this week. No more Nexus turrets remain. There are minions beating down on this mid lane inhibitor turret as well. And Hanwha are just looking to finish this one off, but Nongshim now grouping together. Can they find a miraculous team fight as Fiesta gets tagged by the Q? We get the zoom in as, oh my god, the damage onto Vital, but he is able to get himself out of the way, utilizing the heal. Final Spark just snipes him! Life does so much damage, man, as Peter's going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. The life binding not going to quite connect as Clid. Also able to get himself out of the way, but the front flip to come through from King, and Zeka throwing barrels around. The Heartbreaker comes in though, and now Sylvie looking to try and wipe them out, and Viper says no. We're going to win this game in under 18 minutes in game 2.
And the headsets come off, the water chug comes out. HLE flexing on him. And Clid, you said this is what you want to do with a Caitlyn, you want to get ahead. This is how you snowball a Caitlyn with a Lee Sin, and you snowball the mid lane with a Lee Sin, and you snowball the top lane with a Lee Sin, and you snowball the jungle matchup with a Lee Sin. As Clid was everywhere. He was making plays, and I mean, if you're Nongshim here, you can't be happy with this result, but I mean, this was something else, and this team is not snowballed like this before. We've seen Hanwha Life get ahead and then get some great win conditions. This is the fastest game of the season, as mentioned, to 18 minutes here.
And that was like, that game, the most recent fastest game, that was, it was just T1, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It's all happening this week. It's actually crazy. Shortest game recorded across both of the Korean leagues that we televise.
Yeah.
So Nongshim, unfortunate, but man, this was just a story of Hanwha Life Esports playing with absolute confidence.
Yeah.
Like absolute confidence.
And showing nothing, no special drafts, no
except that
strategies.
Zeka can play Gragas.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but wow.
Everybody should be able to at this stage of the meta, but you know, he proved he could. He played it well, and you know, looking at bam, that was the story of this one. Looking at this series, I'm you know, looking at it going, okay, D+, like, got to be a little bit scared, you know, not because that the caliber of opponent here for HLE was strong, but because HLE looked cold-blooded. There's no hesitation. This is a confidence that we have seen built over the last few weeks. And if you're Nongshim, remember, the circumstances here are rough. You just found out, because of KT's upset win, there's no chance of playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a tough opponent for you going into this best of 3.
We're not holding anything against Nongshim.
Oh, no.
In this particular match. There's also, like, the amount of, like, name value on, like, either side of the rift couldn't be more different, right? Like, these are new prospects coming through from Nongshim, and Hanwha Life, these are, you know, 3 world champions and Clid and Life, who have been about this close, both of them multiple times in their careers. So the depth of experience is so different between Hammer and Nongshim.
Yeah, it really is. This was also a proactive play from Sylvie that just backfired because they didn't have vision. This is just, I mean, Clid. I'm not even going to say Clid-demption. Like, I feel like that's illegal at this point to say.
No, this is Clid-struction.
I mean, we might see a Viper vote here again because of how well he played this Caitlyn and how many snowball-y, like, crazy highlight reel moments
I don't
were.
know.
But
is it Zeka? Is it Clid? Is it
for me, it was
Viper?
Clid, man. I mean, Clid just was literally in every single one of these moments the most consistent player to me. But, I mean, Viper played extremely well. Zeka also had some great casks.
I think flip a coin for the three of them. I don't really care who picks it up. They all played extraordinarily well this game. And man, isn't it such a good setup for the Saturday showdown that's going to be happening, surprisingly, on Saturday. Because it's such a huge match between Hanwha and D plus Kia, but now Hanwha looking like this moving into it, like are they the favorites now, even though D plus also look reinvigorated?
I mean, I'll be transparent, and you guys who watched the pre-show know this. I voted for Hanwha. I thought the improvement they've shown, even though with the weaker schedule, was stronger than what we saw from D+. But D+ haven't shown that much either. Like, neither of these teams have shown their peak, I think, because they've had a fairly weak schedule here leading into this. Ooh, that snipe.
Yeah. It's so huge.
I think
that matchup.
It's going to be such a 6 series, you know? And I think that this just makes it more interesting, right? That they are able to dominate this hard.
And that we don't learn anything, right? Because so much of it, like, so much of our Saturday showdowns can get impacted by the fact that both of the teams that are playing on Saturday have played previously. And so we set it up as this cool match, but then, like, certain other factors come into account. Yeah, the damage numbers aren't very high, guys, because it's 18 minutes.
Yeah.
But the gold difference was high. 16,000 is pretty high.
The highest pre-15-minute graphs we've ever seen, you know? Like, all the whole pre-15 minutes. Like, oh.
Basically everything in this game happened pre-15 minutes because the game only lasted 3 minutes after 15.
That was the second shortest game of all time in the LCK. So we mentioned it almost broke the record, but actually it is number 2. Second shortest game of all time.
But, like, ever, which is just completely nutty. Doesn't include international games. I remember a certain game that went just over 16 minutes that I would prefer that I didn't remember, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head over to the space to break down what was a very short game, but full of really amazing plays. Take it away, Valdez and Chronicler.
Okay, that was game number 2. Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today, as that pretty much sums it up. Chronicler's got a pretty good Monka S, if I say so myself. Yeah, Hanwha Life just styled on them. Like, they absolutely boomed them in game number 2. And let's go over the draft first. What do you say, Chronicler?
I appreciate your cheery optimism as we head into the draft. Giving over Caitlyn is a problem. You generally can't do that. And we can discuss the draft more. Syndra has been wildly unsuccessful. It's comfort for Nongshim. Same for the Viego. Viego we've seen trend up in popularity. In terms of performance, to me, feels kind of the same. I don't think the buffs were that big, but there were some other nerfs to Maokai and Elise. So people are experimenting. Don't know if that well was really where you should go. But the problem with this draft is that none of it matters when you individually outperform your opponents to such an insane degree. And that's, you can't talk about this draft after seeing that game because, like, well, the Caitlyn Lux, that's like the one thing where you're like, oh, that's strong, and oh, Lee early impact, that's...
You tell these drafts, Chronicler, we were here, the guys on the desk were there, and we were all like, ooh, this is going to be quick. And it was. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which is a reel of Clid just booming everyone.
Yeah, there was no Clidemption, as the cast pointed out, because there was no
destruction.
There was no downside. There was no downward trajectory. It was just domination from the get-go. Obviously, they're stuck underneath the turret because it's Caitlyn Karma. But if you give a lead a couple of these early kills, he's never going to stop. Right? Like, the champion has so much innate skill expression and snowballing in its kit that once you get ahead, with your mobility and with your playmaking, you just keep going and going and going and going and going and just make every make every single play no, because it was. I can tell you what happened. Fiesta died. It was sad. He didn't have flash.
Yeah.
He didn't want to show that to you guys again.
Yes, but Chronic Player, you know what we have for the second highlight? It is a potential vote for Twitch chat to decide on which play was the coolest out of 3. So we have selected 3 plays from the game. Obviously, this is the first one.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually have a vote, but chat, just spam, 1, 2, or 3. And,
1, 2, or 3.
And you can count yourselves. I have complete faith in you to do that. So
all good.
Watch this.
Kill.
It's the drive-by kill from King, and he has his W up. Which
featuring
is what,
Dundun, yes.
Yeah, featuring Dundun. Thank you, Dundun, for assisting.
It's number 2.
My personal favorite, it's the party cast into the trap, double whammy combo.
Okay, number 3. Viper styling.
A bit more standard, but just very basic. Viper has flash, Viper has heal. He knows he doesn't need to use any of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really had to.
So 1 is the drive-by Jace featuring Cassante.
That's
number
1.
2 was the party cask onto the trap in the bottom side. Number 3 was, of course, Viper's slick play in mid lane.
It was not a party cast because you missed. It was a party cast because that game was a bit of a fiesta in the most positive sense for the team that wasn't Fiesta's team.
Well, I hope you guys spammed whatever number you suggested or what you liked. We are going to take a look at the POG here from game number 2, as I think there's probably just the 1 vote, which is Clid, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Clid, when you're a jungler and you can walk from lane to lane to lane and every play works, you're like, this is going to be a good game. And it was, because first he wins this 2v2, and obviously snowballs. Then he also went bot, won that 2v2, and it just kind of goes up from there. And we have important news, Valdez, which is that the polls just went up. So
get your votes.
Get your votes out, okay? So we were about to. I don't know if we're about to watch it. I hope we do. So this is actually play number 1. Most people, though, look at the drive-by, beautiful. Most people are leaning right now towards Party Cask, and I think that's understandable. Has been an incredible play. Love that. Yeah, the other votes were fine. Bot lane was big, but it was a clear highlight reel on the lead, and it was a memorable game. That's for sure.
That was the second fastest game in LCK history. This league has been around for a very long time. Okay, 10 years, right, of League of Legends history, LCK history, right? That was the second fastest ever, okay? So we didn't quite break the record, which I think is 16 minutes.
Yeah, well, the fastest took 16:54. We're talking about it.
Yeah. So we still have a while to get there, but I think that's okay. It seems like number 2, which was the cask into the trap, got 71% of the votage. Of the vote. Yeah. So make sure to express your Twitch chat right and get out and vote. And continue with that. It seems like number 2 is just going up and finished at 72% for number 2. Makes sense.
Nice. So even though Clint gets POG, Zeka can be happy about that one. You got the best play of the game.
The Gragas continues to deliver. And guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation, joined by Clid Viper on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations, guys. You guys just set a new record. The shortest game of the season. We have so many questions for you, but let's get started about how you're feeling about this win over Nongshim Red Horse. So we were on a winning streak, which means sometimes you might get caught off guard. So I had some bad feelings actually, we might lose today, but I'm so glad that we were able to secure a very, very clean win. Every time I'm on a winning streak, I always think that 5-match winning streak is the turning point. You drop there or you're just gonna keep the momentum going. So I'm so relieved that we were able to get this win today. Viper, game 2 was so fast. It was 8-minute mark when the game just ended. So I didn't want to
be distracted by the game time, so I was like trying to ignore it, but someone was so obsessed with ending the game early, and I'm not gonna name any names, but that's what happened. So Viper, I guess he was like, let's just reset, get back to base and buy items and win for sure. But the top side players, they were like, no, let's just run it down, let's just rush it and we can still win. Indeed, and that game was the shortest game of the second shortest game of the LCK history, which means we're gonna have a longer interview. So game number 1 was also really quick. It was only 25 minutes. So Hana Life Esports, you guys have been stepping up and speeding ever since round 2 started. So you guys kind of are now showing even shorter stat for the game time in the second round. How are you able to make this happen? I think we got better, as we headed into the second round. We have improved a lot, and we started to, pay more attention to the balance of our comp. Does that have something to do with your draft? Yeah, so we used to play around the late game plans, but these days we got quite more confidence, so we can also win the early game too. So we decided to make a little bit of a shift with the style of our comp. So I want to get back to game number 1. Viper, you won the PUG on Lucian in game 1. I mean, everyone knows that your Lucian is so on point. Even in last year too, right? I think you feel even more confident when you get to play Lucian Nami. Is that true? I'm always confident on whatever champion I play, but yeah, I mean, I played Lucian Nami so many times, so obviously it's more comfortable playing this duo. So in game number 1, you were dodging Zeri's Q and got the solo kill early on as a first blood, and then you even solo kill the top laner using the stopwatch to ignore and cancel the Gore Drinker of Renekton. How do you kind of make this happen every time? Well, when I saw the angle when I was hiding in the brush, and then Vi was hiding in the brush and she ganked me, so I was so surprised. But about the 1v1 onto Renekton, I actually misplayed over there because I was actually walking into the range, which was a bad play. So I had to use my stopwatch. Clid, you just destroyed game number 2 on Lee Sin. You were just getting kills everywhere on the map early on. Tell us about that Lee Sin lock-in early. So many jungle picks got nerfed in this patch, and Lee Sin is pretty viable right now. So I think you can always just go for Lee Sin right now in the current meta. So we decided to just lock in Lee Sin in the very early phase of the pick and ban. So at about 14-minute mark into the game, you guys had 10k gold lead, and then you guys were just stomping all 3 lanes. So when was the turning point in game number 2? I think the play around mid when we won the 2v2 as we hit level 3. After that win, I was like, this game is over. And Viper, even before the super minions were spawned, you guys was trying to get the enemy nexus, and someone was like, are we really gonna end this right now? It's only 60 minutes, and whose call was it? So someone said yeah, we should just end it. So if we group up as 5 and keep pushing together, I was pretty confident that we'll be able to close out the game. So I heard this interesting news on the side of Hana Life Esports. Viper, the moment you saw Zeka just carrying Clid around in the team house, you decided not to mess with Zeka anymore. Tell me what happened. I mean, he's super buffed, as you all know, and I saw him carrying Clid around. He was carrying him to the gym or to the cafeteria. So I was like, I better not mess up with this guy. And we're really close friends. So yeah, obviously Zeka, like he's on top of our hierarchy, and I'm like on the bottom. So I always obey to Zeka. What happened? Why was he carrying you? I've never experienced that in my entire life, so it was something new. But I kind of now I get it why people like say Zeka is the Galio in real life. And Hana Life, your upcoming matches look pretty tough. D plus Kia, T1, KT Roaster, all of them will be your playoff, opponents. Who are you worried about the most? I think all 5 teams look strong, but obviously T1 for sure. I think this is the time where the real battle begins. So we gotta work really hard. I'm on the same page with Viper. I think all 5 teams look really, really strong, but I think this is where everything kind of will be decided. So we have to keep concentrating on the upcoming matches. And this Saturday, we're gonna have a Saturday showdown between you guys and D plus Kia. So we'll be playing up against, all the playoff contenders. So we will not lose any upcoming matches, and we will start off with a win. We lost to D plus Kia in the first round. However, we are on a really good momentum right now, so we will make sure to secure the win that day. This will be the end of the POD interview on the side of Hana Life Esports, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome interview. As we're going to take a look at the standings and see what is going on here with Hana Life Esports. They keep on winning 5 in a row, and they are 9-4, only 2 game score behind Gen.G.
Nongshim, their struggles are not yet over, as whereas at the beginning, the first few weeks, this team had at least some decent early games. Right now, things are just looking worse and worse every single time. And as you point out, the main thing this has done is set up for that Saturday showdown between Hana Life and D+. Can't wait for that one.
It's going to be a fun one, no doubt. Cannot wait for that Saturday. But guys, tomorrow we have more LCK, of course. Live Sandbox up against Kwangdong Freaks, and then Brion up against T1.
And there are 2 clear favorites, but we have seen Brion in particular find their moments. Kwangdong recently not looking so hot, but Sandbox have been known to struggle when things are looking pretty good. So we'll see how that ends up going tomorrow.
That should be a fun one. Make sure you guys are joining us for that. But we're done for today. A very quick second series puts us at the end of the show. So hope you guys did enjoy regardless. We did, of course, as always. And we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.
Hana Life Esports are looking to hold on to their spot in the West.
They were sitting in 6th place for so long, but he has since had a big resurgence, the Clidemption. He's really turned the season around.
DK holding ground in the West.
We've had our ups and downs throughout this split, but on our best day, they're ahead.